The events are taking place in the Donghai University building, where quite a number of students have already gathered. Linmu thought hard about his test paper and complained that it was too difficult. At that moment, a group of girls entered the classroom and immediately attracted attention. The students immediately recognized one of them and started discussing how cute she was, causing everyone to think this student was the queen of the campus, even though she was a freshman. It was Du Xiaoyue, who didn't seem to be particularly happy about this kind of attention to herself. No one could understand why she was in this class, because there were only sophomores here. Turns out, she was engaged to a guy from here who her friends thought was pretty boring. In the end, the girl herself said she'd rather be all alone than marry that trash. They all stopped near the desk of the main character, who did not react in any way to the presence of his girlfriends. One of them stepped forward and started walking over to where the guy was sitting. The girl slammed down on her desk with all her might to finally get her attention. She wanted to take the seat with her friends, but Linmu replied that there were plenty of free desks in the back where they could sit down. She didn't care at all, because it was her principle to take a seat right here. The girl immediately noticed that our hero cannot solve even such a simple problem, so even dared to take the first desk, although it is not necessary for him. The guy couldn't answer anything to that because, unfortunately, she was telling the absolute truth. He looked at Du Xiaoyu, who was completely indifferent to what was happening in front of her eyes. At that moment, someone else intervened in their conversation and patted our hero on the shoulder. It was one of his classmates who felt it was necessary to fulfill the request of such a beautiful girl. Eventually, the protagonist realized that he wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of pressure, so he started packing his things to move. Afterward, all the students watched intently as the frustrated loser left his desk. He walked past Du Xiaoyu and slid a glance at her face, which still didn't show any emotion. Still, the girl raised her voice sharply and called the protagonist a coward in disgust. Her friend didn't believe that someone like our hero could get into Donghai University, and suspected that he must have had some connections. In fact, Du Xiaoyue didn't care where the young man studied as long as she could break her engagement with him. After Lin Mu finished his classes, he walked lonely in the evening streets of the city, heading towards his home. Despite his indifference to his future bride, it was hard for the young man to tolerate such an attitude. He couldn't get the way the girl had coldly called him a coward out of his mind. The guy himself was also not happy about the engagement because it was all organized by his parents. The main character decided not to fill his head with all these problems. She wanted to go home to see how his grandfather was doing. Getting into the cab that arrived, he hoped the old man was getting better by now. It wasn't long before he arrived at the Lin family's mansion, which looked quite grandiose. Lin Mu walked closer to the door and informed his grandfather that he was already home. The young man was about to go inside, but stopped abruptly because he heard some strange sounds. He immediately recognized the shouts and guessed that his family was arguing again. The protagonist grudgingly noted that all of his relatives were already at the gathering. The air immediately stiffened, everyone froze, and there was an oppressive silence full of unspoken grievances. The first person to greet the young man was Lin Ron's aunt, who explained that Grandpa had gone to the hospital for a checkup and would be back soon. Lin Mu was not surprised by such news, so he calmly replied that he would go to his room. He walked silently past the men who continued to sit silently on the couch. The first to raise his voice was Lin Yitai's elder uncle, who was dissatisfied that his nephew had already completely forgotten about manners and was not greeting them. The second uncle, named Lin Yaif, didn't even think that they should take care of this guy. He whispered quietly with a smirk on his face that the protagonist didn't have long to live anyway. At lunchtime the next day, Lin Mu met with his grandfather and informed him that he would be out of class for a few days, so he would be able to take care of the old man. Grandpa, of course, rejoiced at the news that the young man would be able to spend more time with him. The guy was very sad about the old man's situation because he had been in such bad shape since our hero's mom and dad were gone, so no one knew if he was going to get better. Auntie interrupted the conversation and said that Lin Mu and Grandpa already had to go to dinner. In just a couple of minutes, the entire Lin family was already gathered around the same table. The first to speak was Uncle Lin Yitai, who decided to discuss all the important matters at once. He said they are organizing an auction soon, so he has yet to be authorized to make a decision on the organization. But there have been some problems with the process recently. The man felt that now was a good time to put the auction department under his direction. The other brother felt that if Lin Yitai had a problem with the organization, he shouldn't be involved in such matters, and offered his help. At this point, the main character abruptly got up from his seat and stated that he was full, so he was going to go to his room. No one even noticed that the young man had left the table because a fierce argument over the auction house had broken out. Lin Mu walked into his room and sighed heavily because he was already tired of hearing all the shouting. Our hero went out on the balcony and thought about the fact that, after all, his mom and dad had passed away too soon. He wished his parents could see with their own eyes how the family was slowly disintegrating. All these events did not give rest to the main character, who was now very difficult. Meanwhile, one of the uncles decided to check on the guy after all, suspecting he was having a hard time right now. The man guessed that our hero missed his parents again. Lin Mu wasn't particularly happy about the stranger's presence, so he wondered if Uncle needed him for something. The uncle didn't want anything from the protagonist, because he just thought the guy didn't eat enough at dinner, which made him a little worried. The man started talking about how only Lin Mu's father was able to inherit their father's skills. Unfortunately, their brother became completely immersed in the study of antiques, ignoring their grandfather's request to take over the family business. But even when he did take the helm, it didn't help the family. Eventually, my uncle decided not to continue this conversation and said that people shouldn't get what they can't handle. Otherwise, it would be a total mess. Lin Mu abruptly turned around, his brows furrowed, because he couldn't understand what he was saying those words to. Uncle didn't bother to explain anything and shoved the protagonist sharply in the back. Apparently, the main character couldn't keep his balance, so he fell over the side of the balcony. The wind whistled in his ears, and the boy watched in horror as the hard ground came faster and faster toward him. His body met the ground with a deafening crunch, a scarlet puddle instantly spreading across the asphalt. Meanwhile, the uncle was coldly watching what had happened to his nephew. He called it a small gift and help for his son to be reunited with his parents. Just a moment later, the rest of the family saw that Lin Mu had just fallen off the balcony. Now the events shift to the doctor's office, who was completely unaware of what was about to happen. The next second, an excited nurse who was just looking for Dr. Joe rushed in. The girl reported that they had a patient who had fallen from the balcony, causing the head doctor to look for Ms. Joe. The doctor realized that the situation was serious, so she informed him that she would now approach the injured person. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already in the emergency room. A good number of doctors gathered around Lin Mu, desperately trying to save his life. It was obvious from the guy's body that he was very seriously injured, causing his life to literally hang in the balance. Dr. Joe immediately inquired about the patient's condition. One of the doctors reported that the guy had fallen from the 4th floor with a lot of internal bleeding, and his colleague was very talented at acupuncture, which may have helped the victim. The girl knew one effective way, but it might be too risky. The chief physician understood the risks, but the patient needed to be saved right now. Ms. Joe obeyed her boss and immediately took up her needles. She gripped her instrument tightly and announced that she would start right away. In just a few seconds, several needles were sticking out of the protagonist's head, which was the last chance for salvation. The nurse immediately reported that the patient's condition had stabilized. Dr. Joe reported that she used needles to stimulate a state of bay, or run. But if this continued for a long time, the young man's brain would simply die, so she left the rest to her colleagues. The doctors were more likely to perform the surgery to seize the moment as soon as possible. Suddenly, they noticed that the patient's heart rate had risen sharply above normal. The head doctor immediately began to suspect that Dr. Joe's technique didn't help after all. He too shouted for his assistants to get the defibrillator ready for emergencies. Metal plates pressed against his chest, and there was the sharp sound of a 200-watt discharge. The guy's body immediately shuddered violently from such an electrifying discharge. The doctor monitored the patient's vitals, but none of this was helping. So the doctors decided to increase the charge to 300 watts. The next second, the beeping of the apparatuses sounded, announcing that Lin Mu had lost his last signs of life, so the operation was a failure. Dr. Zhou was about to take off her mask and ask her colleagues to inform the patient's guardians of his death. The nurse agreed to honor the girl's request, but still couldn't take her eyes off the patient they couldn't save. Doctors covered our hero's breathless body to further transport it to the morgue. After that, they left the operating room to take care of the rest of the issues. All the hospital staff definitely didn't suspect that at this moment, some kind of dark sphere appeared above Lin Mu's body. The next moment, a glowing spark of light appeared in the room and seemed to be looking specifically for our hero. She flew around the guy's body for a while, then entered his chest sharply. The young man's body was already cooling down, and his soul had risen above him, leaving only a lifeless shell. The unknown force was not going to let the protagonist go so easily, so it abruptly grabbed his soul. The ghostly fist clenched hard and prepared to drive a spark of life back into Lin Mu's cooling flesh. When the arm completely disappeared, the main character's body slowly flew up and now began to literally float above the operating table. Little by little, all this unknown power began to merge with Lin Mu to definitely save his life. After that, a massive mysterious ring appeared on the guy's index finger. Eventually, the fusion process ended, so for a few seconds, the young man froze in midair. The protagonist was still unaware of the mysterious and amazing events that happened to him that night. The next morning, Dr. Joe returned to her workplace and stood under the door of one of the offices. The girl's eyelids drooped heavily, her tired look betraying a sleepless night full of anxious thoughts about her patient's death. A scream pierced the air, and the doctor flinched and her eyes cleared momentarily. She immediately scrambled from her seat and ran in the direction of the screams to see what was going on. It wasn't long before Ms. Joe was already running into one of the wards where she met the frightened nurses and wondered what had happened here. It was very difficult for the girls to explain anything, so they simply replied that they had seen something very creepy. The doctor immediately looked around to see what could have happened overnight. She walked closer to the body of the main character who was still lying unconscious. It turns out that the entire hospital staff was shocked that the patient had somehow grown overnight. At that time, Dr. Joe decided to do a detailed examination of the body because it all looked too strange. Only now did she feel that the patient's body was still warm, which raised even more questions. The girl decided to check our hero's breathing with her finger to be sure of her guesses. In the end, Linmu finally woke up from his rather long sleep that might never end. Dr. Joe didn't know how to react to such a situation, so Hao was too shocked. Meanwhile, the nurses, who were now scared to death, thought the living dead had already come for them. The doctor asked her colleagues to be quiet, because they shouldn't be surprised by such things, because the patient may have experienced clinical death. The protagonist was already seated on the operating table and wondered who all these people around were. The young man looked around, his gaze sliding over unfamiliar walls, as his mind desperately clung to scraps of memories. He was desperate with his head to find any information about the events that had happened. In the end, the dazed Lin Mu realized that he didn't even remember who he was. After the guy regained consciousness, he was transferred to ICU room number 303. Dr. Joe was so shocked at the whole situation that she now did not move away from this amazing patient. The girl began to suspect that all this might have happened because the needles had damaged that point responsible for memory. She speculated that the damage done might have been so severe that they had literally forgotten their own name. The doctor asked our hero not to worry, because she was sure that sooner or later his memories would return. The girl informed him that Lin Mu could press a button and a nurse would come to him if he needed anything. Eventually, she left the protagonist alone because there were some other things she needed to take care of. Now the boy was left in complete silence and he could rest after such a hard night. He finally woke up and thought about the fact that he couldn't feel any spiritual chi in this place, and his body itself was weaker than ever. It turns out that there was already someone else in the body who had used the last bit of chi to escape and create a new body for himself. Otherwise, he would have just died. He never even thought that the greatest cultivator in the world would end things like this. The guy was very angry at the Xuantian and Yugui sects, who were too bold. So he was going to return to the cultivation world to cultivate every last one of them. Meanwhile, the Lin family mansion had already heard the latest news from the hospital as well. One of the uncles behind the incident was incredibly angry that his nephew was still not dead. His subordinate reported that the guy was alive, but didn't remember anything, which reassured the man a bit. So he asked him to take care of everything, promising to pay well. Auntie couldn't understand what was going on either, because earlier it was said that Lin Mu couldn't live after all. Apparently, the brother did not know the answers to these questions, because he only had the information that the young man had survived, but lost his memory. The woman, upon hearing this news, immediately began to hope that their nephew was now a common vegetable. Her uncle laughed a little at the fact that for her, memory loss and complete paralysis were one and the same. Auntie wondered what would become of them now and assumed they needed to change plans. The man understood that the sister was the closest person to Lin Mu, so he asked her to go and check on the guy because they shouldn't reveal themselves without finding out the whole situation. He emphasized that the woman would just check on him and see if their nephew's memory loss was true. Meanwhile, Lin Mu sat quietly in his chamber and did not suspect that any plans were being made against him. The silence was interrupted by a knock on the door, and the guy immediately allowed his guests inside. The protagonist couldn't understand what was going on, so he asked Dr. Joe what was the reason for her visit. The girl explained that someone had come to check on the guy and asked if he remembered the person. Lin Mu, pointing at the bandage on his head, emphasized again that in his condition he couldn't remember anyone. The aunt pretended to be hurt by these words, but the young man simply apologized and informed her that he didn't remember her at all. She asked her nephew not to bother and advised him to get more rest to get better quickly, promising that she would stop by some other time. She also asked the doctor how come the guy looked different for some reason. The girl explained that our hero's face was damaged because of the fall, so they had to do a little surgery. The aunt thanked the doctors for their help and asked them to take care of her nephew. In fact, in her mind, she was already rejoicing that Lin Mu had indeed forgotten everything. A few days later, the guy was still sitting in his room trying to find some information about this world. Our hero learned that in this world, the human race had only existed for 5,000 years, but somehow its spiritual chi was too weak. Thanks to the book he had found, he was finally starting to figure out little by little what this place was all about. Also, Dr. Joe reported that the protagonist is almost cured, so he can already be discharged. Lin Mu then sincerely thanked the doctor for the care and support she had shown him throughout these days. The girl laughed at the fact that the young man acted as if he came from some ancient time. The young man was embarrassed because she now knew his secret that he liked martial arts stories. The doctor asked our hero to finally go to discharge, to spend more time with family and friends and get his memory back. After following the doctor's instructions, Lin Mu headed towards the exit of the hospital grounds. A cab was already waiting for the young man on the road to take him to the right place. The guy was actually very surprised that there wasn't much spiritual chi in this world, but humanity had evolved a lot without it. It wasn't long before the car pulled up outside the main entrance to the high school. The protagonist felt the pockets of his pants and realized they were completely empty. The cab driver informed him that the guy needed to pay $50, but Lin-Mu had no way to pay. Lin-Mu explained that he had just gotten out of the hospital, causing him to have no money with him. The man was shocked by this statement because he definitely didn't expect such a thing from the students of Donghai University, where the best and richest students studied. Then he suggested that our hero call one of his friends to pay for him. The guy got really embarrassed because he didn't even know if he had any friends. The main character didn't understand what he should do because he didn't know anyone at this university at all. Suddenly, a girl appeared in the car window who seemed to recognize Lin-Mu and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lin-Mu realized that this was the perfect opportunity to get out of it. So I will explain the whole situation and asked my friend to pay for the cab. The girl didn't mind helping and thought her friend was in the hospital because he was having plastic surgery. The protagonist asked her to pay first so he could get out of the car and explain the whole situation normally. They walked around the university campus together, after which Lin-Mu explained how he had gotten to the hospital. The guy also mentioned that he fell from the balcony of his own house, which seemed particularly odd against the backdrop of everything else. Hearing that he didn't remember anything, the girl immediately realized that he had forgotten not only the events, but also herself. The protagonist was immediately embarrassed and apologized for the fact that he couldn't even remember his longtime girlfriend. She then inquired if the doctors had told her about some way to bring back Lin-Mu's memories. The guy hadn't heard of anything like this, but he also hoped he could get his memory back. The girl noted with sadness in her voice that memory loss might not be a bad option because sometimes even she wanted to forget everything. At this moment, they met up with Du Xiaoyue, who was accompanied by her girlfriends as usual. The girl averted her gaze from the protagonist, who caused her nothing but disgust. For a split second, her gaze still fell on the guy's face, causing her to immediately notice the change in Lin-Mu. Du Xiaoyu immediately thought that our hero had managed to get some plastic surgery. The young man became very embarrassed at not being the first person to notice this, and once again tried to explain the situation. A friend intervened in their conversation and decided to confirm that Lin-Mu had indeed had the surgery, and remarked that he looked quite cute. Du Xiaoyu only laughed off this guy's decision and emphasized that she still wouldn't marry some lowlife even after some surgery. The guy then concluded that it seems the previous owner of the body was engaged to this woman. The protagonist immediately suggested breaking off their engagement because he was not at all against such a thing. Du Xiaoyu and the girlfriend were incredibly shocked that the guy had so abruptly made such a decision. Lin-Mu confidently stated that he would never want to marry someone like this girl. Of course, the main beauty of the university tried not to give the appearance when she heard such words in her direction, and only noted that it was quite brave on the part of the young man. The guy wanted to break off the engagement completely, so the girl would never bother him again. In turn, the main character's girlfriend laughed and supported such a bold decision. Lin-Mu was very dissatisfied with this kind of attitude, so he now hoped that he would never meet Du Xiaoyu again. The girl could not take her eyes off the guy, whom she had previously considered a loser, because she had not expected such a drastic change. Meanwhile, the girlfriend was very happy for our hero, who finally accomplished his little revenge. Now the guy learned that before his memory loss, he was a weak and depressed man who was easily bullied and humiliated by everyone. The girl emphasized that each time it was not just intimidation, but a real shame. The protagonist realized that Du Xiaoyue had wanted to break off the engagement all along on her own, and he just let her go for nothing. The friend thought that this girl was unworthy of more, so she wondered what Lin-Mu would do next. She thought the guy was already regretting his decision, since his fiancée was the queen of the university, but in fact, he didn't care at all. The girl decided to end this conversation and asked our hero to stay away from Du Xiaoyue next time. She also promised to show the guy the way to his class, because it was pretty clear he didn't even remember that. Along the way, someone threw a sharp dart toward our heroes, which stopped right near the girl's eye. It turned out that her friend had a practiced reaction, so she had no trouble catching it with 2 fingers. It was Chen Hao, who had been told many times by the girl not to play darts in class so as not to hurt his classmates. The guy was really scared because he had pissed off Tang Beibei, who was also the headman, and promised that it wouldn't happen again. In turn, the girl emphasized that her classmates' skills are not that good, so he can't show off in public. She decided to use the dart she was able to catch and demonstrate how to do it properly. In the end, Tang Beibei hit right into the very target with astonishing accuracy, leaving no chance of a miss. The protagonist was also surprised by this accuracy and noted that it was similar to the level of the foundation dimension. After that, the head teacher reintroduced their classmate, Lin-Mu, to all the guys. She recalled that the guy was injured, causing him to lose his memory, so she asked his classmates to help him get his memories back. All the students welcomed the main character with loud applause to support him at least a little bit. The protagonist noticed that this Tang Beibei wasn't such a bad person, and she was also quite popular in her class. Lin Mu's introduction was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the study door. In just a second, the teacher who was just about to teach a lesson to the students walked into the classroom. The woman with a smile on her face asked her students if she had missed anything important. Lin Mu immediately thought that it was also their classmate, who was a little late. Tang Beibei immediately laughed because of her friend mistaking instructor Song Liangju for a student. The protagonist was surprised by this turn of events, and meanwhile, the teacher asked the student to go with her, since he had already returned to the university. The head teacher wasn't happy that her classmate wasn't obeying the teacher, so she shouted for him to hurry up and go with Ms. Song. Song Liangrao had already heard about what had happened to the guy, so she inquired if he was all right. Lin Mu thanked the teacher for her concern and replied that he was already fully healthy. She was pleased to hear such news from the guy, so she also added that if he needed help, he could always go to her office. The young man was grateful for the opportunity, but their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. It was Tan Beibei who came to see if they had finished their conversation because she wanted to have lunch with our hero. Ms. Son reported that they were finished so the students could go to lunch, and she also thanked Beibei for her help. The girl was happy at the praise from her teacher and felt that she should help because she was Lin Mu's classmate. Meanwhile, the protagonist, without saying a word, got up from his seat and headed for the exit. Song Liangru looked at the disciples after them and thought about the fact that it seemed that not only the guy's appearance but also his personality had changed. On the way to the cafeteria, our hero decided to talk about how his friend threw that dart so well. She must be working out a lot. Tang Beibei explained that given her training at home, this simple trick came quite easily to her, and asked if the young man wanted to practice. The guy, excited by such an offer of his out of loss, replied that it would be good for him to practice. The friend decided to examine the protagonist a little more closely and immediately noted that his body was stronger than before. The changes were actually quite significant, as if Lin Mu had practiced long and hard. The girl didn't know that falling from the balcony could do such good, but the young man himself wasn't particularly happy because he actually almost died. In the end, she agreed that it certainly wouldn't be worth the death of the main character. The guy saw that his friend got really upset thinking about it, so he asked her not to take it so seriously. Then Tan Beibei had an interest in finding out what our hero was going to do next after all. Lin Mu calmly replied that he had no plans due to the fact that he couldn't even remember anything from the past. The girl tried to find some silver lining in that, so she asked with a smirk if the guy had ever wanted to live his life any other way. The protagonist instantly froze in confusion, realizing that he had never attempted to answer such a deep and complex question before. Tang Beibei revealed that the past Lin Mu was an introverted weakling who couldn't stand up for himself, and people like Du Xiao constantly bullied him. In turn, the current Lin Mu not only looked different, but also had a completely different personality. The girl believed that this accident was given to him by God as a chance to change himself and start his life. She suggested that the young man take the opportunity after all, since he had been blessed with such a super-powered body. The guy asked his friend in surprise what he needed to do to change his life in some way. A slight smile immediately appeared on Tang Beibei's face because it seemed like she already had a clear plan lined up. She wondered if he was even once familiar with the rumor of a mysterious organization called the Dragon Protectors. The protagonist was surprised to hear such a strange name for this organization. The girl explained that she had to say something about the martial arts world before she could talk about them. She directly asked if Lin Mu believed that there were people who could kill with mere leaves. The guy immediately assumed that these warriors were using spiritual chi filling, so he immediately replied that he believed that. The girl at once earnestly warned her friend that these people were not easy to find. She said that the legends said that some masters had reached the Xian Tian dimension, and even her grandfather had once gotten quite close to the place. Unfortunately, the old man was defeated by his inner demons and lost all of his cultivation, though to the joy of the entire family, he still survived. The main character asked Beibei not to be sad because Grandpa was still alive, which was the most important thing. The girl listened to Lin Mu and told him that there were a lot of talented people in their Tang sect, so she hoped that someone would reach the Xiantian dimension. The cultivator was surprised to hear of a familiar organization and immediately thought that his girlfriend was a member of Sichuan. Tang Beibei immediately laughed and poked the guy in the forehead because it was like what the protagonist thought of the Tang sect from a martial arts novel. She confirmed that their sect of poison and hidden weapon masters existed beyond the novels. At the peak of the organization, they had quite a few Xiantian experts, who were quite strong warriors. Lin Mu clearly didn't expect to hear something like this, so he immediately asked a question about how powerful these people were. The girl knew everything from her grandfather, who said that all the techniques were created by these particular fighters. Our hero had already assumed that these Xian experts were equal in strength to the foundation measurement level, and asked if there were any such masters in their sect. His friend immediately emphasized that the Dragon Protectors were created by the Huaxia government for special occasions. That's why some sects send their disciples to the team to break through faster. And even Tang Beibei herself coaches such a team. The protagonist started to have a bit of hesitation because he wasn't sure if he could join the team if he wasn't in a cult. The girl reassured him that the young man's potential, combined with good training, would allow him to be no weaker than their recruits, and asked if he wanted to join the Dragon Defenders. For a while, Linmu wondered if he should make such a spontaneous decision. In the end, the brave man firmly stated that he wanted to live another life after all. That was the end of their conversation, and the events continued deep into the night. The protagonist had already found himself outside the large building of Tenglong Corporation. In fact, the young man was surprised that the organization's bazaar was right in the middle of the city. Tanbeibei didn't see it as a problem because it's the right place to house an important agency for the government. Plus, if there's any urgency, you need to respond as quickly as possible. The guy realized that he had said something somewhat stupid, so he confirmed that his friend was right after all. Quite soon, they were already inside the Tenglong Corporation building and headed towards the elevator to go to the upper floors. Our hero, having seen the enormous scale, ascertained that this was the base of the organization. Meanwhile, the girl pulled out her card to confirm her identity. She swiped the document across the elevator panel, as it could only be used with special identification. After a second, a notification appeared on the screen that the download of the required files had started. Tang Beibei began to input the necessary information, while simultaneously explaining that the Tenglong Corporation was just a disguise. She asked the protagonist to just wait a bit to see the true extent of it. The cultivator was not yet familiar with such technology, so he was startled when the elevator began to plummet downward. A second later, the bell rang to let them know that they had already arrived at the right floor. When the elevator doors opened, Tang Beibei announced that they had arrived at the Dragon Protector's base. It turned out that under the ground, there was a not insignificant room where a large number of employees of the organization worked. The girl wasted no time and immediately took her friend to the office of one of the leaders of the Dragon Defenders. The man sensed someone else's presence, so he immediately awakened from his sleep. He, surprised at the unexpected visit, immediately asked what Beibei was doing here at such a late hour. Meanwhile, our hero had managed to see the glow of spiritual qi from this old man. So it looked like he had broken through the foundation dimension straight into the energy gathering dimension. But at the same time, the guy realized that this warrior was still far away from Xiantian's dimension. Then Tang Beibei explained to Uncle Yang that she had brought him a rare martial arts genius, a person of extraordinary talent that one would not find among thousands of masters. The man was unhappy that the girl was making such a joke when introducing her boyfriend, and emphasized that it was too late for him to learn martial arts. She immediately explained that it wasn't her boyfriend and suggested that the leader check out the main character's skills on her own. Uncle Yang couldn't refuse Sweet Beibei, so he decided to believe her words after all. He stepped toward the young man, placed his hand confidently on his shoulder, and gazed intently into his face. In the end, the man was greatly surprised because in him, the guy had a pretty strong body, even though he didn't have any martial arts skills. Tang Beibei rejoiced because her words were confirmed and also added that Lin Mu used to be an ordinary guy before, but after the fall, his body had become many times stronger. Uncle Yan's eyes widened in amazement because it all sounded literally impossible. The guy himself didn't really understand much of anything either because the hospital had tried everything, but never figured out the reasons for these changes. The leader of the organization understood that our hero already knew about the Dragon Protectors, so he immediately offered him to join the organization. And Lin Mu did not hesitate and agreed. The man said that the young man has to pass a test before becoming part of the team, and when he does join, it won't be so easy to leave them. The protagonist had already heard all this from his girlfriend before coming here, so he had already made up his mind long ago and wanted to join them. Uncle Yan was happy with this answer, so he immediately said that he would start preparing for the test and was confident that with his talent, Lin Mu would be able to pass all the prepared tests. He handed the guy a book that described a breath-holding technique and asked the newcomer to burn it as soon as he read it, because leaking the information would not be tolerated. The man emphasized that our hero just needs to follow the instructions in the book, and then, after he has mastered the technique, find Uncle Yan himself. The young man also thanked the leader of the organization for the donated equipment and took the textbook firmly in his hands. Tang Beibei, after making sure that all the details were settled, suggested that Lin Mu's trial should begin, to which Uncle Yang gave his consent. When the boys left the office, the man laughed contentedly because he had gotten such a capable fighter. He made sure that the girl had brought him some kind of miracle, so the Dunhai branch would be getting a new expert very soon. After meeting with the leader of the Dragon Defenders, the protagonist went to the dormitory. Lin Mu sat and carefully studied the breath-holding technique so that he could join the organization as soon as possible. He was still clueless as to why Lu Shouyang's spiritual qi was such a strange comma, and speculated that it might be because the energy here was weak. At this moment, the mysterious ring reappeared on his index finger. In just a second, it completely materialized and absorbed all the energy. It appeared that this piece of jewelry was the only thing left from the cultivator's world, so he wondered when he would be able to reach the items from the storage in this ring. In the end, the guy decided to go look for information about it in the library world as soon as the sun came up. The protagonist followed his plan, and from the very morning, he was already in the right place. With a heavy stack of books in his hands, he sank down at the nearest vacant table and began flipping through the pages, searching the texts for the information he needed. The silence was suddenly broken by an extraneous sound, causing the young man to flinch and tear himself away from the book. It turns out it was Du Xiaoyue who was unhappy because some other guy was hitting on her. The girl coldly warned Van Don to leave her alone, adding contemptuously that his family money did not make him of any importance in her eyes. The young man still wouldn't back down because he realized that they were one colpigate and perfect for each other. Du Xiaoyue was displeased that he had such a high opinion of himself and emphasized that the Wang family would never pass on to him. After that, the girl, after making it clear that she wasn't interested at all, turned around and walked away from Wang Dong. The guy was so annoying that he kept pestering her and made fun of the fact that she was engaged to some loser from the Lin family as well. Everyone had already heard about Lin Mu being a complete lowlife, so Wang Dong felt that he couldn't be with such a beauty. It was actually quite difficult for the girl to contain her emotions being around such an unpleasant person. Meanwhile, the main character wasn't paying attention at all to what was going on between these two. Wang Dong saw that his competitor was here, so he decided to pester Lin Mu himself. The guy still continued to pretend he couldn't see or hear anything and wasn't about to take a break from his book. The bully was very pleased that our hero lacked any manners. He took a decisive step toward the young man and, looking intently into his eyes, asked him if he had a problem, since he so persistently avoided even a simple glance in his direction. Our hero didn't even know if he knew this person, so he just asked what Wang Dong wanted. Then the guy started threatening Lin Mu to hurry up and break the engagement with Du Xiaoyue. In turn, the young man himself said that they had already canceled everything, so the girl's affairs no longer interested him. The bully turned around in surprise and asked Du Xiaoyu herself if it was true. The beauty herself decided to take advantage of the situation and quietly, idly lied that it wasn't like that at all. The guy couldn't stand the fact that the protagonist seemed to have lied to him, so he snatched the book from his hands with anger. From surprise, the young man let the textbook out of his hands and it crashed to the floor with a clatter. Wang Dong was very angry that the young man dared to cheat him and promised that he would definitely pay for it. Lin Mu was not at all afraid of such a development, so he just indifferently hummed in response. The protagonist did not tolerate such an attitude to himself, so he sharply grabbed the guy, who still could not get behind him. He asked with a serious look what Wang Dong was going to do in such a case. The brave man did not trifle and decided to teach the bully a lesson, who could not answer him. The bully, who was in fact a pathetic weakling, flopped clumsily to the floor. Wang Dong forcefully tried to stand up after the protagonist had taught him such a cruel lesson. Lin Mu, not satisfied with the humiliation he had already inflicted, kicked him with cold cruelty and then roughly stepped on his chest. The protagonist, after disarming his opponent, turned around to talk to Du Xiaoyue. Ono directly asked if the girl still really needed this engagement. The girl emphasized again that it was absolutely not her wish, but it was too difficult to go against the will of the old men of their families. In fact, Lin Mu hadn't even thought about the fact that Du Xiaoyue would annoy him so much before. The guy then turned to Van Don, who seemed to hear everything perfectly, and explained that, technically, they were engaged, so the guy had better stay away. Meanwhile, the bully raised his voice and asked if the main character knew who he was. The guy didn't care about this at all, so he pressed down on Wang Dong with even more force. Daredevil immediately howled in pain and now begged our hero to let him go, promising to just walk away. In the end, Lin Mu still let the kid go and immediately ordered him to disappear from his sight. The self-confident guy certainly did not tolerate such humiliation before, so silently left the library, without responding to our hero in any way. That resentment had sunk too deep, so he was already making plans on how to get back at the brave man who had acted so inappropriately. Meanwhile, there was a loud clamor around because no one expected to see such a fight in the university library. One of the students was very unhappy that someone allowed himself to make noise and fight in such a place. The main character immediately apologized and tried to lie that some student had just bumped into the table. He tried to remedy the situation and began to put the furniture back in its place. In turn, Du Xiaoyu noted that the young man had indeed changed because he would never have done such a thing before. Lin Mu himself thought that this might be for the best, because he would have a lot less problems now. The girl, despite her dislike for her fiancé, warned him that Wang Dong was the kind of person who was eternally vengeful. The protagonist only smiled slightly upon hearing this information and thanked her for the warning. He turned next, and his gaze fell on the very book the bully had snatched from his hands. A line immediately caught my eye that spoke of someone having to finish what they started in case the enemies returned. The guy thought about the fact that he had already learned the technique. So now it would be worth it to find Liu Shouyang and get something new. It is evening and the events are transferred to the Wang family home, where another scandal is already brewing. His father was unhappy that none of his subordinates were able to bring him useful information, even though he was paying well and had already been waiting for a whole week. All the staff members were saying that Lin Mu was only a weakling and a coward, but the problem was that he was somehow able to break the young master's arm. They universally reported seeing the guy like this before, when he was a completely different person. The head of the family was interested when he heard about the sudden change in their purpose. One of the subordinates said that they bribed someone from the servants at the Lin family's house, who said that after the incident, the young man lost his memory and became like this, and even stopped showing up at home. Mr. Wang was going to act decisively, so he ordered his fighters to bring this guy in no matter what. All the guards lined up in a row and unanimously accepted the order. The old man wasn't going to be afraid of some loser Lin Mu just because of his family, because he had personally wronged him. The next morning, the protagonist, not suspecting that the hunt for him had already begun, came to the university as usual. Lin Mu still began to feel the tense atmosphere around him, which suggested that something was wrong after all. Suddenly, his path was blocked by some small van that looked rather suspicious. The next moment, a group of hooligans came out of there, specifically looking for our hero. Their ringleader announced with a smirk on his face that their boss would like to invite Lin Mu over for a cup of tea. The young man didn't expect this turn of events at all, because he certainly wasn't familiar with their boss. The bandits didn't like that he kept wasting their time, so they ordered him to go with them if the guy didn't want to get beaten up. In the end, our hero agreed to the stranger's terms, because he didn't want to get into a conflict again. Now he was convinced that the Wang family really did enjoy revenge quite a bit. In fact, Lin Mu wasn't afraid at all and thought that it was even for the best because he didn't mind participating in something like this. It wasn't long before Mr. Wang was informed that the man he needed had arrived on the scene. The man, exhaling smoke from his cigar, ordered his subordinates to bring the young man to him. The guards silently turned on the spot and headed out to do their boss's bidding. A few minutes passed, and there was a knock on the door, whereupon the gentleman asked the guest to enter. It was obviously Lin Mu, accompanied by quite a number of guards. The man immediately inquired if the guy knew what he had interfered in, but the man pretended he had absolutely no idea. The head of the family then decided to give a little clue and said that Wang Dong was his son. The guy boldly suggested that the battered toddler had complained to his old man, who was now seeking revenge. The man only laughed at the boldness of our hero, because before him, no one had ever dared to speak to a distinguished gentleman in such a way. He stated that he would be more respectful to Lin Mu because of his family, so he would let the young man go as soon as he tore his tendons. The protagonist continued to stand his ground and wondered what would happen if he didn't. One of the guards put his hand on the guy's shoulder and advised him not to complicate an already difficult situation. Lin Mu didn't appreciate being treated this way, so he elbowed this Wang family subordinate. He grabbed the guard's arm about to straighten him out and emphasized that they were actually here talking, so no one should get in the way. The protagonist was so strong that he could easily throw over even the most experienced fighter. Eventually, the subordinate fell with such force that he broke the table beneath him. Mr. Wang immediately noted that the young man possessed some pretty good techniques. At the same time, he was sure that Lin Mu still wouldn't be able to cope when he was attacked by several fighters at once. The guy himself hadn't lost his fighting spirit, so the smile still held on his face. The man was incredibly angry over such insolence of the young man, so he ordered his men to tear him to pieces. Our hero asked all of his opponents to attack at once, because they didn't have much time for all this fighting. He got into a fighting stance because he wanted to deal with all the guards as quickly as possible and move on to their boss. Everyone started attacking Lin Mu, but he masterfully dealt with each opponent with a single precise strike. In 10 seconds, the protagonist had dealt with each guard and was now carefully adjusting his suit. Mr. Wang was shocked by this turn of events because he was confident in the strength of his subordinates. The young man offered to talk to him in person because he and his son had taken up too much of his time, which needed to be reimbursed somehow. The man was scared out of his wits, so he now said it was only their fault and offered $20 million in compensation. Lin Mu didn't really want to receive any money that was definitely obtained through unfair means. The frightened old man was desperate to prove that it had all been earned in a completely clean way. The protagonist decided to believe Mr. Wang and reached into his jacket pocket. He handed the man his credit card and asked him to transfer the amount he needed there. The old man didn't mind keeping his promise, but he needed a computer to do it. Lin Mu let him walk over to the work table, so Mr. Wang quickly entered the necessary information and reported that everything was ready. The man demonstrated that the money had already gone to our hero's card and offered him to check it personally. The boy thanked him for his cooperation, and meanwhile, the old man himself was surreptitiously reaching into one of the nightstands of his desk. Mr. Wang did not take his eyes off Lin Mu and asked him to take his time like this. He already had the gun in his hands and offered the young man some more time to chat. Seeing the muzzle of the gun, the protagonist immediately became silent, and the old man wondered why he had stopped so abruptly. The man noted that the guy used to be so cool about himself, but at one point, all his courage was gone somewhere. Lin Mu was still just as unafraid of his main opponent, so a smug smirk reappeared on his face. He abruptly knocked over the table where Mr. Wang was sitting to throw him off balance. The head of the family was not prepared for such a development, so he was unable to keep the gun in his hands. Our hero asked if it was worth it and reported that the man had just dug his own grave. Now the old man tried to justify himself and said that it was just a slight misunderstanding, and he himself really wanted to talk to Lin Mu. The young man was certain that trust was out of the question between them, so he wasn't even going to engage in a conversation with Mr. Wang. If he wanted to kill Mr. Wang, he would do it right now, so the guy advised him not to make him nervous. The man asked not to complicate the situation between their families and promised to fulfill any order of the young master, using all his abilities. The protagonist was quite interested when he heard such words and rejoiced at such an opportunity for revenge. In a fit of rage, he swiftly intercepted Mr. Wang's neck, intending to teach him a harsh lesson. The young man shoved some white pill into the old man's mouth, who didn't even resist. Mr. Wang swallowed this mysterious object without the slightest hesitation. He immediately grabbed his throat and started yelling at our hero, who gave him the unknown pill. It turns out that the young man gave him a poison from martial arts novels called Han Xiaobang Budian and promised to give him an antidote every 3 months if the man behaved well. Lin Mu warned that the man might die a painful death and advised him to think carefully about his decisions. At this moment, the protagonist's phone rang, who was about to leave Mr. Wang's office. It turned out to be Tan Bei Bei, who had already managed to lose her buddy. She asked the young man to come to the base as soon as possible because there was already an assignment for him. It wasn't long before Lin Mu reached the Tanglong Corporation building, where his girlfriend was waiting for him. Most of the staff had already gathered in the hall and were whispering amongst themselves because something important seemed to have happened. The protagonist, upon meeting his acquaintance, immediately worriedly inquired about what had happened. The girl reported that their organization had recently caught the leader of a mercenary group. Because of this, his subordinates took 20 people hostage, demanding the release of their leader, but he eventually lost control of the situation. It turns out that not only have the mercenaries taken hostages, but they want to attack the Pearl Tower, so they need to be stopped immediately. Lin Mu asked if they had a plan, and the girl told him that their main objective was to rescue the hostages and help the other units. The young man immediately thought that just the two of them would only go to rescue the victims of these villains. Bei Bei explained that if they had enough people, the organization wouldn't call for recruits. She explained that our hero only needed to locate the hostages and then notify his elders of the location. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dragon Protectors finally turned to his subordinates to inform their next steps. With the utmost seriousness in his voice, he emphasized that this assignment was very important, so they should waste no time. Finally, he firmly ordered all the fighters to immediately move out to their missions. After that, our hero, following the order, immediately went to the West District of Donghai City. He had to jump across rooftops so no one could reveal his location. The guy started to suspect something because he felt that there were a lot of people in this place, but all the rooms were empty for some reason. Eventually, he did decide to jump off the building to get a better look at the area. Lin Mu hid near one of the windows to get a better look at what was going on inside. He could see that there were lights on inside the building, but he still couldn't make out any people. Only now did the protagonist realize what the whole problem was. The boy walked over to the hatch that was quite nearby to get a better look at this entrance. He sensed that this was where the enemies had been hiding all this time, underground. With some effort, Lin Mu lifted the heavy hatch to enter the base. Brave immediately saw the glow and found confirmation of his hunches. Beneath these trapdoors was a large staircase that led somewhere underground. All this time, a guard was standing near the entrance, looking around carefully to make sure no stranger was missed. Suddenly, the fighter heard someone's footsteps behind them, though they weren't expecting any visitors. As a result, all he saw was a pair of legs that was rapidly flying straight at his head. Lin Mu managed to masterfully produce a grab of his first opponent using his legs. The guard tried to call for someone to help him, but the guy squeezed his neck so hard it was pretty hard to do. The opponent helplessly wheezed, unable to even move as Lin Mu's iron grip tightened on his throat. The enemy helplessly collapsed to the ground like a hamstring, and Lin Mu gracefully stepped off him, landing softly beside him. The protagonist began to quickly remove the uniforms from his defeated opponent, unbuckling multiple straps and latches with honed dexterity. He quickly changed his clothes, and now he was no different from the guards here, because his uniform fit him like a uniform and his mask concealed his face. Linmu didn't waste any time and went to the boss room to report that they had something going on at the base and lure out the main target. A pumped-up giant immediately appeared from behind the door and inquired as to what had happened. Our hero watched the actions of the boss closely and tried to think of something to answer one of the bandits. Meanwhile, the leader was already reaching for his gun because he was beginning to suspect that there was something wrong with this guard. Linmu reacted to his movements and immediately grabbed his hand to snatch his weapon. The boss was not an easy man to deal with, so he quickly regrouped and tried to hit him with his knee. In turn, the young man himself also managed to see his opponent's attack and countered in time. The bandit's leg fractured with a crack, because Linmu's body was much stronger than one would have guessed at first glance. The fighter let out a heartbreaking scream, after which his body twisted in unbearable pain. He fell to the ground with a thud and clutched at his broken leg, still holding the gun tightly in his other hand. The gang leader immediately pointed a gun at the protagonist and fearfully asked who he was. This guy immediately pointed a weapon at Linmu and demanded to give his name, but he was not intimidated and continued to remain silent. The young man realized that he couldn't deal with this thug that easily, so he hit him once more with his knee. Apparently, there was no way the bandit could block this attack due to his serious wounds and severe pain. His consciousness went out like a burned-out light bulb, and his body collapsed to the ground, finally out of the fight. The protagonist looked around and realized that all the hostages were just in this room. In the corner of the room, his gaze caught on two shabby bags without any identifying marks. The boy quickly approached the suspicious items and didn't hesitate to unzip the zipper to see what lurked inside. Turns out there was a mountain of money hiding inside them all along. Linmu was shocked that these people had stolen so much money, which was also all in cash. A new idea immediately popped into the guy's head because he realized that the hostages didn't know who he was yet. He zipped up the zippers, gripped the handles of his bags tightly, and raced away, realizing that now he could easily get rich. One of the girls didn't seem particularly pleased that the protagonist had done such a thing. She suspected that Linmu had killed the other guy just to take all the money for himself. Beauty was also quite bright, so she noticed one interesting thing right away. The girl noticed that our hero left a gun on the floor, which could have been her chansum. She skillfully performed a few somersaults and quickly grabbed the weapon in her hands. Undaunted, the brave hostage pointed her weapon at Linmu and ordered him not to move. Our hero only sighed heavily because now he realized that he would not be able to leave this place so easily. He immediately explained that he was not here to bully the hostages and allowed them to walk from here. The girl understood his motives, but as a police officer, she can't let the villain escape. So she ordered the guy to drop the bags and put his hands behind his head. Then Linmu was not confused and offered to split the loot in half, pretending that they had not seen each other in this place. The hostage still wasn't going to give up that easily, so once again she repeated her order to put the bags down or she would shoot. The protagonist realized that the jokes with this officer were short, so he threw all the money on the floor. Meanwhile, the girl turned to one of the hostages and asked him to take off his belt to tie the hands of the villain. At the same time, the young man sat down on the floor and already pretended to be resigned to his fate. Obviously, our hero had already come up with a new plan, so he was just waiting for the right moment to attack. It only took one precise movement for him to stop the man who was about to tie him up. In just a second, Linmu had already turned around in such a way that he was able to use the hostage as a live account. Eventually, the guy managed to knock him over in a way that knocked the officer off his feet. Without wasting a second, the experienced fighter ran up to the girl to snatch the gun from her hands. He emphasized that the hostage did not need to do that and asked her to go back to the corner and sit still. The officer realized that she had no other choice, so she complied with Linmu's order, who only grudgingly hummed. The protagonist realized that he had solved all the problems, so he headed for the exit again with 2 bags of money in his hands. Before finally leaving the enemy base, he decided to strip off all his uniforms. At the same time, the guard's body was still lying breathlessly at the entrance of this huge basement. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on the guy's face because he was able to successfully complete his first mission. He decided to search the territory of the base and find a suitable place to hide the found baggage. Linmu didn't hesitate to throw the bags into the well, which turned out to be a pretty good storage area. The protagonist was going to raise money after this whole operation was over. Afterward, he called Bei Bei to report that he had found something suspicious here. It wasn't long before the dragon protectors arrived on the scene and gradually removed the hostages from the bandit base. Among the victims was the policewoman who wanted to arrest Linmu for theft and didn't realize that he was standing quite nearby. The guy himself informed his partner that he would go report to headquarters to say that the hostages had been found and they could proceed with the next part of the plan. The girl herself was glad that all the people were safe now. They then put all the hostages on the bus, so the whole operation to rescue them went smoothly. For a while, Tang Bei Bei stared after the transport with the rescued people and pondered the recent events. But she said the mission wasn't over because the hostages said there was something suspicious inside. The protagonist began to suspect something, so he asked what the people were talking about. Turns out they had already managed to tell the 2 mercenaries had gotten into a fight But by the time the dragon protectors got here, 2 were already out. The main problem was that they couldn't find the very same bandit money anywhere. It was obvious that whoever knocked out those mercenaries was an expert, because it looked as if his opponents didn't stand a chance. The girl was about to report to her superiors that there was a master of such a level among the bandits. Lin Mu, who knew the whole truth, only smiled and agreed that a real expert had been here. After all the searches, our heroes went to the base of their organization to report the results of the mission. The guy reported that he had some business to take care of and said goodbye to Tanbei Bay. He quickly left the Dragon Defender's base and hailed himself a cab. The protagonist quickly jumped into the back seat of the car and asked the driver to take him to Pingjiang District. After arriving at the location, he handed the driver some money and asked him to wait here, while he quickly picked up some clothes. The man listened to Lin Mu, so the man was able to go about his business in peace. The driver decided to smoke a cigarette to pass the time while waiting for his customer. After a couple minutes, the guy came back and asked him to open the trunk so he could throw his stuff in. The cab driver still didn't suspect anything, so he quickly pressed the button and complied with his passenger's request. The protagonist wasted no time and quickly put 2 heavy bags of money inside. The driver with a cigarette in his teeth noted that the guy was very pleased after picking up his so-called clothes. Lin Mu just laughed in response, but he thought to himself that there could be no other reaction to 10 million euros. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang has already received the report of his body checkup after being poisoned by an unknown pill. The subordinate handed him an envelope and informed him that it said the man had not been poisoned. The doctor said he was perfectly healthy and there should be no problems with his body. But there was still one small flaw. Mr. Wang wasn't going to listen to his subordinate any further and asked to be left alone. He couldn't contain his anger because he was beginning to suspect that Lin Mu had simply tricked him. At that moment, his train of thought was interrupted by a sudden ringing on his phone. The man's gaze immediately darted to the screen of his smartphone, where an incoming call from an unknown subscriber was displayed. Mr. Wang abruptly brought the phone to his ear and coldly demanded an explanation as to who dared to interrupt him at such an inopportune moment. The voice in the receiver belonged to the very man he had been pondering only a moment ago. It turns out that the protagonist had already made a reservation at Wang Zhang's restaurant and hoped that he could have a little chat with his new acquaintance here. The man was immediately interested in such an offer, so he was going to get there in a couple minutes. Wang Dong actually tensed up because he couldn't even figure out what this guy wanted right now. Our hero immediately noted that the old man arrived here rather quickly, and the latter explained that he didn't want to keep Lin Mu waiting. The man was quite excited because he couldn't guess what brother Lin wanted, and promised to fulfill his every wish. The guy laughed quietly and looked away and replied that nothing of the sort had happened. He began his story by saying that Wang Dong should already be aware of the situation with the Lin family. The protagonist poured a glass of wine and hinted that there was something only a man himself could do for him. The old man, suddenly revitalized, asked the young man to elaborate on his situation. Lin Mu explained that he had some cash, but he couldn't really use the money. The young man understood that Mr. Wang was a businessman, and thus could be a useful ally in his plans if he presented his proposal correctly. The old man instantly realized what the protagonist was getting at, and noted that he didn't have many useful skills, but business was his forte. He immediately asked exactly how much money Lin Mu kept with him. The protagonist confidently said that he had 20 million euros, and he expected it, but somehow Van Don had to turn that amount into an even larger sum. It was no problem for the man, so he asked the guy to rest a little and trust him. Lin Mu raised his glass and noted that in that case, he would have to visit his comrade beforehand. Wang Dong also grabbed his glass and happily replied that there would be no problem with that. After meeting the old man, our hero immediately went to the hostel, which became his permanent place of lodging. He sat down at his laptop while his roommates were getting ready to go to the university. The young man realized that there were too many extra eyes here, making it difficult for him to cultivate. So it was better to look out for some place with rent. Browsing through apartment websites, Lin Mu saw a good option for himself. Eventually, the guy firmly decided it was time to check one important detail. It wasn't long before he arrived at the right place and immediately saw that everything around him looked pretty good. The protagonist stopped in front of the door and thought that it would be nice if the owner of this house turned out to be a nice person. Forgetting any excitement, the guy pressed the right button and a loud ringing sounded. Somewhere from the back of the house came the voice of the landlord, asking him to wait a little while. After a few seconds, a very young boy appeared out of the door and inquired about who Lin Mu was looking for. Our hero was a little surprised, but explained that he had seen on the internet that this house was for rent. Now the young man understood the reason for this unexpected guest's visit. Lin Mu, in turn, nodded to confirm his intentions and immediately inquired about the monthly fee. The owner decided not to discuss all the details on the street and offered the guy to go inside and look around and then talk about the price. The protagonist did not object, so he silently put on his guest slippers and followed the master of the house. Only now did the young man realize that they hadn't introduced themselves to each other. So he said that his name was Meng Xuan. The guy calmly and uncluttered replied that his name was Lin Mu. Meng Xuan had immediately warned him that there were 2 other people upstairs living here, so there was only 1 room left vacant. He showed him a place that was rented out and told him that its cost was $1,200 a month, but that he would have to pay for the whole year at once. Our hero was in no hurry to agree to such conditions because he thought that the price for 1 small room was too high. The owner didn't really stick with his client and immediately hinted that there were rooms nearby that only cost a few $100s a month. Someone's voice was heard outside the door, immediately noting that another jelly man had come, although Meng Xuan didn't really need money. In the end, it turned out to be a teacher from the university who recognized her student immediately. It seems the main character didn't expect to see a familiar face here either. Meng Xuan was also surprised because he began to guess that the 2 knew each other. Song Liangju confirmed his guess with a smile on her face and explained that this guy was her student. For his part, Lin Mu began to hesitate because he realized that it would be difficult to do anything next to Miss Song. He decided to say the price was too high for him after all, and he was going to look for other places. Also, the guy didn't apologize for wasting his time. And meanwhile, Song Liangju was surprised that he, with his family's wealth, couldn't afford rent. The woman began to suspect that something had happened to her student's family. In the end, the protagonist still managed to find a new home for himself. Although Western style was not his preference, he didn't waste time thinking about it and simply made a decision, choosing this option as the most practical in this situation. It was quite a nice and quiet place here, which was perfect for cultivation. Lin Mu took a closer look around and noticed that the kitchen was also not bad. The young man thought about the fact that he hadn't cooked for himself in a while, so this was a good opportunity. Within a couple of minutes, he had already started cooking a rather appetizing dinner for himself, the aromas of which filled the entire room. Our hero thought that his skills are good, but the ingredients are so bad, so it's better to order new products online. He quickly pulled out his phone and decided to look up some herbs that might help with the cooking. Immediately, he noticed some merchandise that interested him more than the condiments. Lin Mu definitely didn't expect to encounter a spiritual ginseng amongst the vastness of the internet. The guy was sure that this root was perfect for him, so he didn't hesitate long to buy it. He noticed that the seller was located in Nangu, but distance didn't matter when it came to such a rare and high-quality item that was worth any effort. In the end, the protagonist had to use an airline to get to the seller. The boy thought about his first time on an airplane and wondered what the experience was like on board. On the way, he suddenly remembered the ticket and, pausing for a moment, reached into his pocket to see exactly where his seat was. The protagonist already had an electronic version of the ticket, so he was able to see all the information on his phone. He was glad to have the whole company behind him because the bank had the airplane and everything else ready for him. Luo Biyun, who belonged to Hao Yue Corp, was already seated on board. Eventually, the other passengers began to take their seats as well, creating a measured buzz around them. The girl was surprised to notice that another passenger had entered the airplane that she certainly hadn't expected to see. She was sure the entire airplane was entirely at their company's disposal, but that turned out not to be the case. One employee said that before boarding, the airline told him they needed 1 more seat for a VIP. Luo Biyun still didn't understand what was going on, but she didn't object to this decision of the airline. In fact, she had no idea how important the main character was. For his part, Lin Mu decided to act as friendly as possible, so he greeted the other passengers with a smile on his face. He then sat down in the reserved seat and began to look at the functions of the built-in touchscreen. The girl was silent, but all the while she was scrutinizing the look and behavior of her unexpected guest. Her coworker offered to talk to the airline if this one didn't suit the supervisor, but she was totally cool with it, so she replied that it was fine. Luo Biyun mockingly pointed out that compared to the rest of the VIPs, there was still something interesting about our hero. Quite quickly, the plane flew to its destination and landed successfully at the airport. The first to come down from the board was Lin Mu, who wanted to take care of his business as soon as possible. The girl was surprised and a little offended that he left and didn't even speak to her. The employee wanted to give Ms. Lowe some advice, but ended up not having time to finish his sentence. The boss quickly replied that there was no need for that, because this kind of situation was not new to her. Meanwhile, the auction, which featured that most unusual plant, was already in full swing. The presenter talked about the fact that it was identified by a botanist and evaluated by professionals, so a lot of beneficial qualities were officially confirmed. That is why the starting price of this item was $15,000. The main character felt funny when he heard this amount, so now he thought that all these people didn't realize the full value of ginseng. The bidders immediately began to actively outbid each other and reached the mark of $22,000. Lin Mu didn't change his mind and immediately called out a bet of $44,000 to quickly win this battle. The presenter got excited when he heard such an amount and asked if there would be any other suggestions. He then began counting down to 3, and when finished, he struck his gavel, announcing the sale of this lot. He was happy to report that the plant had been sold to the young gentleman who was the protagonist. Linmu was satisfied with his success, so he quickly picked up his goods and left the hall. Also, the young man hoped that the bronze cauldron should be in place by the time he returned from the auction. Meanwhile, Lo Bi-yoon went to a dinner party where quite a few elites had gathered. Next to her was Miss Lee's assistant, whom she asked to come over. The girl handed her subordinate a glass of wine and asked her to hold it for a while. The employee was surprised because the banquet wasn't over yet, and Lo Bi-yoon was already going somewhere. Then she explained that all she wanted to do was to go outside and get some fresh air and leave the rest to Ms. Lee. Eventually, the girl settled into her car and rejoiced that she was finally free. At the same time, he realized that this freedom was only an illusion and could not be 100%. The bodyguards were still following Luo Bi-yoon, but she realized that it was all just for her own safety, although having 5 special forces was overkill. Suddenly, some plan had formed in the girl's mind, so a sly grin immediately appeared on her face. She decided to throw the guards off her tail while she had the chance, so she hit the gas pedal with all her might. The bodyguards immediately realized what their ward was up to and rushed after her as quickly as possible. The cars immediately moved from their seats and with all speed and flew after the unruly Luo Bi-yoon. In turn, the girl herself realized that her cunning plan hadn't worked after all. After driving a little further, she had to stop at a red traffic light. In the end, Lo Bi-yoon decided not to follow the rules of the road and made a quick right turn. One of the guards wanted to continue the chase, but his fellow driver couldn't go through the red light. In the rearview mirror, the girl saw that her plan had worked after all, so she laughed wickedly. She wondered what to do now, and for starters, she wanted to tell the bodyguards about not worrying unnecessarily. The girl was so excited about this opportunity that she didn't notice that the silhouette of a crossdresser appeared right in front of her car. Luo Bi-yoon had time to quickly react to the threat and hit the brake pedal. Also, a bright flash of light suddenly flew in front of her face, causing her to go blind for a moment and instinctively recoil. 6. It turned out to be a bullet that rattled through her car window, leaving a tear in the glass and showering the interior with shrapnel. The girl was shocked when she heard a gunshot and thought it was the same guy who jumped out in front of her car. Blood ran down her face because the bullet still grazed her delicate skin a bit. Though if she hadn't stopped, the consequences would have been worse. Luo Bi-yoon was sure that these people here were clearly after her, so she should find a safe place and hide until the bodyguard found her. The girl turned sharply into a narrow alley and raced through the deserted streets, her footsteps echoing between the blank walls of the houses. She hoped this place would be safe until the bodyguards got here. At that moment, the defenseless beauty heard someone else's footsteps behind her back, which made her tense up. Luo Bi-yoon heard that this person was walking quite calmly, so it must be just an ordinary passerby. In the end, it turned out to be Lin Mu, who was just passing by. The girl immediately recognized that it was the guy from the plane, because this mysterious gentleman could not be confused with anyone. She immediately grabbed the familiar man's hand and asked him to wait, because it was her only hope. The protagonist was surprised to ask what the miss wanted, and she was confused and couldn't answer accurately. In turn, the guy decided to make a joke and hinted that he did not need the services of a woman of easy behavior. Luo Bi-yoon was greatly angered when she heard such words from a young man who was interested in her. The girl felt a hot wave of shame wash over her. She realized what a ridiculous misunderstanding had just occurred. Lin Mu was about to leave, but she shouted after him, telling the guy not to be in such a hurry. The young man raised his eyebrows in genuine surprise, his gaze expressing a mute question and misunderstanding. Luo Bi-yoon lowered her gaze in embarrassment and tried to explain that she was being hunted by assassins, so she needed help. Now the main character understood the whole situation and agreed to help the girl to reach the police station, where she can be protected. It wasn't long before they approached the police station and the guy suggested they hurry up. Lin Mu suggested that the girl go inside because in a situation like this, it was better to sit back in a safe place. She answered nothing and continued to follow the protagonist in silence. The protagonist didn't like the fact that the girl continued to pursue him, so glared at her with his disgruntled deadline. He asked what the problem was this time, and assumed that Lo Bi-yoon wanted something else. In fact, the girl still couldn't believe that the mysterious stranger from the plane didn't recognize her. Lin Mu didn't see it as a problem at all because he couldn't think of one, and was about to leave because he was a bit busy. The stunned beauty was indeed shocked because the young man didn't recognize her, and began to suspect that he was just trying to get out of here as quickly as possible. She realized that today's attack was too suspicious, so she couldn't tell the police about it, but rather put someone from the family in charge of dealing with it. Besides, the girl understood why our hero wanted to get rid of her quickly, because obviously he just didn't recognize her. In any case, Lo Bi-yoon wasn't going to fall behind so easily, so she pretended to be hungry and emphasized that she didn't have any money, hinting that the guy could help. The protagonist did not expect that the girl would not give up on him after all, so he finally decided to stop. He again asked the girl to go home or to the police station, because she was definitely not allowed to walk around the city streets at night. In the end, Lin Mu headed towards his house that he had rented nearby. Luo Biyun thought there was a restaurant somewhere nearby, not realizing where she was going. Then our hero, with a smile on his face, explained that he would take the defenseless girl to his house and make her some kind of snack. She was now convinced that the young man was not a bad person, but still felt that everything that was going on was beyond normal socializing. In any case, Luo Biyun had nowhere to go, so she further followed the hospitable guy. Stepping inside and looking around the interior, she immediately noted that the main character had pretty good taste. Lin Mu immediately sat his guest down on the chair, but she continued to feel somehow awkward. Only now our hero noticed that the girl's feet were swollen, although she had not complained about it before. He realized that Luo Biyun couldn't be left in this state, so he asked her to wait here while he looked for a solution to this problem. The girl was rather surprised when she saw what this caring young man was about to do. Turns out he brought her a basin of warm water, which was supposed to help with her swollen feet. Luo Biyun was clearly feeling uncomfortable, so she didn't object, and immediately lowered her feet into the water. It was only now that she realized she had forgotten to introduce herself, so with a smile on her face, she said her name. In turn, the protagonist briefly replied that his name was Lin Mu. For now, he asked the girl to get some rest, while he himself went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for them. Luo Biyun herself realized that the young man perceived her as an ordinary girl, and thought that knowing someone as ignorant and caring as him was pretty great. Lin Mu immediately noticed that she was looking at the plate very greedily, so he concluded that his guest must have been very hungry. The girl didn't even notice her stare, so she immediately tried to justify herself. The main character didn't judge her for it, so he just asked her to put on her slippers to finally go to the table to get something to eat. Luo Biyun couldn't be happy that the guy was so caring that he even prepared house shoes for her. After sitting down at the table, Lin Mu explained that he had cooked the first thing that came to his mind and hoped that the girl would appreciate his efforts. The guest was pleased when she saw the bounty of treats that looked quite appetizing, so she was already anticipating a delicious dinner. Our hero was pleased to hear compliments, so he asked the girl to eat as much as she liked, since she liked it so much. Luo Biyun realized that the atmosphere was already suitable to directly ask if the guy really didn't remember her. The young man sighed heavily and admitted that he really couldn't remember where they might have met. Then the girl decided to give a little hint and told him that it happened in Nangu City on an airplane. The image of one of the female passengers, who happened to be Luo Biyun, immediately popped up in the guy's mind. She immediately laughed off the fact that Lin Mu was rather forgetful, because she hadn't changed much since then. The protagonist didn't mind and decided to wonder why the girl was being stalked by someone. She suspected it was all because of some work conflicts, but she was used to that kind of meanness by now. The guy had enough of this information to fully understand the whole situation, so he decided not to question Luo Biyun anymore, and suggested that she finish her meal quickly so they could deal with her leg. After that, the girl herself also decided to end this conversation and continued her meal. After eating dinner, they went straight to examining the leg, and the main character immediately warned that they would need to be a little patient because it might hurt a little. Lin Mu was rubbing the place where his leg had been kicked, where by then a rather large bruise had already appeared. Luo Biyun became very embarrassed, because it all seemed rather strange, since they almost didn't know each other. Fortunately, the girl earned just a sprain, so her health was not in any danger, but it was still complicated by the fact that it was on the girl's leg. If not taken care of in time, the wound might affect Luo Biyun's walking, so our hero was willing to help, but it would all be too painful. The victim had already prepared herself to endure this pain, and the guy set about treating her. She was greatly surprised because she didn't feel any pain in the end, and thought that the main character was a professional doctor. The young man was obviously only a student, but the girl was still impressed with his skills. After that, she asked if she could use Lin Mu's bathroom, because she couldn't go back to her home like this. The protagonist didn't mind helping Luo Biyun and asked her to wait for a while. He even decided to bring clean clothes for his guest, so he retreated to another room. The guy brought his belongings and explained that he lived alone, so there were no women's clothes here. But in any case, Luo Biyun had little use for what was available. The girl had not expected such hospitality at all, and thanked Lin Mu for all this help. After that, she went to the bathroom, and the main character also brought her slippers and left them by the door so she wouldn't slip. After making sure the guest had everything they needed, the guy was finally able to mind his own business for a bit. The protagonist sat down on the couch and began to consider the spiritual ginseng that he had managed to snatch at the auction. He came to the conclusion that it was about time he figured out how to use this artifact. His musings were abruptly cut short when there was a persistent knock at the door. It was Luo Biyun, who had already finished all the water procedures and changed her clothes, so she was feeling quite fresh. The guy was a little stunned because he didn't expect the girl to be so suited to his clothes. The girl gave an embarrassed laugh and wondered what it was that was on the table. The protagonist briefly explained that it was just a medicinal herb that he was going to make a cure with. Luo Biyun was greatly surprised because she couldn't understand why such a young and healthy guy needed some medicinal herbs. Lin Mu pretended as if he had a weak body since childhood, so he had been using different medicines all his life. The girl immediately wanted to help because she knew some pretty good doctors and suggested that the young man consult them. Apparently, he refused and explained that Chinese medicine would only worsen the situation and Western doctors would definitely not help. The guy noticed that it was already quite late, so he suggested that Luo Biyun stay at his house because it was quite unsafe to get home alone. She did not refuse such an offer and immediately went to the guest room, advising the protagonist to go to bed soon too, to get a good night's rest. Finally, the young man turned toward the door and said goodnight to her in a quiet, calm voice. The next day, everyone woke up early in the morning to go about their business. The protagonist quickly got up from his bed and got ready to leave the house, but noticed that there were already 2 pairs of slippers near the door. He remained standing there, slightly puzzled, not expecting the girl to leave him so suddenly and even at such an early hour. At that moment, he smelled something pleasant, so he immediately went inside to see what it was. On the table in front of him, he saw a freshly cooked breakfast and immediately noted that all this was not a cheap treat. Taking a closer look, Lin Mu noticed that there was a small note under one of the plates. It turned out that it was Lo Bi-yun, who left her number and explained that she had some business that caused her to have to leave so early. But she still wanted to thank her for her help and made a small breakfast. The protagonist quickly sat down at the table to appreciate the girl's efforts and thanked her aloud for all of this, despite the fact that he was here all alone. Cutting off a small piece, the guy stabbed it on his fork and put the food in his mouth. In fact, Lin Mu hadn't even expected that this entire breakfast would turn out to be so delicious. He had no idea at all that his new acquaintance had such good cooking skills. Finished with his morning snack, the protagonist decided to start making the medicine. In one of the lockers was a special cauldron that was meant for just such things. After throwing the ingredients inside, Lin Mu put the pot on the stove and the water in it boiled quite quickly. After that, he put ginseng root in it, which was the final ingredient. Meanwhile, events shift to Manhattan, where they have already learned about the recent incident with Lo Bi-yun. Her father was incredibly angry that the useless staff couldn't protect his daughter. The bodyguards understood everything perfectly well, so they apologized to their boss and emphasized that it was all their fault. It turns out that the subordinates had already managed to find the killer and the man behind it all, so one of them had already reached into the envelope to have a peek at this on his own. In fact, the man was more interested in who helped Luo Bi-yun evade her pursuers. The bodyguards had already prepared information about this guy too, so they started looking for an envelope with suitable data. The man was not in the least bit surprised when he read that it was Lin Mu from the Donghai Lin family. What shocked him even more was that this young man had died, but was eventually able to come back to life. The guards explained that they received this information from the hospital, which suggested that it was probably just the body's response to the temporary organ shutdown. But it was also known that after the patient woke up, he became taller and his appearance changed. The more surprising was that his personality became completely different. The guard added that the hospital believes it is a miracle, and the first time such a thing has happened in the history of medicine. He allowed that such changes in the boy's appearance and character could have been due to memory loss. The man began to wonder about the main character's personality, so he inquired about the encounter with his daughter. The bodyguard said that they met 5 days ago when they were on the same plane to Nanhai City, and they also met on the day the girl was attacked, so it can already be said that they are friends. In the end, Father calmed down a bit because he realized that Luo Bi-yun was fine, but he also firmly added that from now on, he no longer wanted to hear that she was in danger. Hearing their boss's order, the guards turned around and headed towards the exit. For a while, the old man continued to sit with sheets of information about our hero and think about who he was. Meanwhile, the evening shadows lingered on the walls of Lin Mu's house, where events now continued to unfold. The preparation of the medicine was still going on, and the guy once again opened the lid to see how the process was going. He finally saw that the recipe had worked and everything was ready. Our hero quickly poured the medicine into another container, where it immediately solidified. After that, Lin Mu would twist small balls from this substance, although he could have done it with chi energy, but it was not enough even for such easy tasks. Of all this amount of medicine, the young man had quite a few medicinal pills. Eventually, the protagonist decided it was time to personally try his endeavors. Taking a sip of the medicine, the guy immediately felt some strange changes in his body. He realized that the effect was certainly a bit weak, but the number of pills just made up for it. Lin Mu realized that all was not well with chi in this world, but with such great finances, there was nothing stopping him from rising to the top again. The next day, the guy, as if nothing had happened, went to study at the university. Tang Bei, who was sitting next to him, immediately noticed that the main character was sitting on his phone the whole time, so she immediately asked what it was that he was doing. Turns out, the young man was just looking at his grades for his last exam. Seeing the result, The girl immediately noted that the grades have not badly increased after our hero was in the hospital. So now she herself was not opposed to also fall from the balcony. Obviously, it wasn't the best idea, so I didn't advise her to go to such lengths for some sort of evaluation. One of her classmates also remarked that after this incident, everyone is talking about how lucky Lin Mu is. Du Xiaoyu was very annoyed because all the attention was tied to her ex-fiancé. So she asked her girlfriends not to react to it in any way. The sly girlfriend immediately reminded her that on paper the guy was still her fiancé, hinting that they could deal with this Tang Bebe he keeps hanging around with. The girl continued to pretend as if she didn't care about all these papers, and said that she wasn't going to fume about some Lin Mu at all. At the same time, a rich beauty in a fancy sports car drove up to the university, who was just looking for our hero. Luo Biyun was quite determined, so she quickly got out of the car and headed towards the entrance. Classmates immediately informed the guy that some unknown girl was looking for him. The protagonist immediately realized everything when he saw the acquaintance in front of him, and said hello to her, a little surprised. In turn, the girl smiled widely and laughed at the fact that he certainly hadn't expected to see her in such a place. It was true, so the young man confusedly asked how Luo Biyun knew about his university. The girl explained that she had just gotten a call from someone, and didn't even have to find her savior herself. The guy got embarrassed and apologized for being too busy lately, but really he had just forgotten about Luo Biyun. She immediately suspected something because the protagonist certainly didn't look that busy when he was having a word with his girlfriend. Lin Mu was not confused and explained that they had just finished a class they were just discussing. Luo Biyun didn't care about this at all because she came here to call our hero for a dinner that she would pay for on her own. The guy immediately refused and explained the subject that today was his grandfather's 80th birthday, which made him need to be home on time. At that time, the girl immediately guessed that there would be some kind of party and joined Lin Mu. The main character immediately explained that it wasn't a good idea because he had an oddball family, which made him afraid that Luo Biyun herself wouldn't like them either. She didn't see it as a problem at all and was confident that she could handle it all on her own. Eventually, the young man realized that it was useless to resist, so he explained that he had one more class left, after which they could go home together. Only now Luo Biyun was finally about to leave the audience, and asked our hero to unsubscribe when he was free. After that, Lin Mu looked around and was already certain that, fortunately, no one had paid attention to him. It turned out that everything was not like that because all classmates were already actively discussing the fact that the guy had a girl and so beautiful. The protagonist realized that the situation was too dire, so he decided to quickly run out of the auditorium to avoid answering all those stupid questions. He decided to go to the vending machine and grab a small snack for himself. Glad that he managed to escape in time, because otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain this whole situation. Suddenly, Tang Bebe appeared behind his back, who was displeased that her friend had left without saying a single word. In fact, the guy didn't even have anything to say because he had only seen this girl twice, so they were just acquaintances. He said that the first time he and Luo Biyun met on an airplane and didn't even talk then, and the second time he met her in an alley near his house and saved her from some murders. The friend did not believe the words of the protagonist at all, because it was too strange due to the fact that the girl, after 2 meetings, personally came for him. She joked that Luo Biyun could thank the savior with marriage, but the hero was against it, because the girl is from a famous family and such a thing is simply impossible. Tang Bebe still saw no other reason for the girl to perfectly come to see the young man and act so friendly. The protagonist couldn't understand at all why his girlfriend cared so much about someone he knew. She immediately became very embarrassed and tried to explain that she was just worried about Lin Mu, because she was afraid that the pretty girl just might have deceived him. The guy immediately emphasized that he wasn't some infant who could be so easily fooled. He suggested that we finally go back to the auditorium because classes were about to start. Tang Bebe was really annoyed that the main character was just trying to run away from her question, so she didn't get any normal answer. Meanwhile, the rest of the classmates continued to actively discuss the mysterious situation that had occurred during this break. Du Xiaoyu's friend still couldn't calm down because that girl directly approached Lin Mu and said that she was going to come to his grandfather's birthday party, which looked quite impertinent. The girl still continued to remain calm because she didn't want to show that she had any feelings for the head hero. Her friend couldn't believe that she wasn't even going to lift a finger despite some girl coming to Lin Mu's house. Du Xiaoyu wasn't going to do anything because now she had nothing to do with this guy, and besides, they were going to break the engagement anyway. The friend still thought it was like spitting in the girl's face because their breakup was still unconfirmed. In the end, Du Xiaoyue just asked her friends to calm down because it wasn't long before the teacher was going to come. After class, all the students quickly went out of the university to rest after a hard day's work. No sooner had the protagonist far away from the educational institution than someone beeped. It was Luo Biyun, who was going to pick up the young man in her car from the beginning, so she waited for him at the exit. She also inquired if the guy had seen the car, because she wanted him to be the one behind the wheel. The protagonist didn't mind taking advantage of such an opportunity, so he quickly agreed. Eventually, the girl asked him to drive because she didn't know the road to his house at all. Quickly switching places, Linmu quickly pressed the gas pedal, and the car abruptly roared forward. Meanwhile, Luo Biyun for some reason abruptly leaned over and started scrutinizing something. Turns out the girl was rubbing the very leg she twisted the night they met the main character. Linmu immediately noticed that something was wrong, so he asked her about the condition of this bruise. Luo Biyun calmly replied that she was perfectly fine, and it was just a small sore from the heels. Then, the main character offered her to wear normal shoes, but the girl immediately refused because everything looked much prettier on heels and her legs seemed longer. He didn't understand at all this attitude of girls who suffered so much for the sake of some beauty. Luo Biyun explained a little embarrassed that normally she wouldn't wear such shoes, but today was a special day. The young man didn't understand the hint from her side at all, so he didn't react to those words at all. It wasn't long before they reached the Seven Ling Mansion, where all the relatives had already gathered to celebrate the birthday. The butler was overjoyed when he saw that young Master Mu had finally returned to their home. The protagonist said a brief hello to him, but was in no hurry to explain who he had come here with. The bewildered Uncle Chung had to inquire on his own who this girl was. The guy eventually explained that it was his friend named Lo Bi-yun, who he also decided to take to his grandfather's birthday party. The old man didn't object, so he welcomed Ms. Luo into their family's mansion with hospitality. The guy wasn't in much of a hurry to go in because he thought about what had happened here the last time he'd been home. He was looking at the balcony from which he had fallen off for unknown reasons, and afterward ended up in the hospital, where some rather mysterious changes in his body had taken place. Lo Biyun immediately noticed that the protagonist was behaving strangely, so she asked what was wrong with him. The guy smiled to show that everything was fine and offered to hurry inside. Inside, they were greeted by a huge crowd of people chatting carefree about life. The girl walked confidently forward and immediately noted that the protagonist had quite a large home. Meanwhile, the other family members had already noticed that Lin Mu hadn't come here alone, but they couldn't figure out who his companion resembled. Eventually, some of the guests began to realize that it was the Luo family's madam herself. The man tensed up when he realized that the Luo family that owned Haoyu Corp was present here, and couldn't at all assume how his nephew would meet such a person. It turned out that Du Xiaoyue was also here, who was surprised when she realized that her fiancé was with Luo Bi-yun. The family members who wanted to get rid of the protagonist tensed up when they found out about his connection with the Lo family. They began to suspect that all their hard work would now go down the drain because of the interference of such powerful people. The first to decide to speak was the aunt, who pretended that she was glad to see her nephew. She wondered why on earth the guy had walked into their party so late. Lin Mu briefly explained that he had a class, after which he had come here as fast as he could. After the guy's explanation, the woman went straight to greeting the Luo family representative because she never thought that the girl would come to their father's 80th birthday party. Luo Bi-yun was embarrassed by this politeness and explained that she didn't come here as a representative of Haoyu Corp, but as a friend of Lin Mu. The aunt explained that regardless of any reason, their family was happy for the girl's visit. The protagonist interrupted their amiable conversations and wondered where Grandpa was because he still hadn't seen him. The woman suspected that after the incident, he had forgotten that his grandfather had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, so the head of the family was no longer able to attend such events. Anyway, the guy was going to talk to his grandfather, so he left all his relatives and guests, and Luo Bi-yun followed him. One of the brothers inquired if their sister had managed to find out anything from the daughter of the owner of Haoyu Corp. Auntie thought that this girl was definitely not that simple, so it was impossible to find anything related to her for now. The man then inquired as to what this girl had in common with their nephew, but the sister was clueless, though she was definitely sure that they were not dating. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already entered his grandfather's room and announced that he had come home. The head of the family was already too weak, so he needed servants even just to eat. Grandpa's gaze was rather blank, so he just mechanically opened his mouth to be fed. Suddenly he twitched and grabbed the servant's hand as if he didn't want to eat anymore. Only now did the subordinate see that young Master Mu had entered the room, causing her to be a bit confused. The boy calmly released the servant and explained that he just wanted to talk to his grandfather. The worker understood everything perfectly well, so she quickly headed towards the exit. Lin Mu squatted down in front of his grandfather and immediately wished him a happy birthday. Taking the old man's hands, our hero asked if he remembered his grandson, hoping to rekindle at least a spark of memory in his eyes. Through force, Grandpa still remembered that his favorite grandchild Mu was standing in front of him. At this point in the conversation, Luo Bi-yun intervened and smilingly wished Mr. Lin a long life and remarked that he would definitely last longer than the South China Mountains. The main character revealed that it was a friend he had taken to help celebrate her birthday. Grandpa still seemed to be hovering in the clouds, so he didn't say many words and only occasionally nodded back smiling. He grabbed his grandson's hand sharply again, but he also remained silent. Lin Mu understood perfectly well what the situation was, so he just continued to watch the old man. At this moment, a servant came into the room and informed the young master that the celebration was about to start, and Du Xiaoyue was waiting for him to come down. Our hero was rather surprised when he heard that name, so he hurriedly went to see what was going on and left his grandfather to the worker. She went quickly out into the hall, where his so-called bride was waiting for him, who did not seem pleased with his absence. Lin Mu finally found a moment to directly ask the girl what she was forgetting here. It turns out that Du Xiaoyu's grandfather asked her to attend the event and present a gift from them. She summoned her assistant, who held up a vase that looked very expensive, and briefly introduced the gift from the Du family. It was an authentic flower-painted vase from the period of Chinese Emperor Yongjin. All the guests immediately noticed this rare treasure and began to marvel that Old Man Du was indeed an incredible person, because a gift like this was worth at least several tens of millions. Our hero thanked their family for such a generous gesture, but refused to accept the vase because it was too expensive for their family. Du Xiaoyu irritably reminded that she was still the young man's fiancée, so it was normal for her to give such gifts. Guy thought that Ms. Du had also fallen off the balcony, because she now started talking about the engagement in complete seriousness. The girl once again emphasized that the engagement was planned by the heads of their families, so it has not yet been officially dissolved. Now the protagonist realized that he had made a serious mistake. He realized that if only he had broken off the engagement earlier, then Miss Du could have taken it easy and not come to the party. The guests were visibly shocked by such news, and immediately started discussing who could have broken off the engagement, suspecting that it was definitely not Old Man Lin who had Alzheimer's. Then the aunt intervened in this conversation and inquired what was going on here, and why the young man wanted to dissolve this union. Our hero explained without any nerves that Miss Du thinks he's too bad for her, which is why she's asked him many times to break off the engagement. Of course, Du Xiaoyu's grandfather didn't want to talk about it either, but that wasn't a problem because Lin Mu was going to personally talk to him. The girl was quite tense, but replied that it would be as her fiancé wished. At the same time, Lo Biyun announced that she had also prepared a gift for her grandfather, hoping that he would like it. The protagonist immediately said that the girl definitely shouldn't have spent any money on it. He carefully picked up the mysterious box, which gave no hint of what was inside. The guest was eagerly watching the young man, because she was eager to see the reaction to what she had prepared for the birthday boy. In the end, Lin Mu still opened the wooden box and saw a ring in front of him that was made of a green gemstone. The guy's eye was trained on this sort of thing, so he immediately recognized it for what it was. The girl still decided to explain on her own and revealed that it was a ring made from the best jade called Qiyue Yang. Du Xiaoyu noted that the stone was pretty good, but in any case, they couldn't be sure that the ring was real. Luo Biyun realized that she had a keen eye that could determine the quality of the jade so easily. The girl still thought that the ring must be real because it was unlikely that anyone would dare to deceive the Luo family. Du Xiaoyu decided to finally leave her rival alone and congratulated Grandpa Lin on such an incredible gift. The protagonist, despite the tense situation, smiled and thanked the guests for being so generous. He eventually accepted the gift from Du's family on behalf of his grandfather, but warned that next time he would come to discuss breaking off the engagement, and she shouldn't waste any more time on such events. Du Xiaoyu was clearly irritated by the situation, her lips tightly pressed together, and she only nodded briefly in response, showing that she had no intention of continuing this conversation. The aunt finally intervened, who couldn't understand how her nephew could make such decisions on his own. The guy explained that nothing would work out between them, even if you do it through force. So it was easier to break the engagement to avoid wasting their nerves and time. Aunt Ron realized that the protagonist was serious, so she backed off and didn't bother to change his mind. After the party, Lin Mu was back in his acquaintance's car and had already driven away from his family's house. The girl decided to talk about how this Du Xiaoyue is quite beautiful, so the guy should think about whether he will regret breaking the engagement. The protagonist didn't see this as a problem because his fiancée doesn't want to waste time on him, so her beauty and intelligence no longer matter. Luo Biyun still suggested that he stay with the girl longer to find out her feelings, and maybe then his feelings wouldn't change. But in any case, Lin Mu wasn't burning with the desire to marry her specifically, so he refused. Also, the lad, glancing at his companion, added that he was not the kind of man who would pursue something that did not belong to him, leaving behind what was at his fingertips. The girl laughed and noted that Lin Mu had a boneless tongue since he spoke of such things so easily. It wasn't long before she informed young Master Mu that they had arrived at the right place. Our hero quickly jumped out of the car and started actively typing something into his phone. The next second, there was a ringing notification sound from Luo Biyun's phone. Lin Mu handed her his phone number and asked her to call if the girl needed help again. Lo Biyun said goodbye to the protagonist with a smile on her face, showing with all her appearance how much she appreciated this meeting and how happy she was about the circumstances. She then quickly drove off in the direction of her home, so the young man didn't even have time to respond. Lin Mu was in no hurry to go inside and began to actively dig through the pocket of his jacket. Turns out his grandfather handed him a note telling him not to worry about him, because the old man was only pretending to have Alzheimer's, so he wouldn't have to mess around with all the family members fighting over the inheritance. The protagonist did not expect that the head of their family had come up with such a cunning plan for himself. The next day, the guy immediately went to the Du family's resort to solve his main problem. He was met at the entrance to the liner by two guards who were in no particular hurry to let the stranger into their master's territory. The guy explained that he was from the Lin family, asking to be let through so he could talk to Grandpa Du. The guard immediately informed his other colleagues that the young man was alone. Eventually, they allowed our hero to pass and informed him that an elderly master was already waiting for him inside. Smiling, Lin Mu thanked the guards for the opportunity to talk to their inflammation. He quickly walked up the steps that led to the Du family's huge liner. There were already quite a few people resting by the pool. Among them was Grandpa Du himself, whom the guy was looking for. The old man, who was lounging on a chaise-longue and sunbathing, said hello to the protagonist and wondered why he was looking for him. Lin Mu was going to state everything briefly, so he immediately asked if the master was close to his granddaughter Du Xiaoyue. Grandpa immediately tensed up because he thought something had happened to the girl. The young man tried to calm him down because nothing much was going on and told him directly that she just wasn't very happy with the engagement. Mr. Du accounts that it was quite normal for children to quarrel, so he asked Lin Mu not to take it all seriously. The protagonist still thought that they were simple people. So if Du Xiaoyue didn't want it, he wasn't going to waste her time anymore. One of the Du family was displeased with the kid's audacity, since he decided to make such a cocky decision on his own. Grandfather immediately intervened in this conflict and ordered the man to shut up and not speak to Lin Mu in such a tone. All the guests on the liner immediately fell silent, because they did not expect the head of the family to be so tough. In the end, the old man once again questioned whether the boy had really come here specifically to break off the engagement. The protagonist confidently confirmed his intentions and emphasized that after this, he and Du Xiaoyue would become mere strangers. Mr. Du, realizing the futility of further resistance, sighed heavily and finally agreed to dissolve the alliance. The guy thanked him for the opportunity and promised to take all the blame. So he was about to leave so as not to take up any more of the old man's time. He quickly turned around and dryly said goodbye to the entire Du family, who definitely didn't expect this turn of events. No one could understand why the master had let this breakup happen so quietly, and they were afraid that rumors about it would spread quickly. Was unhappy that someone was trying to oppose his decision because it definitely didn't concern the ordinary family members. And besides, he would know about all their dealings with the Luo family. The man believed that the Luo family was much stronger than the Lin family, so if Xiao Yue married any of them, it would help their family quite a bit. Mr. Du himself also understood all of this, so when the engagement had already been broken off, there was no point in hiding anything. Meanwhile, the protagonist went downtown after meeting his former father-in-law. In the middle of a busy street, Lin Mu was lucky enough to meet his teacher, Miss Song. The young man was happy about this coincidence, so he decided to help the teacher carry her bags. The girl rejoiced at this sudden good fortune and was not averse to handing over the burden to her apprentice. Lin Mu immediately noticed that she was carrying some sort of gift, so he decided to inquire about who was having a birthday. It turned out that Song Liangju herself was having the celebration, so the protagonist thought she was going to celebrate alone. The teacher dismissed his speculation because she wanted to get together with her neighbors, so she invited our hero to this celebration as well. The young man didn't seem to have expected such a suggestion from Ms. Song at all, so he was confused and didn't know how to answer. Suddenly, Li Guanzhui, who was accompanied by his bodyguards, intervened in their conversation. He couldn't understand how Song Liangju could be so bored on her birthday, so he suggested that she throw a real celebration. The girl calmly replied that there was no need for that, because she had already found herself some people to celebrate the day with. Li Guangyu suspected she was talking about her friend Zixi, so he offered to take her along, and added that birthdays are very important in Korea. Song Liangju wasn't going to fall for his silly tricks, because she was Chinese, and she wasn't interested in Korean traditions. At that moment, she turned around and saw that one of the guards had already blocked her way. The girl tensed up when she saw such maneuvers, and asked Li Guanzhui what it all meant. Her acquaintance only grinned enigmatically, leaving this agitated question unanswered. He had been searching for Song Liangru for a very long time, and had put a lot of effort into it. So now he couldn't understand why she wouldn't give him any chance. It was hard for the guy to believe that she was going to choose some weakling over him. The protagonist was outraged that he was also involved in this fight, even though it didn't concern him in any way. And Song Liangru herself said that compared to Lin Mu, Li Guangju was just trash. The cocky suitor wasn't going to give up anyway, because the only reason he was putting up with all this was because he liked the girl. He asked our hero not to dream of any relationship because it's as if Song Liangju will just dump him as soon as she no longer needs him. The girl was unhappy that her acquaintance was behaving so inappropriately and asked him to stop slandering her. The guy didn't see any problem at all with her words because he was sure that she would definitely ditch Lin Mu sooner or later. Song Liangru asked her acquaintance to leave amicably because otherwise she wouldn't let him get away with such a prank. Li Guangju stood with an arrogant grin because he was sure that the girl definitely couldn't beat him. The girl could not stand it and tried to hit her acquaintance, but he managed to dodge in time. The young man liked that kind of fervor, so he suggested that the beauty try again so he could give her a couple tips. Now the main character realized that it's not so easy to be a good guy because he just helped to carry things, and in the end he already got into some trouble. One of the bodyguards decided that they didn't need to waste any more time on some weakling and attacked Lin Mu. The protagonist expected such a development, so he carefully watched the movements of his opponent. Eventually the guy managed to react in time, so he successfully punched his opponent right in the face. Even such an experienced fighter could not resist the strength of our hero, so he fell to the floor without strength. His comrade flew after him as well, whom Lin Mu also neutralized with one precise strike. In the end, the young man remained unharmed, while all his opponents were lying helplessly on the ground. Song Liangrao didn't expect to see such a turn of events, so she fearfully asked if our hero was fine. The protagonist began to tell with a smile that he saw the two men surround him, but after blinking once, he had already witnessed these fighters lying on the ground. The guy lied that he must have been rescued by some master, but Mrs. Song had a hard time believing it because she didn't see anyone nearby. In any case, she was happy for Lin Mu being fine, so any details didn't bother her. At this moment, the bald bodyguard tried to stand up and report that the person who beat them up was definitely the young man himself. Our hero did not want to reveal his skills, so with all his might he stepped on the hand of the defeated opponent, so that he did not say too much. Meanwhile, Song Liangju asked the guy to hurry up and leave this place because her mood had gotten really bad because of all these people. In turn, Li Guangju wasn't going to let them go so easily because Lin Mu dared to injure his men. The girl was sure that his bodyguards were injured through no fault of their own, so she suggested that her acquaintance look for the master who had done all this to them. The guy despised professionals because they only knew how to hide like rats and wanted to see if he could find someone to save them again. The protagonist felt that the situation was starting to heat up, so he tensely looked at Li Guangju, who was in no way able to keep up with them. Song Liangju sensed this tension and immediately stopped her disciple because his potential opponent was too dangerous, as he had already won many taekwondo competitions and was quite strong. Meanwhile, Li Guangju kept trying to hurt our hero, calling him a lowlife who can only hide behind his skirt. The protagonist couldn't afford to stand on the sidelines because that way he would lose his dignity, so he was going to play a little game with his opponent. He turned to Li Guangyu with confidence in his voice and offered to see what he was capable of. The guy himself was glad that Lin Mu had the courage to accept such a challenge. Lin Mu wanted to get this whole conflict over with quickly and see if his opponent's words matched his real abilities. Li Guangju didn't wait any longer and accelerated sharply to suddenly attack our hero. He felt that now the protagonist should just beg for mercy, because Lin Mu simply wouldn't be able to resist his incredible strength. Song Liangru realized that there was no way she could help her student, so she remained standing back and simply asked him to be careful. The guy could already see that his opponent was not at all like some other weakling. In any case, the protagonist thought that Li Guangju was hoping in vain if he really thought that this fight would be so easy, but the guy was still absolutely confident in his strength. So he continued to attack Lin Mu, who had managed to dodge so far. Eventually, the protagonist managed to block even a strong leg kick and keep his balance. An interested smirk appeared on Li Guangju's face because he didn't expect the young man to even be able to block his turning kick. He paused for a while and wondered what the protagonist was going to do now, because he was definitely not in a particularly favorable situation. Song Liangro could clearly see how strong the blow was, so now she wasn't sure if her disciple was fine. Li Guangju himself was surprised by this outcome because he could have calmly broken the board with his punches, but the protagonist somehow managed to withstand. Meanwhile, Lin Mu replied that he was fine, but he didn't even expect his opponent to be this good. The teacher noticed that the young man was holding up quite well, so she asked him when he had managed to become so strong, and he told her that it was after he was discharged, when he realized his weakness. Li Guangju decided to take advantage of the guy being distracted by the conversation and tried to attack him a second time. It seems that the protagonist had long been prepared for this turn of events, so he put his two hands forward. His opponent immediately noticed this maneuver on his part and thought the guy would try to grab his leg. He simply couldn't let Lin Mu do something like this, so a solution to the problem had to be found right here and now. The guy in flight changed his attacking foot, trying to attack the protagonist from the side he didn't have time to defend. Song Liangro was not too scared because she thought that Lin Mu had come to an end. The guy actually had a very good reaction, so even in such a desperate situation, he managed to dodge. Eventually, he managed to put his plan into action and successfully grabbed his overconfident opponent's leg. Lin Mu was very angry at this guy, so he decided to teach him a lesson for being so impertinent. He twisted Song Liangru's foot with all his might and then heard a rather unpleasant crunch, feeling this unbearable pain. Even such a strong fighter shrilly screamed. Lastly, the protagonist advised Li Guangzhu not to try to make moves he couldn't do, because it would only make him look like a complete fool. Those were his last words, after which he walked over to Ms. Sleep, and together they walked away from the humiliated weakling. When they were back on the main street, the teacher admitted that she had not expected this turn of events. She marveled that Lin Mu had gotten so strong in just a few months, and our hero said it was all just for his health. Song Liangru had been haunted by the feeling that she was talking to a completely different person the entire time, adding that the guy had only gotten better. She immediately remembered that her roommate was also very good at martial arts. The protagonist guessed that Ms. Song was talking about Zixi, who Li Guangzhu had mentioned earlier. Then the teacher decided to reveal that her friend has been practicing since she was a child. So she uses the sword as if it were an extension of her arm. The guy realized that she was quite good, so he inquired about what such professionals did. But Song Liangzhu didn't know any details. In the end, she herself suggested that Lin Mu have tea together because the neighbor was just at home. The protagonist declined because he still had some business to attend to and wished them a good time. The guy said goodbye and was about to leave, but Song Liangru lastly told him to make sure to stop by next time. Lin Mu was calmly walking through the streets of the city when he heard the sounds of a chase behind him. It turns out that some thief had dared to steal a bag in broad daylight and was now trying to escape prosecution. The villain wasn't going to give up so easily, so he yelled for everyone to disperse and give him his way. He tried to quickly run across the road, in the middle of which a police car had just stopped. A female law enforcement officer immediately jumped out of the car and attempted to apprehend the man who was so desperately trying to flee the scene of his crime. The thief tried to jump over the fence, but in the end his foot slipped unsuccessfully. As a result, he fell to the ground and dropped with a clatter the very bag he was so eager to steal. The policewoman immediately jumped over the fence so as not to miss the opportunity to capture the villain. She emphasized in a cold, stern voice that any resistance was futile. The thief unhappily clucked his tongue because he realized he had no more avenue of retreat. Eventually, the man pulled a knife from his pocket and began threatening the girl who tried to restrain him. The police officer ordered him to stop resisting because assaulting an officer is a serious offense. The man thought he wasn't a thief until he was caught, so he could do whatever he wanted. But backup was on the way, so it would be hard for him to evade the police. The officer said that if he did surrender voluntarily, she would pretend that the offender had not assaulted her. The girl wasn't going to give up so easily anyway, so the girl could only dream of such a thing. She realized that the situation with this intruder was too complicated, so he was leaving her no other choice. The policewoman was about to apprehend the bandit, but he started waving his knife at her to stop her from approaching. The girl acted quite professionally, so she quickly grabbed the thief by the arm and immobilized him. As she pawed and laid the man on the ground, she emphasized that he had a choice before that. She asked why the whole situation was made more complicated, because now the violator had earned himself another non-compliance with the law. Suddenly, someone else put his foot down on the policewoman and emphasized that it was better for the woman to stay out of these matters. The police officer then immediately realized that someone had come to the aid of the bandit. She had pretty good physical fitness, so she managed to dodge in time. Now the policewoman understood that it was this gangster organization that had it all together. One of the men said that there are some things you should just turn a blind eye to, so a girl better not seriously look for trouble on her day off. She, as a police officer, was outraged by this sort of thing because she couldn't just let criminals go. The bandit was annoyed that the girl was so stubborn, so he decided to deal with her. The policewoman was able to dodge the first blow, and then realized something was wrong. She stumbled helplessly against the fence and realized she had nowhere else to dodge. Meanwhile, the bandit had already pulled out a knife and rushed towards the girl to finish her off sooner. At this point, someone stopped the villain and pointed out that everyone makes mistakes, so you should forgive them if possible. It turned out to be the protagonist who felt that there was no need to resort to sacrifice during a routine robbery. In the end, the bandit agreed with him and decided to forgive the girl this time, emphasizing that she should stay out of other people's business next time. Lin Mu was glad that he had solved this problem so easily. Staring at the departing bandits, the guy didn't even notice that the police officer had already handcuffed him. The protagonist couldn't understand at all what it was all about, and the girl explained that he needed to fully realize what he had just done. The guy still didn't see the problem either because all he wanted to do was help a cop who was in trouble. In turn, the girl absolutely refused to believe that Lin Mu was not familiar with these criminals. The protagonist was annoyed by this attitude towards him because he really saw these people for the first time, but still didn't trust because the bandits obeyed him so easily. Lin Mu still didn't understand anything because he was sure that the bandits had only left because they wouldn't be able to defeat him in a fight. The policewoman was not at all sure that the young man could defeat 3 robbers, so she was still going to take him to the station and write a report to clear up the whole situation. The guy began to realize that the situation was quite serious, so he got nervous because he still had a considerable amount of important plans left, which were literally destroyed in a second. At that moment, another police car pulled up beside them, from where another officer got out and immediately recognized Officer Wang. The young man realized that she was the one calling for backup and saw that his colleague had managed to handle the perpetrator herself. Then the girl explained that it wasn't the same robber, but there were suspicions that this particular guy might have been an acquaintance of the bandits. The officer agreed to help her and take the perpetrator to the station himself, and Ms. Wang herself was to return to the office. At this point, the policewoman was a little embarrassed because she still needed help getting into the car because she had managed to twist her ankle during the contraction. Putting our hero in the car, the guy quickly rushed to help his co-worker. He immediately noted that the girl was rather clumsy, tried to explain that things had accidentally gotten out of hand. Suddenly, Ms. Wang froze in place because she saw something shocking. It turned out that Lin Mu had managed to get out of the handcuffs, so he was no longer in the car. Now the police officers began to doubt that the protagonist was an ordinary man. In turn, the guy himself was thinking that he shouldn't have been prying after all. When he heard someone call out to him, the protagonist was greatly surprised because he saw that it was Ms. Sleep, who should have been home a long time ago. The girl explained that she had forgotten to buy some condiments, so she went out to get them and suggested that Lin Mu take a walk together and then come over to visit with her friend. In the end, he agreed because it was the best choice for hiding from the police. Pretty soon, they had already gone to the store and returned home, where Zixi was already waiting for them, surprised that they had managed so easily. One of the girls remarked that Song Liangju had found such a cool seasoning and asked what the name of this beautiful young man was. Another friend asked Zixi not to be so persistent because she might scare away such a handsome man. The main character said hello and said with a smile that he was glad to have this meeting. The girls couldn't wait any longer, so they asked their friend to introduce them as soon as possible, before she finally introduced Lin Mu, briefly calling him her disciple. Zixi guessed that this young man was the teacher's favorite since she had invited him home. Song Liangru then revealed that this guy had helped her teach Li Guangyu a lesson, so she called him over to thank him for such a favor. One of the girls was surprised by this fact because she still didn't know that Lin Guanzhui had taken up again. Zixi asked if she could call our hero Amu, and said that their acquaintance, although he was a scoundrel, but in battle he knew no equal. The protagonist took a seat next to him and noted that his abilities were definitely not comparable to the very girl he had already heard a lot about. Zixi guessed that her friend had already told her about her powers, because otherwise the guy himself hadn't guessed about her powers. She also hinted that an acquaintance of theirs named Mengshuan was currently abroad, so they had a spare room in the house. Lin Mu definitely didn't expect to be asked to move so quickly, but he had already found a place to live, so there was no need for him to do so. The girl still offered to let our hero take the room downstairs and help all the others move things upstairs if needed. Song Liangju agreed with her friends and asked the guy to stay here to live and help each other. Since the girlfriends were so insistent, the protagonist decided to accept their sudden offer. He had been warned right away that the second floor was for girls only, so it was forbidden to enter without permission. Also, the guy should clean up after himself and always wash the dishes if they eat together. Lin Mu was starting to get tense with so many rules, but Zixi explained that there weren't that many and asked her new neighbor to listen carefully to all the details. Eventually, the girl finished listing all the rules and suggested we finally get to the celebration. Everyone remembered that they had gathered at this place to celebrate Song Liangju's birthday. 2 days later, the guy had already realized that it was pretty difficult with girls, and going shopping already seemed like a hassle. After a while, the protagonist was finally able to pack all the packages into the trunk of his car. At this moment, someone behind his back rejoiced at such an unexpected encounter, so Lin Mu turned around in surprise. Turns out it was the same policewoman who was already jingling the handcuffs in her hands. The young man noted confusedly that he really hadn't expected to meet the officer. At this point, the protagonist found a way to get away from the police officer and pretended that there was something amazing behind her back. The policewoman was very inattentive and fell for such a stupid ploy from Lin Mu. It turned out that the guy had already disappeared somewhere, so the girl shouted indignantly to the whole street. At the last second, she noticed the protagonist trying to flee the scene on his bike. The policewoman quickly sat down in her squad car and set off in pursuit of Lin Mu, who was driving quite fast. For her part, Song Liangru couldn't understand where Lin Mu had disappeared to so suddenly. At that moment, a cute couple was walking down the sidewalk, completely unaware of what was in store for them. A girl was walking with her lover and carelessly telling some life story when someone whizzed by nearby. She couldn't figure out what it was, and then she noticed that her ice cream had gone somewhere. They further witnessed a police car chasing this unknown object at full speed. The guy couldn't understand at all what was going on, because he had never witnessed a bicycle being chased by the police before. Meanwhile, the protagonist was highly annoyed that this female police officer was so stubborn and restless. He also realized that at this rate, the tires on his vehicle wouldn't last long. Linmu realized that he needed to look for alternative ways to retreat, and saw an inconspicuous alley nearby that was suitable for this. It turned out that the policewoman was closely following the young man's actions, so she reacted in time and swerved. A smirk immediately appeared on the girl's face because she was sure that the guy would definitely not be able to hide from her. The protagonist did not suspect at all that his plan had failed, and calmly walked down the street, rejoicing that he had managed to escape from this madwoman. Within a second, he heard a distinctive click and felt the cold metal of the handcuffs around his wrists. The young man directly admitted that the officer really got to him because she had been chasing him for such a long time. The police officer herself did not see this as a problem because she merely wanted to bring the escaped felon to the station. Our hero was still trying to prove that he hadn't done anything illegal and yelled that there was a robbery going on right behind the officer's back. The girl wasn't going to fall for Linmu's tricks a second time, but he spoke in complete seriousness. She promised that the young man would be a corpse if he fooled her again, but she still believed it because she heard a noise and shouting nearby. The police officer asked the protagonist to wait here while she checked to see what was going on. Obviously, the protagonist was not going to obey the girl, so he immediately tried to get out of the handcuffs. He was about to leave, but heard that the criminal had already taken a hostage. Eventually, the guy got interested in the whole situation because he hadn't yet seen a robber cover himself with hostages. A considerable number of people had already gathered in the shopping center, not knowing what to do in such a situation, and the robber threatened to shoot the defenseless man he managed to grab. As the protagonist got closer, he saw that the robber had captured a policeman, but people in the crowd told him that he used to have a little girl in his hands, with whom this brave girl had switched. Linmu was surprised because he didn't expect that the officer had such a good heart that she sacrificed herself for the child. The policewoman continued to keep her cool and ordered Lan Zedong to stop because he was already surrounded. The man was not going to give up and ordered everyone to fail and prepare a car for him because otherwise his hostage would die. The protagonist began to get annoyed with the whole situation because there was too much noise from this criminal. Suddenly, he just plopped down on the floor right in the middle of the crowd, causing the bandit to immediately look away from voicing his conditions. Linmu didn't bother to explain anything and carefully fixed his hair before continuing with his plan. The policewoman was shocked when she saw the guy and asked him to get out of here as soon as possible because it was too dangerous. It turns out that our hero decided to pretend that he had always been a fan of Brother Lan and wanted to give him some sort of gift. At this moment, a woman in the crowd indignantly shouted that Linmu had stolen her bag. The young man paid no attention to her and continued to talk about how the bandit was his idol, and ever since he was a kid, he wanted to be like him. The officer was incredibly angry at the fact that the protagonist was behaving in such a manner, and now she was sure that nothing good could be expected from him. Linmu roughly gagged the girl and emphasized that he was now talking to Brother Lan, so she had no right to interfere in the conversation. The man started to get stressed out by our hero's nonsense, so he asked to get him a car and offered to talk when they left the scene. The guy quickly started running errands from the thug and remembered that the policewoman's car was just parked somewhere nearby. Eventually, he took his time going outside and reported that there was a sniper nearby. The criminal was shocked by this information and once again questioned what the protagonist had just said. He finally looked around and saw that the young man had actually lied to him, and there were no snipers nearby. Meanwhile, the main character took the opportunity that he had distracted the bandit and threw me his bag. Lan Zedong managed to react to this sudden attack in time and put out his hand, knocking the bag away. He decided to immediately fire his gun, but there was a misfire, so Linmu remained unharmed. The guy's reactions were perfect, so he quickly went low and grabbed his opponent's arm. After that, he turned around and gave the bandit in the head from the elbow, so he could no longer stay on his feet. The world around Lan Zedong abruptly spun, and in just a second, he was on the ground. Our hero then promptly clobbered the criminal, who now promised to finish him off at the first opportunity. In turn, the policewoman was already too angry, so she declared that she had had enough today and was going to deal with this annoying intruder right here and now. The protagonist turned to her and asked her to give the purse to the lady he had managed to rob because his hands were full for the time being. The girl didn't mind and quickly began to gather up all the things that were scattered around. Lan Zedong, who had already been received by the two police officers, was incredibly angry at being treated in this manner, so he was already thinking of a revenge plan. An hour later, Linmu had already returned home to his new roommates, who were completely unaware of what had happened to him. He was met at the doorstep by Song Liangju, who immediately asked where the guy had disappeared to so suddenly. The protagonist sighed heavily and replied that he just didn't want to talk about it because he hadn't had much luck lately. The girls still did not calm down because they were worried about the fate of their friend. Well, the one explained that nothing special had happened to him. As he walked further along, the young man noticed that his friend was watching some concert on TV, and they told him that they really wanted to go there, but tickets were very hard to get. At this moment, Zixi noticed that the protagonist had finally returned, wondering if he was going to apologize for his sudden disappearance. Linmu was well aware that he had no choice, so he promised to definitely redeem himself. He asked his acquaintances to wait a little while he stepped away to make one important call. The girls were surprised that our hero had just returned and he had some problems again, but the guy promised to tell everything later. Zixi was no longer sure that this young man was an ordinary student because he was acting too mysterious. Song Liangju agreed with her friend and noted that he seemed too masculine for his years, but the girl thought that wasn't his only oddity. As it turned out, the guy had already made arrangements for Yao Xianxian's concert and hoped his girlfriends had free time for him in 3 days. Zixi was overjoyed at this news and wondered how he had managed to get tickets. The protagonist didn't give details about Old Man Wang helping him, and briefly explained that he had some connections. The next day, the whole company went to an establishment to grab a bite to eat together. Linmu immediately noticed that this place was suspiciously quiet today. In turn, the friends were surprised that their acquaintance also came to the cafeteria today. The girl immediately felt someone else's gaze on her, so she turned sharply towards the company of friends. Suddenly, the protagonist looked closer and felt that there was chi energy lurking in her chest, which literally shocked him. The guy definitely didn't expect to meet another cultivator in a place like this. Zixi thought that he had such an eye for the girl because of her beauty, and the man confirmed it, adding that aside from all that, the stranger was rather calm. The girl didn't seem to like this description of this mysterious beauty, so she stepped on Linmu's foot with all her might. The young man did not expect to feel such a sharp pain at all, so he asked fearfully why he deserved such a punishment. Zixi irritably explained that it was as if our hero's eyes were already starting to pop out, and asked him to hurry up and get them something to eat. Linmu began to guess that this girl had somehow hurt his friend, but she didn't want to say anything. Song Lingju also said that she didn't know anything about this stranger, so our hero was only left to get lost in his speculation. In fact, the teacher thought that the young man had managed to fall in love with her at first sight. Linmu then explained that this girl just seemed somehow familiar to him, and there was also some special aura around her. Ms. Song was not impressed by all these words at all, so she only sighed unhappily. The protagonist realized that the situation was heating up, so he quickly took out the front row seat tickets for Yao Xianxian's concert tonight from his pocket. The girls quickly grabbed their gift and forgave the young man this time after all. A smile immediately appeared on Song Liangju's face, and she promised to take all her friends to the concert after class. It wasn't long before they arrived at the venue, where a good number of fans had gathered. The girls didn't expect Linmu to get such fancy places for them at all. They all admired Yao Xianxian because it felt like there were only more than 1,000 police officers patrolling the concert here. To Zixi, this fact was obvious because this singer was a real star. Of the entire crowd, only our hero had no idea whose concert they were attending. At that second, the very girl whose exit everyone had been waiting for appeared on the stage. She greeted all her fans with a smile and said that she was very happy to perform here in Dunhai. At the same time, everyone in the audience was actively supporting their idol and shouting their love for her. The girl went on to say that it was only because of her fans that she was here today, and wanted to dedicate the first song to everyone who supports her. She asked everyone to enjoy a song called "To the Descendants of True Love." 3 hours later, the concert was still going on, so the singer looked pretty tired already. But the next part of the performance promised to be even more fun. Yao Xianxian announced that she wanted to invite someone from the audience to help with the performance. She asked the organizers to point the spotlight at someone she could call on stage. Of course, Zixi began to actively wave her hands to dedicate just to their company. She saw that the light was gradually heading in their direction, and she was already glad that this person little turned out to be it. After a second, Yao Xianxian asked for the spotlight to stop because she saw the right person. In the end, it turned out that this lucky guy was the main character who definitely did not expect this turn of events. The singer happily greeted her audience and invited the happy fan to run to her stage as soon as possible. Zixi couldn't understand at all why her acquaintance was still sitting in his seat and didn't seem to be in a hurry to go on stage at all. Linmu himself didn't understand why he had to go anywhere, and then his friend explained that he had become a lucky man and could now sing with Yao Xianxian. The boy was surprised at this news and still didn't want to go anywhere because he couldn't sing at all. The girl then warned him that he would just set the artiste up if he didn't go. Linmu didn't care about this fact at all, but Zixi also didn't insist and said that the decision was up to the young man himself. Meanwhile, Yao Xianxian turned to the guy in white again and asked why he didn't want to sing with her. The main character explained that he was too shy to go on stage and also couldn't sing, so he wanted such a happy opportunity to go to someone else. Fans immediately started shouting that the guy had said everything beautifully, and now wanted their own opportunity to sing with Xian. The girl decided to get behind Lin Mu and choose a new viewer for this interactive. A second later, the spotlight illuminated another spectator, who was delighted that he had been chosen. This guy ran to the stage with all his legs and very soon sang his favorite song in a duet with Yao Xian. At the end, they hugged tightly, and the girl thanked her viewer for such strong support. After that, the girl thanked all her fans again, and the hall erupted in wild applause and squeals. That was the end of the concert, so all our heroes left the hall and were happy that everything had gone so cool. At the same time, Zixi was very unhappy that the guy took away her chance to go on stage and make this night finally perfect. Meanwhile, some two guards appeared behind Lin Mu's back and directly addressed him. One of the bodyguards reported that their mistress would like to meet the protagonist. The young man was surprised to hear such a request and wondered who the lady was. The guard didn't hide anything and directly explained that Miss Yao Xian had asked for this. Then our hero was even more surprised and wondered the reason for this. But the bodyguards themselves also knew nothing and just followed their mistress's orders. In the end, Lin Mu decided to leave and asked his girlfriends to go home without him. Song Langro smiled softly and gave her consent, but asked the guy to return home in one piece. Zixi added a request for the young man not to forget about his girlfriends after meeting Yao Xian herself. The protagonist, with firmness and confidence in his voice, asked the guards to take him to their mistress. 5 minutes later, the guy was already in the right place, and Yao Xian called out that the door to her room was open. The girl was just changing her clothes after the concert and was surprised that Lin Mu had come so quickly. The shocked young man froze on the spot because he did not expect to see the singer in such a form. Eventually, he quickly closed the doors behind him and apologized for walking in at such an inopportune moment. Yao Xian said that there was no problem with that and explained that she had mistaken our hero for a servant. She quickly got dressed and asked Lin Mu, who still hadn't said a single word, to go inside. The guy in slight bewilderment immediately asked what Ms. Yao came here for. The girl wondered why he didn't go on stage, then assuming he was afraid she would bite him. The protagonist didn't immediately answer her question and asked the singer to sit a little more modestly because he couldn't have a normal conversation with her. Yao Xian laughed from the fact that the guy looked like a true gentleman, but it turned out that he could become a wild beast at any moment. Lin Mu apologized and was about to leave since the girl didn't have anything else to say. The girl was not going to let our hero go, so she got up from her chair and ran after him. The echo of her heels echoed around the room as she moved closer and closer to the young man. It turned out that the singer decided to smack the main character on the cheek, which was quite a strange act. After that, the girl abruptly stepped back, and the stunned Lin Mu asked if she was all right. Yao Xian laughed sweetly and explained that the guy just started killing so early, even though she just wanted to chat with him. The confused protagonist, who had a lipstick mark on his cheek, couldn't understand what a real celebrity could talk to an ordinary young man about. The girl explained that he was the first man to turn her down, which made him an interesting person to her. Lin Mu actually admitted that she was very attractive, but emphasized that not every man fell for it. This unusual behavior of the guy greatly hurt Yao Xian's self-esteem, who showed interest in him because of this. The protagonist was sorry if he had hurt the girl's feelings in any way, and apologized for all his words. In any case, Lin Mu had no intention of lingering here and quickly headed towards the exit. The girl did not delay our hero any longer, and was glad even that she had at least managed to get his name. Meanwhile, the young man quickly went to the restroom to wash off the lipstick residue that could have raised quite a few questions. He realized that there was no way he would have been able to explain what had happened anyway if someone he knew had caught him. The guy wanted to get home as soon as possible because his roommates would get angry again because of his long absence. So he decided to call himself a cab. The protagonist calmly left the room and headed towards the exit to meet his driver. At that moment, he heard some suspicious rustling behind his back and immediately felt that someone was following him. The mysterious stranger didn't bother to explain anything and asked Lin Mu to turn around quietly so that everything would go smoothly. The young man was well aware that he'd better not take any chances, so he raised his hands and offered to talk peacefully and not to turn to forceful methods. The mercenary immediately said that he usually tells the whole truth to a man who's about to die, but now it was different because he had lost that desire after seeing the face of the protagonist. In just a moment, the fighter had already bare his sharp blades that were hidden in his palm. Sufficiently accelerated, he threw them towards Lin Mu, who still continued to stand with his hands raised. The young man himself didn't expect at all that throwing knives would be used against him. At the same time, he didn't panic because his skills were enough to dodge such an attack. Lin Mu finally managed to catch these knives without any problems, so he asked who had sent this mercenary over. The mysterious stranger immediately picked up on the fact that the guy wasn't that bad, so he decided to back off for now and take his life a little later. The protagonist wasn't going to let him go without even finding out some information. He quickly made the decision to use those very same throwing knives and made one crisp throw. In the end, all the blades simply hit the ground, because the mercenary was able to react to this attack in time. The stranger ordered our hero to keep standing still, because otherwise, he would definitely show how confident he was in his abilities. Lin Mu was also not one to be timid, so he suggested that his opponent come when he was fully confident in his success. The mercenary silently left, and the guy thought about the fact that this fighter was no weaker than him, so the man who hired him must have forked out a fortune for such an assassin. In addition to that, the young man noticed that this man didn't even put in his full strength, so it would be very difficult to deal with him alone. Our hero decided not to dwell on this, because his main goal was to become stronger, which will definitely help him cope with such a problem. For now, he came to the conclusion that he should just head home and meet his roommates. Lin Mu thought that he had acted very cautiously before, so now he didn't understand why he had attracted the attention of the assassins. Suddenly, the guy felt some unusual sensation, as if there was something strange somewhere in the crowd. He looked around and saw the same girl he had met in the cafeteria the other day, and realized that this aura was coming from her. In turn, the beauty herself also recognized the protagonist, and immediately remembered where they managed to see each other. At this moment, she too felt some strong energy flow through her body. The girl couldn't understand why her frosty chi was so excited, and suspected that it had something to do with Lin Mu. The protagonist immediately noticed that there was something wrong with her, so he wondered if the stranger was okay, because she didn't look very healthy. The guy gently held her back and immediately thought that now was the right moment to take a chance, and asked the girl about chi energy. The beauty herself strongly disliked the fact that Lin Mu allowed himself to touch her, so she abruptly yanked his hand away and asked what he wanted. She abruptly turned around and began to clean up, and the young man couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. The guy also didn't want to let this mysterious stranger go so easily because he wanted to get to the bottom of it. He quickly chased after the girl, who had already managed to run into some alleyway, and tried to explain that he only wanted to ask a few questions. The stranger did not stop and made several sharp jumps upward to precisely break away from our hero. Lin Mu was shocked when he saw such abilities because he had yet to encounter such a thing in this world. He realized that this mysterious lady was perfectly proficient in the Qing Kun technique. In just a few seconds, the girl had already made a few more leaps between the walls of the building and was somewhere on the roof, and Lin Mu was mesmerized by her honed and graceful movements. The protagonist immediately sped up because he realized that he couldn't fall behind his goal. Eventually, the guy realized that it was unfortunate that he had missed out on such a nimble girl. It was only now that the guy stopped to catch his breath and saw that he was in some unfamiliar place. His first clue was given to him by the ringing of the bells of a temple that stood nearby. Lin Mu turned around and saw the huge shrine behind his back from which this sound was coming from. He realized there was nothing left to lose, so he moved closer to examine the place. There were quite a number of parishioners standing around praying for some benefits. At this moment, the guy felt a huge amount of strong chi energy emanating from within this temple. He saw that there was an old man sitting in the middle of the shrine meditating, and he marveled even more at the place. The protagonist instantly felt the Buddhist's golden aura that filled the entire space around him. It was quite hard for the young man to believe what was happening, so he even began to doubt his eyes that saw that glowing aura. The first to speak was the old man himself, who explained that this was the site of the Buddha's temple. The protagonist could not understand at all what happened, because this man literally instantly appeared in front of him. The old man noted that the guy had been standing there for an hour, which made him decide to ask what he could do to help a visitor to their temple. Lin Mu greeted the great monk in their reply and explained that he was just a little lost in thought. At the same time, the guy was thinking about the fact that this kind old man had the aura of a non-mortal, and was surprised that this was the energy that would attract him. The monk, sensing that our hero had a good heart, asked him not to worry and to follow him. The young man realized that this was the perfect opportunity to learn new details, so he didn't resist and followed the old man. He decided to ask the monk what this place was, and the monk told him that this was where he meditated for Buddhist enlightenment. The protagonist was surprised that he was able to get to a place like this, so everything around him felt like some kind of dream. The guy even managed to see the real appearance of the legendary Buddha, which was definitely not possible for an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the saint decided to approach Lin Mu and directly told him that the latter had heavy sins lying on his soul, but there was some set of techniques that could help in his cultivation. Lin Mu was very happy to have this opportunity, so he thanked the Buddha. A second later, a bright flash appeared in Amitabh's fingers that held his immensely powerful energy. The next moment, that clot of holy power crashed right into the forehead of the protagonist. The great monarch himself did not expect at all that the Buddha would decide to bestow his great power on this young man. Of course, the old man did not question the deeds of the great Buddha Amitabha, so he continued to pray to him. Now the events are brought a day forward and continue in the same powerful temple. It turned out that the protagonist fell asleep right within the walls of this shrine, and is now terrified to wake up from a strange dream. Lin Mu thought that all these events had just woken him up, and was now even more stunned. At the same time, he felt a fierce headache and realized that it definitely arose from cognition and spiritual energy. Stepping outside, the young man realized that it was already morning and concluded that he had been in this place all night. The great monarch immediately appeared behind him and greeted his guest. Lin Mu immediately bowed low and thanked the master for such a generous gift. The old man explained that kindness has no limits and hoped the young man would treasure the knowledge he had received from the Buddha. The protagonist recognized that he has learned a lot, so he will definitely use the skills he has learned. At noon, he was at Dunhai University, where the class in which students were to study derivatives had already begun. The guy himself was very distracted because he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the temple he had been to yesterday was known for its seals that ward off bad luck. He also now agreed that kindness and respect for everyone, it turns out, is not gratuitous. However, unfortunately, the technique obtained was still too powerful for the young man because he didn't have enough spiritual chi energy for it yet. At the same time, our hero was sure that this knowledge would still definitely be useful to him. He had already managed to reach the spirit accumulation stage, and it was much faster than he had expected, because it was expected to take a year or more. Thanks to the chi that the young man had when he was reborn, he didn't have to exert any effort to pass the foundation formation realm. Now, after obtaining this technique, Lin Mu immediately jumped to the spirit accumulation stage, causing everything to go as normal. Moving to the spirit gathering stage, a warrior would already become several times stronger than he was at the peak of the foundation formation realm, so the guy was already excited. The protagonist was so pleased with his good fortune that he couldn't contain his emotions and chuckled quietly. It was only now that the young man realized that he was actually sitting on a steam, so he should at least restrain himself a little. The teacher noticed the fact that Lin Mu was laughing from his subject for some reason, but the guy didn't bother to explain anything and just apologized for his behavior. After class, the guy went outside and hit the wall with all his might to blow off some steam. Our hero was angry with himself because he was now happy about even some small thing, which definitely didn't match the name of the strongest cultivator. At this moment, some strange feeling that was already familiar to him came over Lin Mu again. The young man immediately guessed that it must have been the same girl. Eventually, he started looking for her among the crowd and saw a familiar silhouette on the busy street. The protagonist concluded that after reaching the spirit gathering stage, he could easily sense her presence from such a distance, and was certain that there was definitely something wrong with this beauty. The girl herself was unhappy about this encounter because she thought that Lin Mu was purposely pursuing her. The guy decided to explain everything peacefully and to start by getting to know the mysterious stranger he was interested in. Our hero said that for some unknown reason, when he and the girl got close, their chi reacted strangely to each other and asked if she wanted to find out the cause of this phenomenon herself. The beauty was in no hurry to introduce herself and noted that the young man was as ignorant as she was. But she also realized that it was no good if things continued like this. She asked Lin Mu to follow her to a quiet place where they could check what was causing their chi to react like this. They had to walk through the woods for half an hour, and then the girl reported that they were already there. The protagonist stopped as if on cue and asked what they were going to do now, but his companion had no ideas either. The guy decided to crouch down on the ground and try to connect their chi to see what could come out of it. The beauty herself had no other plans, so she agreed to the young man's proposal. She crouched down next to her and began to meditate, focusing on her breath to connect her energy with the main character's aura. Lin Mu instantly felt their chi interacting much more strongly than expected. The girl also noted this oddity because her ice ki was now much purer than usual. In turn, our hero felt that not only her partner's aura was being cleansed, but his own as well. At the same time, the guy couldn't figure out what technique the girl was practicing because there was something cool about it. After a while, they stopped meditating, feeling that their chi had indeed become purer. The girl with a smile on her face immediately noted that her frosty chi now seemed so strong. Only now did Lin Mu realize why her aura felt so cold, and he assumed that something more awaited them because this kind of fusion practice could help them both. The partner suggested trying it again and asked the guy to release more chi energy this time. Their hands came into contact again, and a familiar, pleasant wave of energy immediately ran between them. This time, our heroes tried even harder and actively passed chi to each other. They sat in this position for an hour without taking their palms off each other. Eventually, they merged so strongly that they began the process of moving. The stars aligned so that Lin Mu and Ji Qinglan moved to another realm. The protagonist felt that the chi in this place was so dense, causing him to sense absolutely everything that was happening around him. At this point, he decided to open his eyes and saw that their view had changed quite a bit. The girl still had no idea what had happened and only wondered at some refreshing feeling. Lin Mu was greatly embarrassed by the sight of his partner and quickly turned away, pretending that he hadn't seen anything. Ji Qinglan finally felt that something was wrong after all, and looked at the form in which they continued to meditate with surprise. Her cheeks were getting redder by the second as she realized what had just happened. The next second, her emotions spilled out, and her terrified scream rang throughout the forest. When they finally got dressed, the main character was immediately slapped, even though it wasn't even his fault for the whole incident. Linmu only now realized that everything was really happening, even though it seemed like it was just a sweet dream. It turned out to be just an illusion, so the guy desperately tried to wake up Ji Lan and explain the whole situation. The girl finally opened her eyes and realized that it really wasn't real, even though everything seemed so real. The young man immediately guessed that because of the chi fusion, they were able to sense the divine consciousness beforehand, causing such an embarrassing incident for them. His partner had not heard of such cases, so she was surprised to hear such an explanation. The protagonist explained that chi fusion has 3 stages, and thus the divine territory comes after the initial chi gathering. Linmu revealed that it was because of the divine consciousness that they were suddenly naked. The guy was glad that he had enough of his own cultivation knowledge to calmly explain this incident. Suddenly, the girl, who still couldn't look at our hero, asked his name again. The young man confirmed that his name was Lin Mu, and then Ji Lan asked if he had a soulmate. He took his time answering such an unexpected question and asked himself why she wanted to know such details. The girl was annoyed that the protagonist was behaving this way, so she yelled at him and ordered him to answer faster. Lin Mu was frightened by such a harsh tone and tried to prove that he was single, but she didn't really believe it. Ji Lan advised the young man not to lie to her because he wouldn't get out of here alive if he allowed himself to do something like that. The protagonist was still trying to find out why the girl suddenly decided to ask such a thing. Then she said that her grandfather used to say that the granddaughter was sure to marry someone who would have her all to herself. Lin Mu was in agreement with the old man because he believed that girls should stay with their first partner. The next moment, the guy realized that Ji Lan was going to marry him, even though there was still nothing between them. Now the girl sounded like a real demon and said in a commanding tone that now our hero must take responsibility for her, for he had seen her body and taken her innocence. The young man desperately tried to prove that it was just an illusion created by the divine consciousness, so it didn't count. The girl insisted on her own anyway, because she was sure that what he saw through that illusion was more real than what he was seeing with his own eyes. She emphasized that there was also a divine territory master in their family. So she had seen the notes left behind with her own eyes, and Lin Mu realized that he wouldn't be able to lie. Ji Lan wasn't going to listen to any compromise because she wanted the protagonist to marry her. The guy realized that marriage was a very serious thing and was afraid that they just might not be right for each other. The beauty again repeated her grandfather's words about marriage, which made our hero instantly petrified because he realized he was doomed. Lin Mu agreed that the grandfather had taught his granddaughter many things and wondered what else the girl had learned from him. At that time, Ji Lan said that the old man said that she shouldn't get married too early, so she should wait until graduation, and until then, she should be nice and find common ground with her boyfriend. Protagonist Hello relieved because he thought she would insist on getting married right today. After that, the girl disappeared in the middle of the forest, so Lin Mu had to return home alone. The guy was starting to get annoyed with all these worldly problems, so he decided to think about how to reach the initial peace stage more quickly. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone rushing over with all his might, and he suspected that it might be the same assassin. Turns out it was just some running stranger asking to make way for him. There were only a few meters left to the protagonist, but the man was still rushing at full speed, not intending to stop. At the last moment, the boy managed to dodge, and was glad that they weren't after him after all. Lin Mu thought that this stranger was performing short-distance running and was in a big hurry to go somewhere. Next, our hero noticed that this fugitive was being followed by a policewoman he already knew. He still didn't suspect anything untoward was going on here, so he assumed the girl was just running a sprint. The young man reflected on the fact that being an officer is really hard because you have to do a run every day. Lin Mu noted that that guy was running harder, and only now realized that there was something very strange about him. He sensed that there was something rather intimidating in this stranger's gaze. Digging into his memories, our hero realized that such a look is often found in his homeworld in the strongest fighters. The protagonist realized that this stranger's strength wasn't as good as a cultivation master, but he also exuded a lust for killing. Putting all these puzzles together in his head, Lin Mu eyed him that the policewoman was actually chasing the criminal. At that instant, the guy heard the sounds of gunshots and realized that this was too bad. He realized that he had just missed the culprit and now blamed himself for his inattention. Lin Mu snapped out of his seat and ran as fast as possible in the direction where the gunshots were coming from. He ran into the alley and saw that the policewoman was already lying on the floor and the perpetrator was holding a gun in his hands. The man shouted that this crappy girl wouldn't even spare her life to catch him. The girl was bleeding but still conscious because she was still lucky. Lin Mu was scared for her fate, so he immediately ran over to help in any way he could. Our hero carefully lifted the policewoman up to look where the bullet had hit. After examining the girl's body, the guy realized that the wound had gone straight to the heart, which was quite dangerous. He realized that according to the condition and the bleeding, the bullet just had to have passed by a vital organ. So it was the best situation from the worst, but still not that optimistic. The young man reassured the girl and promised that she would be all right, causing a spark of hope to appear in her eyes. The policewoman asked the protagonist to leave the place and not to risk his life, but he was not going to leave her in trouble, and the guy asked to cover the wound firmly with his hand. She couldn't understand what Lin Mu, who was walking unarmed towards a dangerous criminal with a gun, was going to do. The girl thought that our hero was completely crazy if he went to such risky steps for the sake of some stranger. The villain laughed at the fact that Lin Mu was building himself up as a noble hero and wasn't afraid to die at all. He thought the young man had watched too many action movies, so he decided to show him the harsh reality. The man didn't hesitate any longer and shot straight at the protagonist. The perpetrator was surprised because after a second, he saw that for some unknown reason he was unable to hit the target. It was still a moment before he realized with horror that the ammunition in the gun had run out. The villain now doubted that Lin Mu was a mere human because he managed to dodge the bullet so easily. The protagonist didn't bother to explain anything and punched his helpless opponent in the stomach with all his might. The man immediately coughed up blood and was unable to resist such a strong attack. In the end, he unconsciously fell to the ground, but Lin Mu was confident that the criminal would stay alive. While still dealing with the villain, the young man remembered about the policewoman who was on the verge of life and death. He ran up to the girl again and saw that she had lost consciousness due to heavy blood loss. To monitor the condition of the victim, the protagonist immediately guessed to check her pulse. Lin Mu felt that the throbbing was very weak, so the girl should be taken to the hospital as soon as possible before it was too late. Everything was successful, so when the policewoman regained consciousness, our hero recounted all the events in colors. The guy didn't want to tell about his abilities, so he lied that a man in his underwear came to their rescue and hit the criminal in the chest with all his might and saved their lives. The injured girl laughed when she heard the description of their rescuer and asked if he had a red cape. She wasn't going to believe this obvious lie because it all sounded like a superhero movie. The policewoman already wanted to threaten Lin Mu for daring to lie, but she felt pain and coughed, so the guy asked her not to speak anymore so as not to worsen her condition. In fact, the protagonist did not expect that in this world there are also so-called superheroes, and thought that the girl had already burned him. He rejoiced that he had managed to bring one good thing after all, and took out the prepared pills from his pocket. The guy held out his medicine to Ms. Wang and asked her to hurry up and eat it. The girl was in no hurry to eat some unknown pill, so Lin Mu asked her not to worry and promised that he wasn't going to do any harm. In the end, the policewoman decided to trust our hero, but emphasized that he dare not even think of such a thing. At that moment, a doctor entered the room and announced that Wang's relatives had come to check on the patient. The protagonist immediately realized everything, so he was already about to leave this place to stay out of the way. The girl said goodbye and thanked him for the medicine, and Lin Mu said that he would visit the officer again in a few days. The parents were very worried and panicked, asking the doctor if everything was okay with their beloved daughter. The girl asked them not to worry and informed them that Wang was already safe so they could check on her. Meanwhile, our hero decided to say goodbye to Dr. Zhou as well. The doctor wasn't going to let the guy go so easily, but he couldn't understand what was wrong. It turns out that the girl had managed to see that he had given the patient some medicine. So now, she wanted to know what it was. She thought it was outrageous because, seriously, ill patients shouldn't be allowed to eat anything. The protagonist asked Dr. Zhou not to worry about it and lied that it was just vitamin C. In fact, he gave Officer Wang a purifying medicine that has a miraculous effect on injuries. The young man didn't explain any further and warned the girl that he would return to the hospital in a few days. Once again, the girl made sure that the person in front of her was not the previous Lin Mu, and now wanted to know if it was also the same one. The events shift to the next morning when the protagonist was having breakfast with his roommates. Song Liangju enjoyed the food prepared by the guy himself and admired his cooking talent. In turn, Zixi asked why he had returned so late yesterday, and the young man had to lie that he had just met a former classmate and chatted with him. The girl suspected that Lin Mu was hiding something from them, so she looked into his eyes and asked him if it was really like that. The protagonist immediately tensed up because he realized that the neighbors were beginning to doubt his words. The other friend just laughed and told him to ignore their acquaintance, because she often likes to ask stupid questions. Song Liangju decided to lighten things up a bit and suggested to her boyfriend to go out tonight, and he immediately remembered that her friends were going to a classmate's birthday party. The girls asked our hero not to worry about these details because they thought they would become friends after one meeting. Lin Mu was still not eager to go anywhere, so he tried to object at least a little. The girlfriends emphasized that there should be no objections, and had already decided for the young man that he would spend the evening with them. Within a couple hours, they were all seated in the car and headed to the place where all the celebration was taking place. The girls talked about how it had been ages since they had seen their acquaintance, and they didn't even think she still remembered them. There wasn't a topic they didn't talk about with their friend in high school, but because of the family business, they had to gradually distance themselves from each other. Song Liang Rao realized that there was nothing she could do about it because they were simply in completely different worlds. Toward evening, they had already arrived at the desired location, which was a luxurious mansion. Zixi was sure that they had arrived correctly because the invitation just mentioned a restaurant hotel called Princeton. After that, they went straight into the elevator and went to the 19th floor of the building. The protagonist was surprised that their classmate, Situ Xiu, was so rich that she could afford such a celebration. At that time, the girl said that the Situ family had been passing down inheritance from generation to generation for 500 to 600 years, making it quite easy for her to get rich. At that moment, a bell sounded, which notified the company of friends that they had arrived at the right floor. It was quite lively inside, and the guests Zero were actively discussing various topics, creating a noisy environment around them. Now, the protagonist agreed that this was indeed a noble family, because just for the birthday party, so many people came. At this moment, Song Liangju's suitor had already announced from the crowd, excited that she had also come to Miss Saitu's birthday party. The girl didn't want to talk to him, so she pretended not to know the young man. The protagonist did not pay attention at all to what was happening near him, because once again he had some strange sensation. At this moment, he sensed the true king's aura and couldn't believe that there really was a person here who could exude such a strong energy. Eventually, the guy looked around, and among the crowd, he found the very girl who was emitting that aura. Linmu was surprised and couldn't understand why this woman was exuding the aura of a true king. The girl looked at him, and at that moment, her gentle voice came into the guy's head, noting that you can't stare at people so blatantly. The young man was greatly surprised that she had the skill of telepathy, because he didn't suspect that anyone in this world was able to master such a technique. He became more and more interested in this world because it turned out that there were so many high-level masters here. Song Langru immediately noticed that the guy was distracted by something and asked him what had caught his attention, but he wouldn't tell her and decided to move away to find a place to sit down. Eventually, a group of buddies found a vacant table where they could be seated. Zixi immediately decided to talk about Lin Mu, looking at some maiden and assumed that she must be very charming. At that moment, the very same beauty came on stage, and her servant asked all the guests for silence. Only now did the girl realize that all this time, the main character had been looking at their acquaintance, Sita Shu. In turn, the guy was glad that he was able to get information about this mysterious woman with the aura of a true king. He certainly didn't expect the source of that energy to be Ms. Situ herself, the culprit of this celebration. Meanwhile, the girl herself tensed up because she realized that the young man was beginning to guess about her hidden talents. She began to fear that someone might actually be able to unravel her family's secret. In the end, the birthday girl pulled herself together to thank her guests for taking the time to congratulate her. The girl wished everyone present a good time and used her powers to charm everyone around her even more. The guests were happy to hear such words from everyone's favorite Miss Situ, and once again wished her a happy birthday. The protagonist realized that, as it turned out, the birthday girl was also a master of charm, judging by the strong reactions of all present. Meanwhile, the servant asked all the guests to line up to present the gifts they had prepared. As if on cue, everyone left their seats at the tables and wanted to give their present as quickly as possible. Everyone was talking about how Ms. Situ was simply irresistible, but the girl only said that they had too high an opinion of her. There were even representatives of successful companies who hoped the birthday girl would appreciate their gift. She couldn't stop thanking everyone in attendance for their time and giving such wonderful gifts. The protagonist asked his girlfriends where their presents were and why they were still sitting in their seats. Song Liangju explained that only valuable gifts will be personally handed over to the owner, and ordinary gifts do not need to be taken on stage, they can just be handed over to the administrator. Lin Mu never thought that there could be so much fuss just to give an ordinary birthday present. In the end, he asked his girlfriends to wait here, while he too gave a prepared present for Miss Situ. The girls were shocked by this turn of events, because it is perfectly visible that the young man came here empty-handed. Zixi asked our hero not to do nonsense, because she was sure he hadn't brought anything with him. The guy was going to agree that it was all nonsense, but he wanted to personally turn his gift for Situ Shu anyway. The girl saw Lin Mu as a serious threat, so she wanted to see what he was all about. The guards immediately stopped the young man because they could not let the stranger near their mistress. The protagonist didn't panic and explained that he wanted to dedicate a few words for Miss Saita, emphasizing that she could really use it. All the guests started laughing at the fact that he was going to give the birthday girl such a pathetic gift. Zixi had had a hard time watching all of this, and now she made sure that their friend was overreacting. The girl intervened in this conflict and stated that she was extremely grateful to the gentleman, so she was willing to listen to him. In fact, she just wanted to see what this strange guy could pull off. Lin Mu himself was not at all afraid of judgment and ridicule from others, because he was absolutely confident in his actions. He finally said that this conversation was not for prying ears, because Ms. Situ needed to hear the words in person. The servant began to be annoyed by this impertinent behavior of the young man, because he was already able to get the attention of the birthday girl. In turn, Situ Shu noticed that our hero was far from being a beginner, so she couldn't figure out what he was trying to accomplish. The girl asked her subordinates to let the guy get up on stage to talk in person after all. The old man couldn't go against his mistress's orders, so he let Lin Mu pass, who briefly thanked him for the opportunity. The main character quickly made his way to the stage, while the birthday girl waited silently for her unusual gift. The guy was so reluctant for anyone to hear his words that he quietly whispered the intended message in his ear. All the guests were incredibly displeased that the scoundrel was so brazen that he dared to get so close to Miss Saida. Meanwhile, there was a look of surprise on the girl's face as our hero came to the end of his message. In the end, Lin Mu explained that this was the pair of words he wanted to give to Miss for her birthday, and hoped that she would really benefit from them. After a second, a smile appeared on the birthday girl's face, and she happily thanked the guy for his enlightenment and for this show. None of the guests had yet gotten such a violent reaction from the girl, so everyone was wondering what there was to say. Afterward, our hero returned to his girlfriends and immediately noticed that they had suspiciously disgruntled faces. A flustered Song Ling Ju explained that the guy scared them to death, causing them to become very worried about him. Zixi was already thinking that he was going to put on some kind of show here, which definitely wouldn't end well. Lin Mu immediately apologized to the girls for making them worry. At this point, the birthday girl herself came up to them and said hello to all her friends. Situ Shu immediately noted that this guy who was able to surprise her with his present was their buddy, so she immediately asked to introduce our hero. Lin Mu immediately stood up from his seat to get to know the girl better. After that, they both folded their hands in a welcoming gesture and exchanged pleasantries. Zixi couldn't understand why they were doing this and joked that her friends were portraying martial artists from the movies. The main character didn't even know how to respond to that, because it was literally true. So he blanched for a few seconds. The girl just laughed off the joke and noted that her friend remained just as funny. After saying goodbye to her friends, she went straight to the Saitu family estate, where she met up with her father. The old man turned to his daughter and immediately asked if she had a good time at her holiday banquet. The girl replied briefly that all had gone well and went straight to the subject she wished to discuss with the head of the family. She hugged her father and confessed that she no longer wanted to study in Kyoto and asked him to bring her back to Dunhai because she wanted to go to the local university. The old man couldn't understand what had happened, because earlier the daughter herself had insisted on going to university in Kyoto. Situ Shu looked at him and replied that she just wanted to stay with her dad in Dunhai. This answer touched the father, so he no longer doubted his daughter's decision. He hugged the girl tightly and laughed out loud because she really made him happy with those words. It turns out that Shu Shu was doing all this just to meet Lin Mu, who was the only one I could point out her 4 flaws. Meanwhile, events shift to the karate gym where the training was just taking place. A man named Liushin Xiaojiro informed his partners that he was going to assault them. He gave a martial shout and swung around to deliver his first crushing blow. Even though the other guys were in full defense, it was still hard for them to hold back such a strong attack. The man's partners were flying in different directions because they simply couldn't stay on their feet. In the next second, Liushin Xiaojiro swung his leg and declared that he wasn't done with this fight yet. The guys didn't expect things to turn out this way, so they didn't even react in time to their president's actions. The blow hit 2 fighters at once, who managed to block it at the last moment. The man was not at all pleased that they had come down from so slight a blow. The guys had nothing else to do but simply apologize to the president for their weakness. Liushin Xiaojiro didn't stand aside and helped the disciples stand up to continue their training. All the guys didn't mind and got ready for the next exercise. The man also announced in the most serious tone possible that it was already time to visit one person. Meanwhile, the main character did not suspect anything at all and continued to live his usual student life. At one of the breaks, the guy had already met his new acquaintance and was very surprised to see her at his university. The guys joked that it had turned cold around because that ice girl Ji Qing Lan had come here. It turned out that she was just looking for Lin Mu and wanted to talk to him about some important topic. The guy couldn't understand what had happened and why his acquaintance wanted to step away somewhere. Ji Qing Lan was annoyed that the young man kept asking some stupid questions, so she just took him under her arm and pulled him aside. She emphasized that she was not going to eat our hero, so she asked him to go quietly with her. Meanwhile, the other disciples thought that the ice lady knew how to love after all, and couldn't believe that Lin Mu was able to win another beauty. Eventually, the guys accepted the fact that he was born so cool he could do whatever he wanted. Parallel to the students' conversation, the protagonist was already trying to find out from his acquaintance what it was about this case that required so much caution. The girl explained that her father wanted to meet Lin Mu, so he would go to their house tonight. The young man tensed when he heard such unexpected news, and immediately wondered what it was all for. Ji Qing Lan embarrassedly explained that she told her dad about the incident, after which he said that he wanted to meet his future son-in-law. The protagonist was not happy that she was so quick to tell her relatives about the incident because they had agreed to wait. The girl immediately started yelling at him because she thought that Lin Mu had already changed his mind about marrying her. The young man still wasn't in a hurry to agree because he felt that he couldn't just pass. They were distracted from their rather tense conversation by some stranger who was just looking for Mr. Lin Mu. After this sudden encounter, the protagonist was walking backwards so fast that the girl couldn't keep up with him. She said that this Luchin Xiaojiro had never lost at Tokyo University, so she was worried that the guy just couldn't handle such an opponent. But that only fueled his interest. After our hero had been to the temple, he didn't have a worthy opponent to try out his new powers, so he hoped that this Xiaojiro wouldn't disappoint him. Now the events go back half an hour, when the young man met his new rival. Luchin Xiaojiro introduced himself as the president of the Tokyo University Karate Club and asked Mr. Lin Mu to fight him. The girl was angry that their conversation had been interrupted, and she emphasized that she didn't care at all whether he was Xiaojiro or Xiaojuro. The guy apologized to her, but he still insisted on a duel and was about to threaten Lin Mu if he didn't agree. Ji Qinglan was very serious, so she asked what he was going to do to her fiancé. At this moment, Lin Mu himself intervened, blocking his acquaintance's path, and replied that he was accepting the challenge. The president of the karate club then thanked the young man for the opportunity and informed him that he would be waiting for him at the school stadium at 6 o'clock tonight. In fact, our hero also felt that his opponent was quite strong, but he asked Ji Qinglan not to worry about it, promising that he would definitely win. The girl still wouldn't calm down and asked him not to announce such a thing so early. In the evening, there were quite a number of people gathered at the university's sports stadium, watching Luchin Xiaojiro intently and waiting for the fight to begin. The fighter himself sat quietly and meditated to gather his strength before the fight. The karateka had heard that the man their president challenged today was very strong, but were still confident that he was no match for their leader. The girls immediately took notice when the main character walked into the hall and noted that he was a real looker. The guy walked in accompanied by Ji Qinglan, who was very worried about him, so she didn't want to leave him alone. Lin Mu felt uncomfortable because he couldn't understand why everyone around him was staring at him so intently. Karate club members were disappointed when they saw their president's opponent because, by the looks of it, he was a real wimp. Before the duel began, the guy asked one question to Xiaojiro and inquired why he had decided to make this sparring so urgent. The club president became even more serious when he was about to talk about the reasons for his decision. He explained that he was a friend of Mr. Li Guanzhui and had heard that our hero handled him easily, which showed the high level of his skills. Luchin Xiaojiro asked the guy to understand him correctly and emphasized that he was not going to avenge his acquaintance. The protagonist immediately remembered that it was about the same young man who was either harassing or grooming Teacher Song. The Karate Kid thought that Lin Mu was strong on the outside and strong in heart, so he would like to exchange his experience in this duel. Now, the young man understood the reason for this challenge, so he decided not to fight at full strength, as it was just an exchange of experience. Liu Sheng Xiaojiro didn't like it right away, because he wanted his opponent to be unmerciful. Whenever the karateka himself fights, he fights as hard as he can because it was simple respect for his opponent. The protagonist heard his opponent and agreed to exchange experiences in this fight. The club president immediately got into a fighting stance and asked the young man to attack first. In the end, he struck first, and this attack was very accurate and fast. Lin Mu was shocked that his opponent was so strong, so he didn't even immediately react to the blow. At the last moment, the young man was still able to dodge his opponent's lightning-fast fist. Now, our hero had verified that this Xiaojiro was indeed much stronger than Li Guanzhui, whom he had dealt with quite easily. But at the same time, he was sure that this guy was far from his power level. Liushin Xiaojiro was a very experienced fighter, so he never stopped attacking Lin Mu for a second, who only had time to place blocks. Despite the speed of his attacks, the protagonist had no problem dodging each one. All the karateka were actively supporting their president and waiting for him to knock out his opponent. Ji Qinglan suspected that any inexperienced person would probably think that Xiaojiro was suppressing Lin Mu, and the latter was now at a disadvantage. But in fact, you could see that the movements of the main character are not chaotic at all. It was as if he was playing with his opponent, testing his endurance. The guy was able to dodge even an incredibly strong leg kick that seemed destined to be fatal. He did agree that it was pretty close after all, because the karateka almost managed to hit him. At this moment, Liu Shen Xiaojiro finally stopped, because his strength was running out and his breathing was starting to hit a snag. He couldn't understand why Master Lin Mu was only defending himself and assumed that the guy was looking down on him. Our hero got embarrassed and apologized, explaining that he was scrutinizing his opponent's techniques, causing him to forget that they were actually competing. The club president was surprised that the youngster has enough time to learn his techniques while concurrently being on defense. Meanwhile, Lin Mu got into a fighting stance and announced that he was going to attack his opponent. Luchin Xiaojiro, despite his fatigue, prepared to take this blow. He didn't even have time to finish the sentence when he felt a hard push right in his stomach. The Karate Kid couldn't understand why our hero stopped and didn't continue his attack. Linmu ended up attacking his opponent so hard that he literally flew the air. Lucian Xiaojiro couldn't do anything about it, so he fell to the floor with a rumble and shame. None of the audience could understand what had just happened because they only had time to see our hero appear in front of the president of the karate club. Jiqing Lan was also shocked by such an amazing speed of her future fiancé. The Karate Kid himself couldn't understand what had just happened either, and now tried to get to his feet. He realized he had been careless in this battle comma, and gathered his last strength to finally get up. Our hero was surprised that his opponent could no longer get up, even though he had only released a small amount of chi. Now the guy was disappointed because actually in this fight, he wanted to test his accumulated power. But now, there was no such opportunity. For his part, Liuxian Xiaojiro was not going to give up, even though he had already realized the gap between himself and Master Lin Mu. The Karate Kid's fighting spirit was still at an all-time high, so he confidently shouted that he wouldn't give up so easily. The protagonist was surprised that his fighting spirit had suddenly risen, but was sure that it was all useless. Xiaojiro was already about to deliver another crushing blow and finally wanted to hit his opponent. He was sure that this time he was bound to achieve his goal. The fighter made one accurate lunge forward, but ended up feeling like he hit nothing. The Karate Kid was shocked by this turn of events and couldn't understand how this was even possible. It turned out that the main character had just grabbed him by the shoulder, so now Xiaojiro couldn't figure out what kind of person he was. Linmu replied briefly that he was the same person as his rival, but he was just studying at Dunhai University. The young man decided he was going to act tough, so he apologized to his opponent. Grabbing the Karate Kid firmly by the shoulder, our hero tossed him aside in a sharp motion. After that, Liuxian Xiaojiro's head hit the floor with a thud, and now definitely could not continue this fight. The president of the karate club made sure that the protagonist definitely had inhuman strength. After that, the protagonist went to the Ji family mansion and was already there by evening. The girl's grandfather immediately inquired what plans our hero had with Qing Lan. Linmu didn't know how to answer this question because he didn't have any specific plans at the moment. This made the man very angry because he thought the young man was not going to marry his daughter and was just going to leave her. The guy then tried to explain that he didn't mean that at all, and explained that he wanted to graduate from university first. The old man already thought his daughter had no future with this young man and thought it was just a marriage game. Jiqing Lan tried to explain that it wasn't like that at all and asked the old man not to worry, promising that in just 2 years, her fiancé would graduate from university. The head of the family explained that the problem was not that they were in a hurry, but the guy's own attitude towards the situation. He called his granddaughter stupid because after graduation, everyone would have their own way and her fiancé just might run away. At the same time, the main character was unhappy that Jiqing Lan herself was pulling him into this whole thing, and he also ended up being the one to blame. Meanwhile, the old man couldn't understand why the girl chose this particular guy who had no ambition. The granddaughter was desperately trying to explain to her grandfather that her fiancé was not like that at all. Mr. G could no longer listen to the girl, and finally declared that he would not consent to this marriage. At this point, the main character decided to intervene in the conversation after all, apologizing for it. He confirmed that he has no plans, and he's not going to make excuses because his own future is still actively being planned. The guy realized that by coming here today, he had caused everyone a lot of inconvenience, which was all his fault, and promised that it wouldn't happen again. After making this statement, Lin Mu quickly headed towards the exit and said goodbye to the Ji family. The girl did not appreciate this development at all, so she asked the groom to wait. The grandfather emphasized with the utmost seriousness in his voice that this guy was not going to be anything outstanding, and asked his granddaughter to just trust him. Jiqing Lan didn't listen to the old man and still begged the protagonist not to leave. Eventually, she couldn't stand it and cried because Grandpa didn't understand her feelings at all. The girl ran out of the hall, but the old man still continued to be indifferently silent. His son finally raised his voice because he thought the last sentence was too harsh after all. The head of the family realized that although the Lin family was strong, it was no match for their bloodline, and explained that he only wanted to check whether the young man really loved his granddaughter or was looking for gain. If the groom had ulterior motives, he would have made concessions, but in the end, he couldn't handle even that little pressure. The man still felt that Lin Mu was understandable because no one would be thrilled to be spoken to like this. The old man still believed that this guy couldn't be changed anymore, so even if he married Qing Lan, he still wouldn't join their family. Eventually, the man accepted that his father's stubborn nature could not be changed, so he decided to leave things as they were for the time being. He himself thought that Lin Mu was a good kid, so he hoped that the young man's arrogance would eventually subside. Meanwhile, our hero thought about the fact that there were so many different situations in Suixian's world, but they never made him feel guilty, so he didn't expect that he would actually get angry today. Other than that, he started to feel his chi starting to weaken, but he eventually wrote it off to the fact that the original energy of this body was incredibly weak. The guy couldn't understand what it was about this G family that they dared to look down on him, and came to the conclusion that he didn't need to be so reserved next time. The main character suddenly stopped because he encountered something on the way to his house. Turns out some guy ran out at him, holding his head and begging Six to save him. Linmu immediately thought about the fact that this fatty seemed very familiar to him. After a few seconds, he remembered that this was the same Xing Weilong who had cheated men and molested women at the university. The guy immediately wondered what could have happened to a rugged bully in the middle of the night. The frightened bully tried to catch his breath and rejoiced that he was able to meet his acquaintance. It turned out that he was being chased by a horde of angry bandits who wanted to take his life right here and now. The protagonist was even more surprised when he learned the details of the situation. Xing Weilong panicked a lot and begged his classmate to save him because otherwise he would definitely die this night at the hands of bandits. The bandits said they only want the fat man, so the protagonist must get out of their way if he doesn't want to die with him. The classmate had already heard that our hero was able to defeat Liu Shen. This gangster gang was definitely not a problem for him. The guy was excited about this opportunity because he was just in a bad mood today. So he could blow off steam on these bullies. The bandits didn't expect this kid to act this way. They thought he'd had enough of life. Linmu explained that it was his classmate, so he had to help sort out the problems and just couldn't stand by. Eventually, the gangsters decided that they needed to end this pointless chatter, and their leader ordered the two students to be caught for him. They advised the young man not to be so ignorant and arrogant, and agreed to help the protagonist if he wanted to die so badly. Linmu felt that bullies of this level would not give him any trouble, so he was not worried at all about the outcome of this fight. Xing Weilong still asked the guy to be careful because these guys kill people without even blinking. Such information only fueled the interest of the protagonist, who was looking for a worthy opponent for himself. The young man stepped forward confidently and prepared to teach the bullies a cruel lesson that they would remember for a long time. He wanted to beat them half to death because he was sure that only then they would be able to understand something. The bandits didn't wait any longer and had already swarmed towards the protagonist, who was concentrating the chi in his body to definitely win this fight. Linmu put all the energy in his hand to teach his opponent a lesson, who was the very first to run in front of his partners. The guy threw his arm forward sharply, taking a steady stance, his palm open like a human shield, ready to turn into a weapon at any moment. The end result was that the bandit flew off to the side without ever reaching his target. Xing Weilong was still very worried that by doing so, the protagonist was taking a great risk and could make an irreversible mistake. The young man himself was not afraid at all, because his techniques were strong and accurate. So the bandits flew away from him in different directions. After that, Linmu breathed a sigh of relief because he had succeeded after all, and it gave him confidence. In turn, the fat man couldn't believe his eyes because everything looked like a scene from a martial arts movie. The next day, after the showdown with the bandits, the protagonist was calmly walking through the streets of the city and heard someone calling him. The guy couldn't figure out what was going on, so he turned back around in surprise. Turns out, it was the same fat guy who decided to thank his savior and promised that he could now solve any of his problems. It wasn't difficult for the protagonist, so he was embarrassed when he heard so much gratitude. But for Xing Weilong, it meant a lot because his life was on the line. Suddenly, the young man fell to his knees to show his respect for Linmu and promised to always follow Big Brother. The guy asked his classmate to stand up because it was too much and asked why those people were chasing him that night. Fatty said that the bandits were with Anji, where he had insulted the leader of that group named Pi Hongxing, causing him to bring the trouble on himself. At that moment, two hurrying guys were passing by them who were saying that there was some kind of spectacle going on near the school gate. Xing Weilong grabbed one of them and wondered what was it that the disciples were in such a hurry. Then the student said that their ice girl Ji Qinglan is going to fight someone, and they say that her opponent is some other beautiful girl. The protagonist was surprised to hear this because he would never have thought his acquaintance could pick a fight with someone. Fatty also agreed that it would be a good sight, so he suggested that Lin Mu look at the sight. The guy replied briefly that he was in no mood at all to engage in such entertainment, so he asked his classmate to go there alone. Xing Weilong realized that our hero didn't have any important things to do anyway, and this way he would at least have some fun, so he dragged him along with him. Lin Mu had no choice left, so he asked his friend to at least not drag him because he could walk on his own. None of the students could figure out what had happened because the two girls had been tensely standing opposite each other for a long time. Everyone around them already wanted to see a real fight, so they began to whip up their opponents. At this moment, the protagonist and his escort, in the form of Xin Weilong, began to make their way through the crowd. In the end, Linmu saw that Ji Qinglan's opponent was the familiar Sister Situ. The girl herself also didn't seem to expect to meet the protagonist here, so she turned around sharply when she heard a familiar voice. The guy immediately inquired why his acquaintance had come to this university. Situ Shu completely forgot about her rival in a couple of seconds, because she wanted to say hello to our hero. Everyone around was shocked when they realized that even this girl was familiar with the protagonist and couldn't understand why he was familiar with all the beauties around. Ji Qinglan immediately approached the guy and asked him to be careful because she didn't trust her rival at all. It turns out that Situ Shu was asking about Lin Mu's whereabouts, causing the girl to suspect that she had some kind of score to settle with him. Ms. Saitu herself noted that our hero is a great success among women, since he is protected by such beauties. The guy tried to explain to Qinglan that they were acquainted with this girl, who wasn't a bad person at all. Meanwhile, Xing Weilong began to disperse all the gawkers and shouted to them that there was nothing more to see here. Now they could talk normally, and the protagonist inquired why Sister Situ had come to Dunhai University. The girl told me that she had just transferred here from her past Kyoto University. Ji Qinglan had heard that Kyoto University was the best university in China, so she couldn't understand why she would turn down such a prestigious institution and enroll here. Situ Shu bluntly replied that she wanted to become classmates with Lin Mu and ask him for some advice. The next day, all the guys of the university have already learned about the new beauty, who recently transferred to them. They were looking at Situ Shu's photo and speculated that their university beauty's position could easily change because she had a worthy rival. Meanwhile, all of our hero's neighbors, having met their old acquaintance, gathered in the dining room and discussed where that strange girl could have come from. Song Liangru told them that Situ Shu's rival was Ji Qinglan, who was known as the Snow Queen at the university. Hearing such a nickname, the girl immediately assumed that this beauty, apparently very arrogant and indifferent. Maybe that was true, but for the main character, Ji Qinglan tried to be nice and even brought a bento for him to eat together. Lin Mu thanked her for taking such care, but informed her that he wouldn't be able to eat that much food. Zixi pointed out that the girl only treated her lover like this, and she would have frozen the others on the spot. Now Situ Shu realized that this beauty was her friend's rival in love with Lin Mu. The girl was greatly embarrassed when she heard such an assumption and asked not to say such nonsense. The other girlfriends also started convincing that there was no reason why they could like the main character, but it all didn't sound particularly convincing. Situ Shu laughed with this reaction from the girls and told them not to worry because she was just kidding. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was approached again by some stranger who was looking for him. Ji Qinglan immediately became angry because someone dared to interrupt their conversation. The man apologized for the interruption in their meal and explained that their master wanted to discuss something with Mr. Lin. The guy immediately noticed that the stranger was big, but didn't look like someone looking for a fight, so he calmly asked who their boss was. Ji Qinglan wondered why Master didn't come here himself to talk to Lin Mu. The protagonist tried to calm her down and asked her not to bother people, and if there was really something serious there, he would deal with all the problems quickly. The guards nodded politely, thanking him for his cooperation, and invited him to follow them in. The girl asked Lin Mu to be more careful, and he couldn't believe that she still didn't trust his skills. The bodyguards led our hero to the car and asked him to wait a minute until they reported his arrival. They told their master the whole situation, and he asked the young man to get into his car. The man immediately asked if Lin Mu remembered him after their last meeting. The protagonist immediately remembered that it was the father of a policewoman named Wang. The gentleman immediately noted that the young one had a pretty good memory, because the young man was able to memorize him after one brief encounter. The man immediately decided to cut to the chase, and emphasized that this time, all hope was only on Lin Mu. The guy immediately emphasized that Van was his friend, so he didn't mind helping with her problems and asked what her condition was. The father reported that his daughter's rehabilitation went well, and asked our hero to stop by for a visit if he had time to do so. Lin Mu was only happy to have this opportunity, and promised that he would definitely drop by their family in a few days. Eventually, the lad inquired as to what the old man had sought him out for this time. The man realized that there was no point in dragging the rubber any longer, so he decided to move on to explaining the whole situation. He finished his story when they had already arrived at the right place, and emphasized that things were serious because otherwise he wouldn't have looked for Lin Mu. The protagonist started to worry because he agreed to help, but wasn't a doctor to look into the problem in detail. The old man didn't see it as a problem at all, so he asked the young man to put his best foot forward and ask if he needed anything, promising that they would get everything that existed in this world. Already sitting in the chamber were the agitated military men who couldn't raise why their acquaintance still hadn't shown up. They rejoiced when you saw that Mr. Wang had finally arrived on the scene. The man asked with concern in his voice how their leader was feeling right now. The soldiers reported that their head was still in a coma, and that probably didn't bode well. Everyone felt very strongly about the old man's condition because, as an important leader, he's of great importance to China. Mr. Wang explained that if he is gone, the situation in the country will face serious problems. The protagonist asked him not to worry and promised that he would carefully do his best. He asked everyone to leave the room to wait outside, and the man emphasized that the chapter's life was now only in the hands of the guy himself. The soldiers were still not sure that this young man could be trusted with such an important assignment. The man was sure it was okay because earlier this young man had saved his own daughter. At this time, the protagonist began to examine the patient and was going to find out the cause of his illness first. The guy concentrated, letting a thin stream of chi energy flow through his pulse, letting it slowly spread through his body, exploring every cell as if scanning the patient from the inside. After all, he did find some peculiarity in the leader's body. Lin Mu saw that the man had no obvious organ abnormalities, which was not like most people who had reached their limit. This situation puzzled the young man, so he began to suspect that he might have missed something. The protagonist didn't give up and decided to try again, but this time he channeled more of his energy into the patient's body. He concentrated all his attention on it to notice exactly what the main problem was. In the end, the guy finally managed to feel that the old man had a heart condition. Turns out there was too much dirt in the right atrial artery, and it had been there for a long time, leading to a long-term lack of oxygen in the body and a massive failure. Lin Mu now calmed down because it was just a matter of time before a relieved smile appeared on his face. He would be sure that if one directly used qi, one could quickly cure the heart. The soldiers who waited under the door weren't sure if the head could survive all this after all. It was at this point that the protagonist came out of the room and said that the leader was fine and would wake up very soon. Everyone, of course, rejoiced at the news, but they did not expect the problem to be solved so quickly. The man still didn't calm down and asked Lin Mu how much longer their head would last. Our hero explained that the root of the disease had been eliminated, but the body of the elderly was already depleted, so if his energy was dead, he would last about half a year. Now, the events are moved forward 3 days after the guy managed to save the leader of the country. The old man had already taken his workplace and was outraged at what had happened during his absence. Commander-in-Chief Duan Fusheng was greatly displeased that his opponents had already started to act, even though he hadn't even died yet. Mr. Wang listened to all of this and asked the teacher not to get hot, because he definitely shouldn't be nervous. Then the old man calmed down and thought that he needed to live at least a few years to deal with the situation, but at the same time realized that he didn't have that much time. The man tried to reassure the leader and assured him that he was past the hardships of his illness. The commander-in-chief asked not to calm him down because he felt the state of his body very well and was sure that he would not be able to pass this test to the end. Other than that, he admired the fact that the person who had saved him was a youth and wondered if Lin Mu would come to visit him today. Mr. Wang said that everything had already been done for this meeting, so the guy would arrive here soon. It was at that moment that the doorbell rang, and the assistant announced that the guest had arrived. The man rose from his seat, greeting the protagonist, and noted with slight irony that they had just talked about him and he had already appeared as if he sensed it. Afterward, he happily introduced the youngster who had saved the commander-in-chief's life. Lin Mu immediately bowed his head respectfully and introduced himself to the leader. Duan Fusheng asked the guy to hurry up and sit down so that they could talk about all the events that had happened in the past few days. The old man also added that our hero wasn't a soldier, so he could safely call him just Grandpa Duan. The commander-in-chief joked that if it wasn't for Lin Mu's help, that old bag of bones would definitely not have lived to see today. The young man was embarrassed because he thought that Grandpa Duan was exaggerating since the treatment was not difficult for him. And moreover, he was still unable to eliminate the hearth. In turn, Duan Fusheng thought that our hero was too humble because he had literally managed to save his life, which was already very good. He explained that at that age, you don't take some things seriously anymore. So for him, death is no longer scary. The protagonist looked at the old man with sincere respect, admiring his innate wisdom and ability to perceive life so broadly that even the thought of death caused him neither fear nor excitement. At this moment, Mr. Wang reported that the food was already ready, so he suggested to continue the conversation already at the table. The leader immediately stated that they should have fun today and offered to have a couple sips to cheer themselves up. But Sleep One Wang, that he had just recovered, is already taking up alcohol. In the evening, Miss Situ also came to her house and continued her investigation about the protagonist. The aide reported that there were new advances today regarding Saitu Shu's order. The girl rejoiced at such news and gathered herself to listen attentively to her subordinate. The aide reported that Lin Mu arrived at the War Ministry in the afternoon, where he was brought by military vehicles and stayed there for 3 hours. Situ Shu immediately wanted to know why he had stayed in the ministry for so long, but that was unknown to anyone. The girl was very angry with her subordinate and ordered her to quickly get to work and find out what was going on within those walls. The assistant didn't object and bowed and went to do her task. Situ Shu herself began to freak out because the protagonist turned out to be such a mysterious person. The thought of why the protagonist visited the War Ministry was now constantly rolling around in the girl's head, giving her no rest. The next day, all the students gathered outside Dunhai University because they saw some suitor with a bouquet of flowers. No one could figure out who it was standing at the gate so early in the morning, but everyone suspected he was looking for their university's flower. Everyone was already waiting to see some kind of spectacle and expected it to be hot right now. But this guy's sweetheart still hadn't arrived. Next, the students saw the latest model Lamborghini stopped near the entrance and couldn't even guess who it was. It turned out to be Situ Shu, who had yet to realize what was happening at the university gates. Seeing the huge crowd, the girl couldn't understand why everyone was gathered at the entrance so early today. The guy, noticing the girl he wanted, instantly became animated, clutched the bouquet tighter, and rushed towards her. Situ Shu was greatly surprised when she realized that it was her acquaintance named Yan Lanshi. She couldn't understand how he ended up here. The guy explained that he couldn't leave the girl and hoped she would like these oriental blue roses. She was very pleased with the attention from her suitor and thanked him for such a sudden gift. The young man wondered why Situ Shu suddenly switched to Dunhai University and didn't even warn him about this decision. The girl lied that she just wanted to come to Dunhai to spend more time with her parents. In fact, Yan Lanshi wasn't going to believe it from the beginning, and Situ Shu couldn't understand what he was getting at. He could bet it was because of one guy, and he turned around because the man was just walking nearby. The girl opened her eyes wide. Her lips parted for a moment in surprise, for her acquaintance had just pointed out the real reason for her transition. Just at that moment, the protagonist was walking down the street, and his new associate Xing Weilong was walking beside him. The guy pointed out that there was a very intimate conversation between Situ Shu and this guy at her birthday party, and asked what it was that he said to her. Mrs. Situ's eyes flashed with rage at the fact that her acquaintance dared to pry into her private affairs. Yan Lanshi recalled that the girl was actually his fiancée, so it was normal for him to ask about such things. The girl felt that even if she were to be a wife, she should not inform him of such things. The groom frowned, his gaze becoming intense and suspicious, because he began to suspect that Linmu liked Situ Shu. Eventually, the girl herself confirmed it, so she asked the guy not to hit on her anymore to make everyone feel comfortable. Yan Lanshi froze in place. His eyes widened in shock, and his voice trembled as he questioned whether she realized the full weight of the words she had just spoken. Situ Shu could no longer tolerate her former fiancé, and eventually directly replied that she wasn't joking at all. At the same time, the protagonist and Xing Weilong came closer and saw that something strange was happening near the gate. Linmu was surprised to see such feminine qi emanating from this guy because this was the first time he had seen something like this. Fatty immediately noticed the sudden change of mood of his comrade because he suddenly became cheerful for some reason. The protagonist didn't bother to explain the reason for his joy and wanted to leave this place, but Xing Weilong didn't want to go because the fun wasn't over yet. Yan Lanshi was incredibly angry that this guy dared to even look at his woman. He wasn't going to give Lin Mu any chance because he dared to fight for his fiancée. In the evening of the same day, the protagonist couldn't figure out where the fatty had brought him because it all looked rather mysterious. Xing Weilong asked his comrade to calm down because it wouldn't be long before he would find out all the details. At the entrance of the place, they were met by two guards who opened in sync and kindly greeted their guests. The guy eventually assumed that a friend had decided to bring him to some charity dinner. Lin Mu would never have guessed that his comrade was interested in charity projects. The fat man proudly announced that this was not just a charity dinner and said that it wouldn't be long before our hero found out everything. They walked a little further, and at that moment, the protagonist felt some strange sensation on his hand. The main character couldn't understand what was happening because a ring from the past world suddenly appeared on his hand. Xing Weilong immediately noticed that something strange was happening because his comrade had turned pale for no reason. The young man tried to hide his hand and asked if there was a restroom, lying that he must have eaten something wrong. The fatty replied that the restroom was in front, and then Lin Mu asked him to wait here for a few minutes. The protagonist quickly ran into one of the available booths and tried to somehow solve the problem with the ring that had suddenly appeared. The guy examined his hand carefully and tried to figure out what could have triggered it. Lin Mu realized that the ring wanted to break free, and if he didn't suppress it, the consequences could be unimaginable. To obtain this talisman, he almost died in the cultivation world, so there shouldn't be any more mistakes here. Suddenly, the protagonist heard some familiar female voice directly addressing him. It turned out that it was Situ Shu who had unknownly appeared here. Our hero nervously clutched the hand with the ring and emphasized that it was actually the men's room. The girl didn't see it as a problem because there was no one here, and was also surprised that Lin Mu had decided to take an interest in charity. Lin Mu in turn explained that the fatty had brought him here, and also asked if Miss Situ had any important business here. She did not explain the reason for her visit for this evening, and immediately said that man in the morning misunderstood their relationship with our hero, but the girl was going to deal with the situation. The guy immediately assumed that the guy outside the university gate was asking for his acquaintance's love. Situ Shu could no longer stand the fact that he was so blatantly pretending, because she was sure that he had also noticed Yan Lanshi's murderous aura. The protagonist agreed that he had captured this energy, but couldn't figure out what to do with the information. The girl was still very excited because she knew that her ex-fiancé was too good at tricks, so she had to be very careful in a fight with him. Previously, Lin Mu hadn't even suspected that Miss Situ might be worried about his safety, which flattered him greatly. Situ Shu sighed heavily and admitted that she wouldn't have done all this if it wasn't for the main character's instructions for her birthday. At the end of their brief conversation, the boy thanked his acquaintance for these warnings and promised to be careful. The girl declared that she had said all she wanted to say, and once again asked our hero to take care of himself. They ended up walking out of the men's room together, which looked pretty weird. The protagonist felt the most embarrassed possible about the fact that other people saw it. One guy noticed that the couple was in a big hurry and immediately assumed what kind of brazen things they were doing in the restroom. Meanwhile, on stage, the charity auction had already started and the bid had already reached 10 million. The moderator began counting down to that price to become the final price for that lot. He then solemnly lowered the gavel and announced that the last named amount was final. It turned out that the owner of this item was Ms. Lin, so the host thanked her for helping with the charity. Lin Mu had no idea that such a vase could be sold for 10 million, and the comrade explained that everyone here was a rich person willing to spend money on charity. The presenter then introduced the next lot, which turned out to be an ancient orange necklace, the value of which is that it is impossible to know the age of this artifact. Some experts have tried to use the C14 method for identification, but the composition of this necklace has never been recognized. They also say that nothing in the world can damage this jewelry. The main character froze, scrutinizing the item, his eyebrows shifting in deep thoughtfulness, while Xing Weilong didn't really believe this information. The guy noticed that his ring's reaction had gotten even stronger since the necklace had appeared. Lin Mu began to suspect that there might be some connection between the two pieces of jewelry. The first to bid was a gentleman who was willing to buy the necklace for 5 million. Xing Weilong was surprised that someone was willing to pay such a huge sum, and our hero was still sure that the prices would still rise. The host saw that Mr. Liu was the first to offer the first bid and asked if anyone else wanted to fight over the lot. The next to enter the fray was a girl who offered 6 million for the necklace. In just a couple of seconds, the price had already risen to 15 million and wasn't going to stop. The fight for the artifact was also still not leaving Mr. Liu, who eventually raised the bid to 20 million. The presenter immediately turned to the other participants and asked if anyone had more to offer. Xing Weilong couldn't believe that someone would be willing to give such money for a stupid necklace, but our hero realized that it was all going to charity. At this point, some old man in the audience offered 50 million for such a precious lot. Everyone was shocked that their opponent had raised the bet so dramatically to such a fabulous amount. The host immediately asked if anyone was willing to outbid Mr. Ao. He immediately started counting down to 3 to close the bidding for the legendary necklace. The man banged his gavel again and thanked the victorious Ao Xiaolong for his contribution to their charitable cause. Xing Weilong reacted violently to the winner, so the protagonist guessed that his friend knew this person. The fatty whispered and explained that this person was the head of the Ao family and was an important figure, both in the light and in the shadows. He realized that if their family placed so much importance on this necklace, apparently it was far from ordinary. The protagonist only now remembered that there are 6 other treasures in the cultivation world, similar to his ring, and they are known as the ancient armor of immortality. He immediately guessed that this necklace might be part of that ancient armor, and he didn't expect it to appear in a place like this at all. At the same time, some of the participants of the Thanksgiving banquet were in the VIP room. One of them was Yan Lanshi, who still couldn't stop thinking about our hero daring to play with his jouer. At this moment, Lin Mu felt some strange chill down his back that was coming off his new rival. The assistant walked over to his master and asked if there were any new instructions for him. In fact, this guy named Qing Shi reeked of something coldly dangerous, due to his creepy appearance and skin as pale as snow. Yan Lanshi directly stated that he didn't want to see that boy in the white suit anymore. His subordinates immediately understood his master's instructions and promised that the young man would no longer see the sun tomorrow. The guy immediately emphasized that our hero had good skills and asked his assistant they underestimate the enemy and be careful. Qing Shi asked his master not to worry because he had never lost a battle yet. Meanwhile, the host announced that the charity dinner was over and thanked the guests for their support for the cause. Then the protagonist still decided to ask why the fat man guided him to this place. But the latter asked the guy to watch his words, because some people wanted to come but didn't have that opportunity. Xing Weilong said that he originally wanted to buy something too and ask his friend to help him with the staff. But something went wrong in the end. The guy explained that he only brought in 5 million and thought he had enough. But in the end, he didn't even get a chance to bet. He thought that the rich people from Dunghai were too capricious, which was the reason why the bidding was so tough. The young man was sure that spending 50 million on a necklace was too much, even if it was the best piece of jewelry in the world. The protagonist speculated that Ao Xiaolong might have bought this item as a gift for someone. In turn, the fat man began to suspect that the man might have helped someone by buying this expensive item. Suddenly, Lin Mu stated that he needed to urgently go somewhere and was about to leave his partner. Xing Weilong couldn't understand why there was such a rush, because he was actually going to invite our hero to dinner. The guy emphasized that this was a very important case, so he promised to accept the invitation next time. Lin Mu simply followed his feelings, which eventually led him to the underground parking lot. There, Mr. Ao, accompanied by his two bodyguards, was about to leave the place. Turns out the protagonist was already going to take the $50 million necklace from him. He still took his time and just watched the car drive out of the parking lot for now. Quite soon, when Mr. Ao's car stopped at a traffic light, Lin Mu managed to catch up with him. The young man was well aware that first he needed to find out where the necklace itself was hidden. It was for this reason that he decided not to get hot and pick up the jewelry a little later. The protagonist knew that there are a lot of stoplights in this mountain, so it would be pretty easy for him to keep up with the car. At that moment, he stopped abruptly because he felt a familiar murderous stare on him. There were some suspicious-looking guys behind him, but the sensation was not at all like the presence of ordinary crooks. Lin Mu instantly turned around and asked the strangers who they were with courage in his voice. These mercenaries didn't bother to explain anything and already attacked their target in a second. The guy thought such a direct attack was too naive because he was easily able to dodge it. In fact, he definitely didn't expect that there were 3 more knives in the shadows that were ready to attack him from the other side. By the reaction of the protagonist, the bandits realized that they had managed to pull off their prearranged plan. Lin Mu carefully adjusted his tie and noted with a smile on his face that just a little bit more, and his opponents would have succeeded in injuring him, but that didn't happen. All the bandits shockingly froze in place because they couldn't understand how the guy managed to dodge all of their shadow blades. Suddenly, our hero noticed something flashed behind him, so he immediately reacted to the potential threat. It turns out that the professional mercenaries didn't wait any longer and decided to attack their target in a different way. The young man managed to capture his rival in time, and was displeased that his enemies were so dull and sneaky that they only ambushed him. Lin Mu only needed one precise strike to disarm this bandit who dared to attack him from behind. The mercenaries realized that they would not be able to resist such an opponent, so they decided to scatter. Meanwhile, the protagonist beat his opponent so badly that he literally flew into the air. In a second, he was already near the other mercenaries and noted that they were moving too slowly. The villains did not have time to react to the lightning-fast blows of the protagonist, so they just scattered in different directions. The remaining bandits saw that all of his partners had been knocked down in an instant and couldn't understand how the guy had managed to do it. In turn, the protagonist did not stand aside and had already decided to deal with the remaining mercenary. Suddenly, he felt he couldn't reach his opponent's body and hit an empty spot, even though he was sure he was hitting the exact target before he did so. The most mysterious bandit was already in a different place and was glad that he had such a good reaction. Our hero agreed that he was a jack of all trades, but this time, he wasn't going to make any more mistakes. At the decisive moment, his blow again passed through the void, his fist slicing only the air, and the bandit, like a ghost, remained unharmed. After a second, the mercenary leader raised his comrades and informed them that this guy was quite difficult to deal with, but he had already found a way to defeat him. Suddenly, all 3 of them vanished into thin air like smoke. So it was now impossible to know where they would appear in the next moment. Lin Mu hadn't encountered such a technique yet, so he still couldn't understand what kind of technique his opponents were using. After a closer look, the guy realized what he was dealing with. His opponents used air currents around his body in order to disrupt his opponent's thoughts, resulting in hallucinations. While our hero was in contemplation, the bandits saw that he was already open to attack and decided to make the first strike. In the end, the mercenaries walked through Lin Mu and were shocked at this turn of events. A smug smile immediately appeared on the young man's face because he guessed that this technique was made worse by anger, and these 3 had studied the technique too superficially to know that. The protagonist decided to use the knowledge he had gained and wondered why his opponents were hitting an empty space to enter them on emotion. The bandits were shocked that he had been able to guess the Shadow's technique and thought that the true blood of the elite flowed in him. The guy hadn't expected them to take him for their own so easily, so he decided to ask if they were being sent mercenaries to kill him too. Now the guys were afraid that they attacked some important person, so they asked our hero to return with them to solve this misunderstanding. But he refused because he still has a lot of important things to do. The leader of the group emphasized that they might be in trouble if Lin Mu didn't go along with them, and reported that a total of 9 assassins were sent on this mission. The young man asked not to worry about him because he believed that all these opponents were unlevel to him and was confident that he could defend himself on his own. Over all of this conversation from the roof of a neighboring building was Qing She, who seemed to have set up this whole operation. The man had not expected at all that the protagonist would learn the shadow technique so quickly and be able to deal with the first group of assassins so easily. Then, he licked his blade and began to prepare for the fact that he himself would need to show some real skills that the kid definitely couldn't handle. The protagonist immediately took off his seat and ran with all his might to catch up with Mr. Ao's car. The guy was already desperate because he realized that he had completely lost Shaolin's car and tried to think of another plan. Suddenly, an unknown force split the air in front of him, causing Lin Mu to have to stop. Of course, he didn't have time to react to such a lightning-fast attack, so he was badly injured. It turned out to be Qing Shi, who didn't even think that the guy wouldn't notice his first strike. The protagonist immediately felt that in front of him was a real expert, but he did not even guess that such a person would attack from ambush. The man coldly emphasized that he was a murderer, so he would do anything possible to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had already fallen to the ground without strength and asked if Qing Shi had been following him since the fight with those mercenaries. The assassin confirmed his speculation and explained that, because of the young man's strength, he had to strike from ambush, adding that he was only the second target to be killed in this manner. With his last strength, the protagonist asked him to tell his name, because he wanted to know by whose hand he would die. Qing Shi was indeed about to leave, but stopped for a second after hearing his victim's request. The protagonist couldn't believe that the killer was so cold-blooded that he wasn't even going to fulfill the dying man's last request. Eventually, somewhere in the depths of the hitman found some humanity, so he gave his name. Lin Mu's strength was already running low, so he only said that he had memorized his assassin's name. After that, Qing Shi turned around and walked away, and the guy was left lying on the sidewalk in a pool of his own blood. Suddenly, he felt some movement behind his back and realized it wasn't that simple. It turned out that the protagonist was not going to die at all and found the strength to continue the fierce fight. Lin Mu was surprised that the assassin managed to dodge his blow, even though this turn of events was literally unpredictable. He was sure that the attack was as stealthy as possible, and because of that, he couldn't figure out how he could sense it and react in time. In turn, Qing Shi was shocked that our hero was only pretending to be dead, even though he had received an accurate stabbing. Meanwhile, the guy wasted no time and re-attacked his opponent, who again managed to dodge. Lin Mu now began to feel that the mercenary had also perfected in the spiritual realm, and was a master who had opened the middle and lower dantian. Despite this level of strength, the protagonist was not afraid and decided that he would definitely not lose in this fight. Our hero shouted at the top of his voice that the only person who should die here and now was Qing Shi himself. The assassin even started to panic a bit because the guy was injured so badly, but his punches were still very strong. In the next instant, Lin Mu still managed to break through his opponent's defense and shorten the distance as much as possible. He concentrated all the chi energy in his hand to make this strike fatal to the assassin. Qing Shi was unable to resist such precision and speed, so he only cried out in pain. The protagonist put all of his power into the blow, so his opponent simply bent in half, scarlet spatters splashed from his mouth, and his eyes widened in shock. In the end, Qing Shi collapsed to the ground without strength because even such a master could not resist Lin Mu. He was still able to talk for a while, so he asked the guy who he really was. The brave warrior himself was also holding on with his last strength, so with a trembling voice, he asked his defeated opponent to remember that he had been killed by Lin Mu. Qing Shi still couldn't understand how things had turned out this way, because he was definitely sure that his knife had hit our hero. As he stepped away from the killer, the young man began to feel that the poison that was on the knife had already penetrated his heart and lungs. He couldn't believe that after going through such a fight, he would end up right here in the middle of the street. Eventually, the strength left Lin Mu's body, and he slumped to the ground without strength, regretting that he was not prepared for such a serious fight. His eyelids grew heavy and began to slowly close, but at the last moment the guy managed to see someone's feet right in front of his face. The events continue into the night of the same day, only now Lin Mu has entered the temple. Someone still managed to save Lin Mu, who had now regained consciousness but was still not feeling particularly well. At that moment, the girl who saved him was just praying for her late master. 10 years ago, when Yuner was very young, she accidentally injured an old man, causing him to pass away. Before his death, the old man said that saving the terminally ill was the main task of a healer. So if there was a chance to save the girl, he was ready to die without regrets. He asked his student to go on living and save more people who would need her help. The girl tearfully recalled how the master had adopted her, after which she had contracted a strange disease from which the old man himself had saved her. Each time after the operation, the master had aged little by little and sacrificed himself for Yuner's life. Now she was going to use a technique that would take a lot of work to master because it was quite difficult to control. The girl opened the box, which contained a set of needles and a note thanking her for living up to her title as a divine medic. Yunner continued to live her vocation, so she couldn't let our hero have any problems. She methodically inserted needles into his body, her fingers moving with surgical precision, and asked the guy not to give up and hold on to his life. Lin Mu's consciousness swam, the world around him blurred into murky patches, and a hoarse, painful groan escaped from his chest. The girl was very nervous because this secret technique consumes a lot of energy, and if things continued like this, she might not even survive. Dr. Zhou tried to cheer herself up to save the protagonist after all, but it was all too difficult for her. At that moment, she remembered that the master had treated her like a daughter since their first meeting and had saved her at the cost of his life. It was for this reason that the girl decided that once she had made a firm decision, it was too late to chicken out. She finally went to her master and asked for some strength to finish this technique. Zhou Xiun remembered how the old man had taught her precision in acupuncture and calmly continued to stick needles into her patient's body. She also kept the thought in her mind that each shot required skillful speed. Other than that, there was no way you could ever dwell on an acupuncture point for more than half a second, because otherwise, the healer would simply lose all his labors. The girl was still trying to reassure herself with the belief that she was bound to succeed. She kept sticking them in after the learned pattern, but our hero was still lurching with discomfort as well. At this moment, Dr. Zhou noticed that the black color on Lin Mu's face was disappearing, showing the success of her technique. The girl was a little distracted by the guy's improving condition, and because of that, she rushed, so the next needle just flew out of her hand. She immediately thought of the master's phrase that if the acupuncture process was interrupted, the patient would simply die. There was no way she was going to let the protagonist die, so she decided to use her powers to support his condition. Zhou Xian gently injected her energy inside Lin Mu's body and tried to capture his yang. All of this was giving the girl quite a hard time, so her breathing was getting heavier and heavier. In the end, she plopped down on the bed without strength because she still managed to save the protagonist, who was now completely safe. At this time, Situ Shu was resting peacefully in her house, but her sleep was interrupted by a sudden phone call. The girl immediately woke up at the sound and couldn't figure out who had decided to wake her up so early. She was quite sleepy, but she immediately realized that it was Lian Zhu, who seemed to have some important information to impart. Miss Situ immediately woke up when she heard the news that Lin Mu had disappeared for 3 days now. She realized the gravity of the situation and asked her assistant to keep looking for news about the protagonist. It turns out that the girl had planned that her cultivation improvement in the future would only depend on this young man, so she simply couldn't let anything happen to him. That was why she tried to calm down a bit and think about what could have happened to Lin Mu. In the end, Xu Xu came to the conclusion that her suitor, Yan Lanxi, could be behind the missing guy. So she decided to call him right away. With fury in her voice, she asked without any clarification if her ex-fiancé had anything to do with Lin Mu's disappearance. It turns out that all these days the protagonist spent with Dr. Zhou, who at the cost of her strength saved his life. All this time the healer lay unconscious, recovering her life energy. Suddenly, Zhou Xiun, who was certain of her death, opened her eyes and immediately thought that she had entered heaven. She rose abruptly from the bed, her eyes darting around the familiar outline of the room. And it wasn't until consciousness finally cleared and a warm relief spilled over her body that she was able to move on. The girl immediately went to look for Lin Mu and thought that he had already left her house. It turned out that the protagonist was still here and had only gone outside to do some meditation to restore qi. The boy was greatly relieved when he heard the voice of his savior, who also had to fight for life. In fact, Zhou Xiun didn't think that he would recover so quickly, but was happy that he was already feeling much better. The girl herself still didn't seem to be feeling well, because after only a few words, she started coughing violently. The protagonist immediately ran over and picked up Dr. Zhou, who kept pretending that she was fine. He asked the girl not to worry unnecessarily and informed her that his body was already fine. Lin Mu sat down next to him at the table and thanked Dr. Zhou for saving him from the bottom of his heart, promising that he would definitely repay her for her help in the future. The girl emphasized that as a real doctor, she had to save and treat the wounded, so she did not ask for any payment in return. The protagonist decided to wonder how she managed to get rid of the poison in his body, because he was literally certain of his doom. Then she told me that the guy had been saved by an acupuncture method described in a secret book by her master, who had been able to save countless people with the help of needles. In turn, the girl had only superficially learned the teacher's technique, making it too difficult for her to use the method. At this moment, Lin Mu noticed that her skin color didn't look great, so he asked Dr. Zhou to behave a little more calmly and not rush anywhere. The girl explained that she just had a weak body, which made our hero get even more worried and wondered if there was any way to help her somehow. Then Zhou Xiun told the story of how the master had saved her from a serious illness by spending all his life force on her. The protagonist couldn't understand what disease could make her teacher so helpless, if even the girl herself with superficial knowledge was able to use the secret technique. Eventually, the doctor couldn't take the strain, causing her head to spin and her skin to break out in a cold sweat. In a second, she had already fallen unconscious on the table, and the protagonist, frightened for his savior, immediately jumped up to her. He quickly picked the girl up in his arms and was about to carry her inside the house, suspecting that she had indeed expended too much energy to save him and even spit on her own life. After putting Jo Shiun on the bed, the protagonist decided to look around a bit. The protagonist noticed that the room was very clean, which demonstrated the cleanliness of his acquaintance. The next moment, he noticed that there were some strange bricks on one of the walls that stood out from the main interior. The guy immediately thought someone had done it on purpose because the bricks were not reinforced. Linmu carefully pushed back one of the blocks and saw that there was something hidden between the walls. The young man was greatly surprised to see that there were some papers hidden in this strange hiding place. Eventually, he guessed that they were letters from the master for his apprentice. The old man wrote that his real name was Mu Genqing, and all this time, he was trying to teach the girl his family's secret acupuncture technique that balanced yin and yang in the patient's body. As a young man, he traveled the world helping the sick and needy, but once offended a mysterious organization that tried to steal the family's secret equipment, and he had to hide it on Dunhai. When Jo Shiun got sick, the old man had already been injured by the enemies, so he temporarily blocked her meridians to extend her life for 10 years. But if no one cured her in that time, she would die. Master hoped that he would find someone who could use this powerful yang extracting technique to save his disciple. But he also warned that without having a sufficient level of cultivation, this treatment method could not be used. Linmu was well aware that he should give Dr. Zhou these letters as soon as possible. For now, he was immersed in his thoughts that such a powerful technique could only be used with a high level of cultivation. The protagonist spent his time at the home of Jo Shiyun, who lay unconscious until the evening. Eventually, the girl finally woke up and again couldn't understand what had happened to her. Linmu was sitting next to her bed, so he immediately inquired about Jo Shiyun's condition, who seemed to be starting to feel better. The guy immediately showed her those very letters, and the doctor began to guess what they were. He suggested to his acquaintance that she study the letters more closely and see for herself what she thought. Tears immediately appeared in the girl's eyes because it was too hard for her to remember her teacher and read his real story. Jo Shiyun didn't expect that the teacher was so gracious to her that even after death, he wanted to take care of his student, and she didn't even know how to repay it. Through her tears, she asked Linmu where he had managed to find such precious letters for her. The young man then explained that he had found this hiding place in the wall during his little cleaning session. The girl now understood everything and began to regret that she hadn't met someone gifted enough to learn the technique. Our hero hinted that he himself might have been the man the old man wrote about in the letter. Jo Shiyun asked not to be fooled because she believed that despite the guy's talents, he definitely couldn't cultivate directly and didn't have a good foundation for this technique. The young man was confident in his abilities, so he asked the girl not to worry, but Ta couldn't understand what he meant. He was sure that the doctor knew a bit about cultivation, so he demonstrated his skills so she could see his power level. The girl was shocked because not every master could concentrate chi energy in their fingertips. After successfully using the technique, they went outside and Jo Shiyun couldn't stop talking about how our hero was quite secretive, so she didn't believe that he would be able to save her. In turn, the guy suggested that there was a chance of curing the disease could be cured even without reaching the highest level of cultivation. The protagonist was certain that as long as there was hope for survival, no one would give up so easily, and the master's letters made them realize how precious life was. Meanwhile, the girl thought about the fact that earlier she was going to save a couple more people and then, consider, completely fulfill her mission. But the unexpected news about her illness changed all plans. Linmu emphasized that all good things were sure to return and reminded him that she had saved his life this time, so he responded in kind. After that, Jo Shiyun remembered the old man's words that saving one's life was saving oneself. Memories of her teacher's warm hand stroking her head and his voice telling her about the vocation of a doctor immediately popped into her mind. Anyway, our hero thanked his savior and was now going to go home, because apparently everyone had lost sight of him. The girl understood everything perfectly well, because she herself had to return to the hospital. So she offered to say goodbye right here and now. Half an hour later, Linmu had already crossed the bridge that led to his house. The guy pondered that there were such powerful techniques in this world, and guessed that the creator of yang extraction had a deep understanding of the human body, so no one could surpass this master. At that moment, he saw that a large number of people had gathered on the embankment and were looking excitedly at the water for some reason. Turns out some car had gone off into the water, so everyone was actively talking about how the driver was definitely not going to do well in this situation. Everyone was sure that the sports car was very dear to the owner, but no one would have thought that she would ironically die in such a place. The guy started to get a little worried because the victim could be his acquaintance. So he asked those standing nearby what had happened here. A man who had already swam to try to help explained that some girl had flown off the bridge, but underwater it was too difficult for him to break the windows. The protagonist realized that he couldn't stand by, so he confidently headed towards the water. Everyone warned Linmu that it was useless and it was better to wait for the rescuers, but he couldn't waste time. The guy was going to go down and try it anyway because if you wait for the rescuers to arrive, only the car would be saved in the end. He didn't even bother to undress and quickly jumped into the water, despite all the risks to his own life. In an instant, he felt the coolness of the water and plunged to the bottom to find the victim. Our hero was glad that it was fairly shallow here, and looked carefully around to find the car. Eventually, he did manage to locate a red sports car, which immediately gave him hope. Mentally, Linmu asked the girl to hold on a little longer while he swam to her. It turned out that the young man's fears were justified and his acquaintance was behind the wheel. Luo Biyun was already unconscious after such a long time underwater, so she didn't even fight for her life. The main character was very strong, so he still had enough strength to break the car window. The guy agreed that the glass was very strong, suggesting that it might have been bulletproof. So it was no surprise that the average person couldn't break it. For Linmu, such an obstacle was nothing, so in a second, the window shards flew in different directions. In this way, the young man managed to pull Lo Biyun out of the car and give her a chance to be rescued. Our hero realized that his acquaintance was about to die, so he needed to transfer some energy to her as quickly as possible. The brave hero bent down and his lips touched the girl's pale lips to keep her from dying. The events are moved to a couple of minutes ago, when Lo Biyun fell into the water and began to think about what people live for out of hopelessness. She supposed everyone had different goals, and many wanted to glorify their family or create a profitable business. The water increasingly filled the interior of the car, and the girl realized that she had no chance of rescue, so she could not hold back the tears in her eyes. Bit by bit, she began to choke, but she still couldn't accept that she was going to die in such a ridiculous way. The next moment, she saw Linmu's image in front of her and couldn't believe that she had been thinking of this person in the last moments of her life. The girl woke up already on the shore, when the main character managed to pull her out of the water in time. Our hero was very happy when his acquaintance finally woke up, and all the people around with a sigh of relief, because they were also very worried about the victim. The girl couldn't understand what was going on around her, so she thought that she had already died, and Linmu was caught in the heavens with her. The young man calmly asked his acquaintance not to say such nonsense, and explained that he had managed to save her. Suddenly, Lo Biyun threw herself into the main character's arms because she had missed him for so long. Linmu was well aware that the girl needed support after such stress, so he tried to calm her down and explain that everything was already fine. Clinging to the guy even tighter, she decided to ask how he had managed to find the car at the bottom of the river. Then our hero told the story of how he saw this crowd of people gathered around the drowned car and asked how his acquaintance had gone into the water. The girl herself couldn't understand the reasons why this incident happened, because her car was suddenly out of control, which sounded rather suspicious. Linmu decided to take Luo Biyu to change her wet clothes and asked her to take her time if she still hadn't recovered. People accompanied them with raucous applause and compliments for the brave hero who was able to save a defenseless girl who was in such a dangerous situation. Events continue on the morning of the same day as students slowly began to gather at Dunhai University. Zhou Xian was trying to find our hero and was very worried because not long ago his phone was working. Now it was out of range. At this moment, Lin Mu's neighbors appeared on the horizon, who had already heard about the other girl who was looking for him. Dr. Zhou confirmed it and guessed that her savior's friends were in front of her. Song Liangju asked what the stranger was looking for the guy for, and immediately told her that he hadn't returned home for several days, so even his friends didn't know where he was. The girl confessed that these few days I was at her house and left only this morning. Obviously, all the girlfriends were shocked when they found out that their neighbor had been at some hottie's house all these days. Zhou Xian immediately said that a few days ago, the guy was seriously injured, so the girl saved him and left him with her for a few days to rest and recover his strength. Zixi was even more frightened when she heard that Lin Mu had managed to get into some kind of trouble. The girl revealed that she had already heard that the main character had been attacked by an assassin named Qing Shi. Now, for the neighbors, everything fell into place, because the young man never disappeared without saying goodbye. Zhou Xian still wasn't calm about the fact that the young man still hadn't shown up, and was afraid that something had happened to him on the way to the university. Meanwhile, at Mr. Yang's house, they had already received new information from the spy. The aide informed he that Qing Shi, sent to kill Lin Mu, had failed his task, and that young man had already returned home. The man thought that it was all a complete outrage, because this assassin was too strong a cultivator. The servant asked Yan Zhongqing not to be angry because it was only some youngster. The old man agreed that it was easy to say such a thing, so he suggested to his subordinate to go actually eliminate this Lin Mu. The aide immediately panicked emphasizing that he didn't dare perform such a task. So it was better to assign it to an assassin. In the end, the Lord ordered that only Pai should go this time, who definitely shouldn't relax, since it was now known that their opponent was an unusual child. Meanwhile, the guy stepped over the threshold of the house, and the girls immediately froze when they saw their mysteriously missing neighbor. Lin Mu, of course, apologized to the girls and explained that he had a few things going on these days. Zishi was very unhappy that our hero had returned home and didn't even say a word about it, and said that they were all very worried about him. The girls also confirmed that they had been looking for the guy the whole time, while he quietly returned home in the meantime. Song Liangru immediately stood up for her disciple and reminded her friend that his wounds had just healed. Lin Mu was immediately very surprised because he couldn't understand how the girls knew about his injuries. At that time, the neighbors said that they had already met Sister Zhou, who told them about the whole situation. Zixi got really pissed off and couldn't hold her emotions in anymore, because she couldn't understand what kind of relationship the guy had with this girl. The protagonist quickly tried to explain the situation and revealed that Dr. Zhou was his savior the last time he fell off the balcony. The girl was still reluctant to believe that Lin Mu had lived with her for so many days, and nothing had happened between them in the end. Their conversation was abruptly cut short when the protagonist's phone buzzed in his pants pocket. The guy asked his girlfriend not to say things like that about him and apologized for having to take that call. It turned out to be Dr. Zhou, who was finally able to reach Lin Mu, who appeared to have gotten his phone wet, after which it was simply repaired. The girls couldn't watch this because they were very jealous of the guy for this mysterious stranger, so they started parodying their conversation. Suddenly, the protagonist heard that something strange was happening to his acquaintance, because only her screams could be heard in the tube. An unfamiliar voice informed him that the guy needed to immediately come to the third floor of Yinghuang Chaoji if he didn't want something to happen to Zhou Xiyun. The protagonist was scared for Dr. Zhao and tried to find out who he was talking to, but it was too late because the call ended. After such a strange call, the guy stared silently at his phone and now couldn't figure out what he should do next. Song Liang Rao saw that he was very agitated and inquired about what had happened to Zhou Xiyun. Lin Mu assumed that Dr. Zhou had been kidnapped, so there was an urgent need to rush out to rescue her. The girls were in no hurry to let our hero go, because they were afraid that it was all a set-up trap. So first, it was better to report the incident to the police. The young man stopped his roommates because there was no way they could report this to anyone else, as then the kidnappers would not be ceremonious with Dr. Zhou. After only half an hour, the protagonist arrived at the place where a guard was already waiting for him. Lin Mu looked around and verified that Yingchuan Kaojie was here. The guard at the entrance was in no hurry to let some young man through and first asked if he had an appointment here. The young man was in a great hurry, which made him angry at this bodyguard and informed him that he had come here to meet their boss. The man still didn't miss the cocky young man and asked who he even was, because not everyone could just barge in on their boss. Then our hero decided to demonstrate his strength and grabbed the guard by the arm, explaining that the boss himself asked to come here. Eventually, the bodyguard had to take our hero to his boss, not understanding where this strange guy even came from. He knocked gently on the boss's office door and announced that he had a visitor. Inside, our hero was waiting for the massive figure of a bald bandit, which immediately caught his eye against the background of a fragile bound doctoress. The girl's eyes were full of fear, for she feared not only for her life, but for the safety of the young man himself. Lin Mu was now certain that his acquaintance had indeed been kidnapped, so the situation was very serious. The guy didn't care at all what the kidnappers' goals were, so he asked the bandits to let Zhou Xiyun go first, after which they could talk. The leader of the group rejoiced when he finally saw this famous, insufferable person, which turned out to be an ordinary, good-looking kid. So now he will be able to get easy money. Meanwhile, bodyguards began to quickly surround the protagonist to take him hostage as well. The young man said with confidence in his voice that he didn't want to simply waste his time, so he asked all the opponents to attack him at the same time. The fighters were angered that Lin Mu appeared so brazen, so they were going to show them their strength. Before the head of the guard could finish, he heard muffled blows, which caused him to freeze on the spot, because he had not expected such a rapid development of the event. It turned out that everyone who dared to attack the protagonist was already lying helplessly around him and screaming in pain. The remaining guards were incredibly startled by this turn, and didn't even have time to consider what Lin Mu had just done. The leader of the bandits was also confused, but quickly ordered his subordinates to pile on their main target. The protagonist despised his weak opponents who didn't even know how to behave in battle, so he disparagingly called them a herd of sheep. At the same time, Pai advised Lin Mu not to get so cocky, because it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to stand up against a whole bunch of experienced fighters. After a few seconds, the bandits came close to the protagonist and began to attack him from all sides, not giving him a chance to escape. The guy decided to use the shadow technique he managed to learn during his last fight. So he simply dissolved right in front of his opponent's fist, All the bodyguards immediately froze in place because they couldn't understand what had just happened. The protagonist was already behind them and wondered who they were so confusedly looking for. Jo-hyun, who had been closely watching the progression of this battle, was certain that for such a high-level cultivator to dispose of these little bipeds was too easy. The girl's guesses turned out to be pure truth, because the guards only had time to get punched in the face by Lin Mu. Our hero was very disappointed that his opponents could not withstand even one blow and immediately fell unconscious. After dealing with all the bandits, he went up to the girl to free her from the ropes and apologized to her for being late. Pai realized that he had suffered a crushing defeat, and now he couldn't understand how some youngster had managed to wipe out all of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Lin Mu laughed off the fact that all the guards were too weak and suggested that their leader should definitely be stronger. The man pointed a gun at our hero in a panic and started yelling that good kung fu skills are not enough to become invincible. The protagonist agreed that he wasn't faster than a bullet, but he only needed to be faster than Pai to win a duel with him. The bandit was pissed off that Lin Mu was so stubborn, so he didn't want to wait any longer and pulled the trigger of his gun. The guy quickly backed up his words with actions and lightning-fast pressure on his opponent's arm, causing him to shoot downward and hit his own leg. Pai definitely didn't expect this development, so he confusedly cried out in sharp pain. The man resigned himself to the fact that he had lost this fight and asked what kind of person Lin Mu was. The protagonist recalled that the bandit himself had ordered him to come here, so it was strange that he didn't recognize who his target was. Pai was afraid that the young man might do some terrible things to him, so she asked him to let him go and promised to pay him back for sure. For his part, Lin Mu emphasized with a smirk on his face that he definitely didn't need anyone to pay him. The guy didn't want to wait, so he instantly made the man pay for everything he'd done. Our hero used chi energy to completely erase Pai's memory and make him a fool. The girl who had been watching from the side the entire time wondered what Lin Mu had just done to the bandit. The young man explained that he was merely using a bit of yin to seal the man's yang. At this moment, some other people had already entered the hall, noting that everything here was quite lively. It appeared that it was already some other leader accompanied by his subordinates, who agreed that Lin Mu was really strong since he was able to overpower so many people. The protagonist tensed up when he saw some more strangers, so he immediately wondered who the man was. The man did not hide his identity and introduced himself as Shen Zhuguang, a friend of the owner of the place, complaining that Lin Mu was interfering with his work. The young man immediately recognized the name because he had heard that this person was Wang Shiking's boss and also the head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. One of Shen Zhuguang's subordinates said that he would now take our hero to the bureau for questioning on the subject of inflicting willful injury. Our hero said that he had defeated all these people alone, so he asked to let his acquaintance go, because his own detention would be enough. Jo-hyun wanted to object something, but the guy asked her not to worry and promised that he would be fine. The man then firmly stated that he was the one in charge of the case, so the guy couldn't order him around and ordered his subordinates to grab everyone in the room. The protagonist didn't like the fact that no one wanted to let the girl go, but Dr. Jo herself tried to calm him down. In the end, they both had to obey Shen Zhuguang's instructions and walk along with his men. Lin Mu started to feel guilty for involving Jo-hyun in all this, but the latter asked him not to worry because she herself had yet to thank him for saving her life. In the corridor of the hotel, they met up with Xing Weilong, who couldn't understand what kind of movement was going on here. The fatty immediately recognized Brother Lin's familiar face and wondered what he was doing here. The guy couldn't figure out who all these people around his friend were, so he asked where they were taking Lin Mu, because it all looked too suspicious. Someone from the group explained that the police were working, and the protagonist fell under suspicion, and the fat man himself was advised to mind his own business. Lin Mu was glad that his buddy had shown up so timely and handed him some small note. The protagonist asked Xing Weilong to call the number on that piece of paper a little later and tell that person his arrest. Very soon, Lin Mu and Jo-hyun had already arrived at the Public Security Bureau of Dunhai City. The policeman who conducted the interrogation informed the girl that her buddy had already confessed to everything, so she could be free. The girl explained that it was true that this was the other side of the whole situation and tried to justify Lin Mu's actions. The man asked her to stop and promised that they would definitely look into the matter. Jo-hyun was very excited and asked where the detained guy was now and what would happen to him next. At the same time, our hero was placed in a detention center, where he had already managed to enter into a conflict. Turns out, the guy had already decided to teach his cellmate, who also couldn't resist his power, a lesson. The second prisoner could not keep his feet from such a powerful blow and fell to the cold floor of the cell. The protagonist emphasized that he wanted some rest and asked his neighbor not to disturb him. The battered fellow was dissatisfied with the fact that his partners had become as stooped and didn't attack Lin Mu. Eventually, the other prisoners mustered up the courage to teach the arrogant newcomer a lesson. Lin Mu decided to play a bit with his new opponents, so he let them hit him once. The guy threw himself forward to make it easier on his opponent and warned him that he might regret it. It turns out that our hero had a cunning plan, so he concentrated all the energy in his head, causing it to become literally iron. This was followed by an unpleasant crunching of the fingers of the overly brave lad, who now realized his mistake. After only a second, he screamed hard from the incredible pain and grabbed his broken arm. Everyone around him began to realize that this guy was not easy, because he was obviously a good fighter. It was then that the strongest prisoner decided to enter the fray and teach the overconfident newcomer a lesson. Lin Mu was carefully observing the situation around him, so he instantly noticed that someone was about to attack him. The man shouted belligerently and swung around to deal with the protagonist quickly. The young man realized that he was about to make a surprise lunge to the chest and a kick to the stomach, which showed his good martial arts skills. In the end, the protagonist simply tossed his opponent aside and noted that he was still too bad to measure his strength. The man gave up and still agreed that Lin Mu was indeed a strong fighter. The other inmates were shocked by this development, because brother Huan, who fights the best, only to be defeated by some boy. Meanwhile, Shen Zhiguang, who was sitting quietly in his office, was already being told off for grabbing Lin Mu. The man was confused because he was sure he was acting according to all the rules and regulations because this guy hurt people. The boss couldn't understand the officialdom and informed his subordinate that the man was someone they could touch. The policeman started to worry that the Yan family might get angry if they let this guy go, and the chief realized that it was all this family's shenanigans. In the end, the boss informed him that if anything even happened to Lin Mu, not even the 10 Yan families would save his subordinate's head. The police chief didn't even know how to respond to these threats, because he realized that the matter was serious. He finally found the strength to reach out to Mr. Li, but all he heard in response was a humming tone. The man realized that Central Bureau Chief Li himself had called him to let this person go, and now he was afraid to imagine what kind of power Lin Mu finally possessed. He quickly jumped up from his seat and ordered Xiao Liu to quickly go to the detention center. The subordinate tried to find out what was so serious, but the boss wouldn't explain the whole situation and said that this time, the Yan family had seriously screwed them over. At the same time, the assistant informed Mr. Yan that he had already completed his assignment. He said that the Central Bureau Chief called Shen Zhiguang, after which Li Yaozhong released the protagonist from detention. The old man didn't expect at all that Li Yaozhong might be familiar with their target, which ruined all plans. The man explained that they were strangers to each other because they had only had one phone conversation before Shen Zhiguang was ordered released. The master had not expected at all that someone was capable of giving orders to Li Yaozhong, and now wanted to know who was trying to protect Lin Mu. The aide was unable to get any data because their conversation was encrypted, and if they tried to decrypt that information, they might be detected. The man didn't care about that at all, because they can't back down anymore and must finally deal with the protagonist. He's ordered to contact the Black Spikes and place an order to kill the guy, because they sure can't let him get away this time. The events moved to the Dunhai Public Security Bureau, where Lin Mu had already come out, and the police officers tried to explain that it was all just a misunderstanding. Shen Zhiguang was more than a little frightened, so now parsed the guy to not take it all to heart. The protagonist once again asked if he could go, and the policeman, bowing his head, confirmed it. At that moment, the young man heard that someone was already waiting for him outside the detention center and rejoiced at his release. It turned out to be Xing Weilong, who had already heard that his buddy was doing well, so he came to get him. The guy offered to celebrate our hero's release and wanted to do it at the Hilton, which made Lin Mu begin to suspect that the fat man was up to something since he was so generous. Xing Weilong admitted that it was only his pleasure to do something nice for Brother Lin. 30 minutes later, they had already arrived at the Hilton Hotel, where the fat man wanted to come. They were greeted by several staff members at once, who escorted guests to their table. As they sat down in their seats, Xing Weilong asked the protagonist to look at the menu and choose a seta that he liked. The young man explained that he wasn't very good at picking out food, so he entrusted this task to his buddy. The fat man chuckled and warned our hero that he had only himself to blame if he didn't like something. When he opened the menu, his appetite whetted even more, so his order consisted of foie gras with caviar, crab and curry sauce, and steamed lobster. Meanwhile, Lin Mu asked where the restroom was here, and the waitress agreed to take him there. Our hero thanked the hotel employee for such a high level of service and followed her. The girl stopped in the hallway and explained that the restroom was up ahead on the left side. At the same time, there was a meeting with Yao Shenxian in another room at the hotel to discuss the lead role for a new movie with her. The girl had already read the script and liked it quite a bit, and she had no questions about the contract, so she wanted to know who would be the lead actor in this movie. The director said they haven't yet chosen the person who will be her partner, so he asked if she had any recommendations. Based on the contents of the script, Yao Shanxian thought that it would be better if they put a newcomer in the lead role, and she just had such a person in mind, but she wasn't sure if he would be interested. Another team member expressed interest in this solution and asked who it was. The girl said that she met the guy at her concert and tried to invite him on stage to sing together, but he declined, which was pretty awkward. Now, a moment later, our heroes left the hall after enjoying the fine food, and Xing Weilong suggested to go here again in the future. On the way, they met up with Yao Shanxian, who was shocked that she had met Lin Mu here. The guy also stopped abruptly because he didn't expect to meet here the singer, whom he refused at her own concert. Xing Weilong immediately recognized this famous superstar and was surprised that she knew his brother and so closely. The girl immediately went to the principal and informed him that this was the guy she was just talking about, and asked his view on the idea. The man agreed that she had pretty good taste because this young man looked good and was poised perfectly for the main character in the movie. The director also got into this conversation and asked Lin Mu to talk it all over, promising that it wouldn't take long. Xing Weilong happily answered for his friend and said that they had a lot of free time today, so they could discuss all the details. The main character still hasn't said a word, and the fat man has talked about being big shots in the entertainment industry, so this conversation could be quite useful. In the end, Lin Mu agreed with his buddy, although he wasn't particularly burning to go to this meeting. After that, they asked the hotel for a bigger room and went to talk about the movie. Yao Shenxian introduced the famous investors Hua Xia and Mr. Wang, who will sponsor the filming, in front of the guys. They exchanged pleasantries and shook hands as a sign of familiarity. The girl also introduced screenwriter Huang Shuyue, producer Wang Jiang, and director Feng Yufang. When everyone sat down at the table, she immediately offered to cut to the chase because they had one serious proposal for the main character. Yao Shenxian revealed that Mr. Wang is preparing to shoot a new movie on, and she recommended Lin Mu as an actor for the lead role in it. Xing Weilong couldn't believe his ears when he heard that his friend was being offered to star in a movie, even as a lead actor. The director confirmed that in terms of our hero's looks and character, he is perfect for the role, as if it was tailor-made for him. The guy was still in no hurry to agree to this offer, because he didn't know at all what he should do. The man explained that life is like a show, so it all depends on how the actor acts in life, because his acting was just a variation of life. Lin Mu felt that it was all too wrong because he might not be able to do his job, and the movie would end up being a waste of time and effort. Yao Shenxian asked the guy to believe her, because she believed that no one else could handle the role, and promised that everyone on the team would actively help him. Xin Weilong also wanted his friend to try out for the movie because that way he could reveal his hidden acting talent. The girl confirmed the guy's words, because a lot of stars didn't even finish acting school and stumbled into the entertainment industry that made them world famous. In the end, the protagonist decided to trust his friends, but still warned that they shouldn't blame him if something goes wrong. The director was happy that he finally agreed to be filmed and promised that there would definitely be no problems with their movie. Meanwhile, the director asked if Lin Mu was free tomorrow because he wanted to sign a contract with him right away. The protagonist wasn't against it yet, so he asked what time it was convenient for them to meet. The director handed him his business card and asked him to come to the given address at about 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Mu thanked the movie team for believing in him and promised tomorrow he would be in the right place at the right time. Events continue the next morning, when the protagonist does fulfill his promise. The director asked the guy to look at the contract and, if he was happy with everything, sign the document. Our hero confirmed that there were no problems with the contract because the terms were quite reasonable and confidently signed. Afterward, the director and Lin Mu shook hands and expressed their hopes that they would work together. At this moment, Yao Shanxian, accompanied by the principal, walked into the office and asked if either her new colleague would mind if there was already an audition later. The young man still had no plans, so he had no problem agreeing to it, and with a smile asked them to prepare well for such an important event. The principal was happy about this mood of Lin Mu's, so he suggested to start right away. Meanwhile, the staff had already set up the lights and arranged all the cameras on the set, so the only thing missing was the actor himself. Feng Yufan handed our hero the script and asked him to try to play the role by figuring out the character's psychological state while reading. Though the young man had never acted in a drama, to play the emotional state of a character in the real world was a mere trifle to him. Yao Shenxian actively supported her partner and was confident that he would do well. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's roommates had just learned the news that he would be starring in a movie. Everyone knew that Wang Shaokan was the most famous movie and TV investor in China, and all his movies sell out in no time. So there's a good chance that the guy will indeed manage to become famous. The girls thought this investor was definitely a unique person, but they didn't fully understand why he needed Lin Mu. Song Liangju was sure that the guy was not a movie and TV professional, and doesn't even have any experience in the field, so she assumed it was some kind of conspiracy. The guy has already revealed that he was recommended by Yao Shanxian herself, but then the girlfriends have even more questions, because she definitely had no need to cooperate with some mere students. Even Zixi started to doubt her Ado, because her choice of an ordinary guy, when there are many decent-looking guys in the entertainment industry, it looked too strange. The girl promised to give Lin Mu a good lesson if he dared to betray their entire company. Meanwhile, the protagonist, who only had half an hour to prepare, had already begun his drying off. The guy masterfully got into character, his voice trembling just enough to elicit sympathy, and his eyes reflecting just the right amount of pain. The director didn't expect to see such a game from an ordinary youngster with no professional experience. So he watched the process in mute shock. In turn, our hero's performance so moved Yao Xianxian that she even wept. Afterward, the protagonist returned to his team with a smile on his face and asked how he had just played. Feng Yufan recognized that he was a deserved genius and said that it was simply magnificent. The guy also asked what Yao Xianxian thought about his audition and if she would be willing to pair up with such an actor. The girl stated that he was literally born to be an actor, so now he can play with anyone. On the evening of the same day, they met to have dinner together, and our hero's co-worker emphasized that it was just dinner, so there was no need for any pleasantries. Yao Xianxian couldn't wait to find out what the guy's secret was, because his performance this morning was simply amazing, but the guy thought that everything was all about experience. She still guessed that it wasn't just Lin Mu's rich experience. The girl asked the protagonist not to be modest, because she already knew very well that he was a martial arts master. The young man certainly hadn't expected her to reveal his biggest secret so quickly, and asked how she knew this information. Yao Xianxian didn't hide anything and revealed that her family has a bit of connections, so it's pretty easy to find what she's interested in. She also said that the young man is now quite famous because that case involving the Central Security Bureau has already put him on the radar of many influential families. The main character didn't even expect such attention to himself, so he was really flattered. At the same time, he wondered if it was only because he had only asked Xing Weilong to call Bao Lunten, not expecting that his influence seemed so strong. The girl continued to talk about their, currently, powerful families were in confusion, guessing who was actually behind Lin Mu's back. The guy tried to pretend that these people were really making a lot of things up, and emphasized that he was just a student with no one behind him. Yao Xianxian still suspected that it was all lies, because otherwise, the young man wouldn't have forced Yao Jun to obey the order and let the people go. The main character was surprised because he had never heard the name Li Yao Zhong, and immediately asked the girl who it was. Then she jumped up from her seat because this man was literally everyone again. The young man was surprised at this violent reaction and asked if he really should know this individual. His colleague explained to him that a person of such a level as Li Yao Zhong could easily relieve his underlings of any responsibility. She emphasized that this man was quite challenging and was actually the head of the Central Public Security Bureau, so he controlled the national public security system. Listening to his acquaintance, the protagonist concluded that it was Yao's family who had started all those rumors. She confirmed the guy's speculation and said that according to the information she had received, the person who had almost killed Lin Mu last time was an elite cultivator who had been secretly raised by the Yan family. Now, the young man had confirmed Zitu Shu's words that it was better to watch out for that guy from the Yan family, because it was obvious where this professional assassin came from. Meanwhile, the girl added in a whisper that after the previous failed assassination, this family had invited a stronger master from Shuizi. In the end, Lin Mu finally wanted to ask how Yao Xianxian had managed to find out such confidential information. Obviously, the girl didn't answer this question because she didn't want to put our hero in even more danger. So he wanted to know what reason she was helping. The actress replied that the guy now had the lead male role in the movie, so if he died, she would have no one to play with. Lin Mu was still afraid that it wasn't really like what his acquaintance had said, because her family might have also noticed his real strength and was now trying to convert him to their side. Events continue the next day at the Inhuang Kyoge Hotel, where a fight between Zhou Xun's kidnappers and the protagonist has only recently taken place. Since the assassins are still arriving, the guy certainly needs to shun them, but he can't leave his business to the common people. The two guards at the entrance immediately told him that they were not accepting anyone today, so under no circumstances would they open the door. The protagonist did not expect such a turn of events, but it was only to his advantage, because the fewer people, the fewer witnesses there will be. The security personnel were displeased that Lin Mu continued to stand beside them as if he hadn't heard their warning at all. At that moment, Leader Min came out of the hotel and apologized to the guy because his subordinates don't really know what they're doing. Wu Tianming couldn't believe that his bodyguards had the guts to stop Mr. Lin himself, so he ordered them to apologize to their esteemed guest. Then the guards bowed their heads to our hero and explained that they just didn't recognize Lin Mu, but the latter didn't hold a grudge against them because it was just following the rules. Once inside, the man asked if the reason the young man had stopped by was because he finally had some free time. Meanwhile, the guards still couldn't figure out who this Mr. Lin was because they hadn't even met him before. Wu Tianming said that they were a little unlucky today because some brothers right now were discussing the redistribution of territory again. The main character thought it was just great because he just had an idea. A man stopped near one of the doors and said that the brothers were here, but he was very uncomfortable going in during their meeting. Lin Mu didn't object, so he confidently pushed open the door and agreed to go in by himself. The guy was acting pretty cultured, so from the very doorstep he apologized for the disturbance. No one had yet had a chance to say anything when he had already announced that he had some business to discuss with everyone today. The bandits were not happy with this defiant behavior of the boy, so they ordered their subordinates to simply shoot him. Some of them recognized our hero after all, which caused them a wave of concern. Everyone who knew Lin Mu personally understood that his visit did not carry anything good. The man who had already managed to threaten the young man, seeing his comrade's strange reaction, asked him who he was. In Brother Yeezy's mind, Shenju's words that he should never provoke this guy again, otherwise there wouldn't even be anything left to bury from the subordinate, immediately surfaced. In a whisper, he informed the old man that this guest's name was Lin Mu, and even Shenju himself deeply respected him. The brothers were shocked to hear that so respected a man among them was behind this young man. The old man immediately began flattering the protagonist to make amends, and asked him to sit down in one of the chairs to talk things over in peace. Some of the bandits still didn't understand why their comrade's behavior had changed so drastically, but they didn't object. The guy noticed all those looks and asked them not to look at each other like that because he knew exactly what they were thinking right now. Then the man tried to lie that they had been playing mahjong late the previous night, causing their eyelids to twitch a little. Lin Mu asked them not to worry because he wasn't here to share territory, but to ask for one favor. Brother Easy still couldn't understand why our hero just didn't report a case, but decided to show up in person. The guy reached into the pocket of his jacket and explained in parallel that this case was not very convenient to discuss over the phone. He pulled out some kind of box and told me that a European man was about to show up in Eastport City as a professional assassin, so he would need help to find this particular person. The bandits immediately inquired if their target had any distinguishing features. Our hero wasn't entirely sure because all he had was information that this man was from Europe and would be entering the city within the next few days, so they needed to keep an eye out for any foreigners arriving. After listening to all the conditions, the brothers began to fear that it would be quite a complicated operation. There are many foreigners leaving the EC every day, so unless they know what their target looks like, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Plus, tracking down a killer can be dangerous and cost the lives of their subordinates. Lin Mu understood their worries perfectly, so he hinted that the higher the danger, the greater the reward would be. He explained that as long as the bandits helped him with his search for the killer, they would be given a special pill. No one had any idea what this medicine was, so Brother Easy asked the young master what it was. The guy wondered who here had the courage to let him demonstrate the power of this little pill. The bandits began to look amongst themselves again and were in no great hurry to agree to such a venture. In the end, one of them still found the courage to go for such a risky experiment. The man was not particularly afraid of taking such a risk, so he asked Lin Mu what he should do. The protagonist, thankful for the opportunity, calmly asked him to take off his clothes and turn his back to everyone. One of the leaders of the group quickly took off his shirt and asked if our hero would fit this look of his. From the scars on his body, Lin Mu concluded that the person in front of him was a former soldier, so he was confident that such a person would be able to withstand his attack. The guy warned that he was about to strike, so he asked the man to bear with him for a while. Bandit was ready for something like this, so he'd let the young master do whatever he wanted. In just a second, a deep cut appeared on his back that stretched across his entire back. The strong urchin only wheezed quietly in pain, but still absorbed the blow. Everyone else was frightened for their comrade's fate and couldn't understand what Lin Mu was about to do. The young man firmly ordered everyone to shut up and advised them to observe the process more closely. He demonstrated taking only a small portion of the pill to show its incredible effect. The protagonist sprayed his medicine on the bandit's wound and explained that just a little bit could heal such a serious wound. The skin around the cut began to sizzle strangely, but after only a few seconds, it was completely gone from his back. The bandits couldn't believe they were actually seeing this one because the skin literally tightened before their eyes. Lin Mu emphasized that everyone was now convinced of the efficacy of this medicine and explained that this pill would save a person's life as long as they breathed. Then he clarified whether the bandit he was conducting his experiments on was named Wu Tianming. The man instantly turned around and confirmed the main character's words. The young man made sure he was a real man, so he gave him the first pill. The bandit immediately began to refuse such generosity from the young master because this gift was too expensive. A concerned old man decided to ask our hero if he would really give this wonderful pill to them if they still agreed to find the killer, and he confirmed his intentions. At the same time, the guy reflected on the fact that he still managed to demonstrate the importance of this pill, to those who walk the blade every day. The protagonist was happy with the results of these negotiations, because he saw from the greedy eyes of the bandits that they were capable of handling the task at hand. Following him, Wu Tianming also came out and wanted to personally talk to the young man. Lin Mu was in no hurry to go anywhere, so he gladly agreed to find out what the matter was. The man warned that there were too many eyes here, so he asked the guy to go to another place to talk. Stepping aside, he asked the protagonist why he, as a strong man, was asking others for help, instead of taking all the territory for himself. Lin Mu honestly replied that he was not at all interested in such things, and simply did not want to get involved in these conflicts. Wu Tianming understood that the young master had a low opinion of all of them, but since he had already approached their faction, it meant that the guy had no other people to help. The protagonist was starting to get tense about this conversation, so he asked the bandit to finally cut to the chase and stop beating around the bush. The man heard Lin Mu, so he began his story about being part of the underworld for many years and not wanting to work for anyone else. His brothers have been working with him for a long time, but they have ultimately failed to reach any heights. The arrival of the young master could be a great chance to change that. Lin Mu began to guess that the bandit wanted to ask for his help to start his own gang. Wu Tianming confirmed his intentions and hoped that Mr. Lin would support their team from behind the scenes during the leadership battle. But the guy reiterated again that he didn't want to get involved in all of this. The bandit still tried to explain that the guy was deluded because he wouldn't have to do anything, and he himself wanted to deal with his rivals in his own way. Now our hero has guessed that he only wants to use his name to intimidate him. But until he clarifies it himself, no one will know the truth. In the end, the young man recognized that Wu Tianming had earned his respect, and since he didn't need to do anything to help, he wouldn't mind. Of course, the man rejoiced at such news and thanked the young gentleman for his help. The guy was about to leave, but before he did, he emphasized that he still had to stay clean and asked to only look for him if there was an important reason. Wu Tianming did not object to such conditions and once again thanked our hero for helping him with his case. Lin Mu had already returned home deep into the night when all of his female neighbors were already home as well. At the entrance, he immediately changed into his house slippers and informed the girls that he was finally back. The girlfriends were sitting in the living room, so they immediately wondered why the protagonist came home so late. Lin Mu quickly oriented himself and lied that he went to see his friends after the audition, and when he came to his senses, it was already so late. Zishi forgot about all the worries after hearing this, because she guessed that the young man had managed to get his part after all. Our hero confirmed her speculation and explained that all he had to do was wait for a call from the company. The girl immediately hugged him tightly and started yelling about how she believed in his strength from the beginning, happy that her idol had great taste. The others were not happy that their friend had changed so quickly because she had said completely different things this afternoon. Zixi asked the guy not to listen to Xuanrong and promised that she would teach Yao Xianxian a lesson if she just wanted to play around with Lin Mu. The main character reassured the girl and emphasized that her favorite singer just wants to do her job well. Her friend didn't expect that after just one day of acquaintance, Lin Mu would already side with her college and defend her. She was very upset because the young man's heart had already been stolen, so they no longer had any chance in front of the real Adol. The plot then develops on Green Lotus Mountain, which was completely covered by a dense forest. Yan Lanqi arrived here, excited to have a long-awaited meeting with Ling Sheng, who had long since arrived at the place. The longtime acquaintances hugged each other tightly, because it had been quite a while since they had seen each other. Hong Ling Sheng even began to doubt his orientation, because he didn't expect that he would miss his buddy so much. Yan Lanqi suspected that the guy might not have missed him, but the one good thing he had. In the end, the young man decided to introduce Lin Tiannan, with whom he had come here from the capital to rest for a while. He called his acquaintance an incredible guy, which made him shy and asked him not to flatter him. Yan Lanqi emphasized that there was no need to be modest here, because he knew at a glance that this guy was someone important. Ling Sheng wanted to end all this talk and climb up the mountain, because he had wanted to try the fragrant abode's charl for a long time. The young man realized that the guests were tired from the road, so he offered to follow him. In just a few minutes, they were already at the top of the Green Lotus Mountain, where the fragrant abode was located. Ling Xing talked about how the teas of the fragrant abode had been heard by everyone in the East Sea, so brother Tiannan was very lucky today. On the way, they were met by a beautiful girl in national dress and asked if the guests were here to taste their famous tea. The guys confirmed their intentions, and then the girl asked to follow her. Almost all the tables in the hall were occupied because the place was quite popular. Everyone around enjoyed drinking this drink, marveling at its wonderful flavor. Tiannan, seeing the happy faces of the visitors, was even more eager to try this tea. After that, they sat down at one of the tables, and the waitress asked what kind of tea the guests wanted to try today. At this moment, another female employee came over to their table and immediately recognized young Master Hong and Ling Sheng. It turned out to be the owner of the fragrant abode named Shu Yu, who was also overjoyed by the unexpected encounter. Ling Xing noted that it had already been a while since their last meeting, and the girl was still young and beautiful. The owner said her acquaintances were very nice conversationalists, so she wanted to have a little chat with them while they brought tea. When they finished their visit to the abode and went outside, Tiannan immediately noted that he had seen something interesting while they were sitting in this establishment. The guy agreed that the tea at this establishment was good, but not as good as its owner. Yan Lanshi didn't expect that their new friend had such a sharp mind, because he was quickly able to understand the cunning workings of this establishment. Now, Tiannan couldn't forget the curves of her attractive body and the queen's demeanor, which was a rarity now. Ling Xing definitely didn't expect his buddy to fall for Sister Yu's beauty so easily. The young man didn't hide anything and admitted that he couldn't stop thinking about Tiannan's stunning figure. Ling Xing decided to change the topic because it was quite rare for them to meet like this, so he suggested finding another place to sit, and Yan Lanshi immediately came up with some idea in his mind. At that moment, a car passed near them at full speed, which obviously caught their attention. The car then whizzed into a vacant parking space, and the driver rejoiced at such good fortune. Turns out it was Zixi, who this time set a record and reached her destination in 10 minutes and 43 seconds. With her was the main character, who was dizzy from such a ferocious driving style of his girlfriend. Yan Lanshi stopped abruptly, his gaze instantly becoming icy cold, frozen on the figure of his number one enemy. The guy couldn't understand how Lin Mu was able to survive if he sent his best assassin after him. Ling Xing noticed the beautiful girl who was driving that car and asked if she was Yan Lanshi's friend. He replied that he was not familiar with this girl and suggested that he should hurry up and get out of here. For now, the guy had decided not to continue their conflict, but she was still going to see how long our hero's luck would last. Lin Mu also recognized the young master who wished him dead, and remembered that he should be made to pay for it sooner or later. Meanwhile, the girl noticed that he was thinking about something and asked her buddy to hurry up a bit. It turns out that they also came to Fragrant Abode because Zixi had been talking about this place for a long time. The protagonist was not surprised by this place because, other than the serenity around, there was nothing unusual here. Zixi explained that a lot of people came here because the abode was the best place for tea drinking in the entire East Sea. This story interested the guy, so already he couldn't wait to see everything with his own eyes. The same girl at the entrance recognized Miss E immediately and greeted the guests to seat them at a free table. Zixi noted that it had been a while since they had seen Xiao Fan and asked if the supervisor was in attendance. The employee said guests had to go straight to the second floor if they wanted to meet the boss. The protagonist realized that his friend frequented the place if even the staff knew her well, and the girl explained that the owner of the fragrant abode was her best friend. Meanwhile, the boss had already left because she heard a familiar voice and asked why the girl had decided to visit her today, and she said that she wanted to introduce her friend. Lin Mu immediately sensed that Sister Yu was also a cultivator, but from her pale face and weak steps, he assumed that she had used too much qi recently. Zixi also noticed her friend's unhealthy appearance, so she began to worry about her condition. Boss didn't want to talk about it because she used all her energy to help cure Shuren's illness. At this moment, the main character joined their conversation and wanted to personally introduce himself to Sister Yu. The beauty immediately appreciated the young man and said that he looked quite extraordinary, so she called Zixi very lucky. The girl immediately began to justify herself and emphasized that they were just friends, and Lin Mu had brought her to try the flower tea she had created. Sister Yu jokingly called her a bad girl because she always only has eyes for tea, but it couldn't be any other way, because this drink was the best in the world. Eventually, she went to make tea and invited her guests to sit down at the table. Our hero immediately started talking about how the owner was an unusual person, so he couldn't understand why she was stuck here in Fragrant Abode. Zixi wasn't sure of the reason because at the time of meeting, Sister Yu was already the boss of the establishment. The guy could perfectly sense that the woman was using a lot of qi and guessed that her husband's condition wasn't good either. His companion confirmed that for the past few years, her friend had been using energy to suppress his strange illness, but even that wasn't helping. The protagonist could not understand what this trouble was and did not believe that there was no one in the world who could cure this patient. Zixi thought that only divine Dr. Mu Renkin could help in this situation, but the world was so huge that they simply wouldn't be able to find him. The young man immediately remembered the name because it was teacher Zhou Xiyun, and now suggested that a little radiance could cure the illness. Lin Mu wanted to talk about how he knew some information about Mu Renking, but he abruptly stopped. He abruptly flinched because he felt that Sister Yu had just been attacked by someone. Indeed, some two men took advantage of the moment when the woman had spent a lot of energy on her husband's injury and attacked her from behind. She still wasn't afraid and emphasized that if it wasn't for her weakness, these two wouldn't even be her opponents. One of the bandits admitted that he wasn't that strong, but believed that the victory was also about stealth This moment, an excited Linmu and Zixi rushed into the room, who couldn't leave their acquaintance in distress. The woman was worried for their safety, so she asked our heroes to leave now. Brave Zixi didn't listen to her friend because she couldn't stand by when someone dared to harm Sister Yu. The man thought those were pretty serious words, so he ordered no one to leave this place, because he wanted to deal with everyone. He didn't waste any time and attacked first, but the girl still kept standing and was ready for this fight. Only now did Zixi realize that her patent was too fast, so she wouldn't have time to dodge his strike. Lin Mu suddenly appeared in the villain's path and stopped his attack with one slight movement. The man couldn't realize what was happening now, because he definitely didn't expect to run into such a strong opponent. Our hero was still unhappy that the stranger had allowed himself to be so rude to the lady, so he pushed him aside with all his might. The blow was so strong that the bandit even coughed up his blood, and was now definitely not in a position to continue this fight. Sister Yu was also surprised because she didn't expect the guy to have such strong chi, and now realized that the guy in front of her was a high-level master. Meanwhile, the second man was not frightened and was only angry that some youngster dared to harm his comrade. After just a second, he had already released several sharp needles, so the main character didn't react to such a sudden attack and died instantly. The woman was greatly frightened and tried to warn Lin Mu that there was a dangerous poison on those needles. The guy wasn't surprised by such petty tricks, so he quickly used chi energy to create a barrier around himself. Our hero's skill level was enough to make a solid shield around him. Eventually, the needles simply stuck into the barrier and now carried no danger. Sister Yu was shocked that such a young cultivator had already learned how to control his chi to such an extent. It turns out that the protagonist had a cunning plan and was going to return the bandit his own poisoned needles. The man certainly didn't expect such a turn of events, so he only managed to cry out in pain and surprise. His knees buckled helplessly, his back hit the stone slabs, and his arms spread out at his sides. The poison was quickly starting to spread across the bandit's face, so he needed to hurry up and take the antidote. His hands were shaking so badly that he just couldn't open the bottle, which only made the panic grow. The man took too long to do so, so the protagonist quickly jumped up and snatched the bottle from his hands. At this moment, Sister Yu found the strength to stand up on her feet and approach her enemies to say that such people didn't deserve to live in this world, so they would now go to hell. The bandit tried to say something, but the poison was working more and more, so the strength was leaving his body. His last words were a promise that he would not let Shu Yu go even after his death. An excited Zixi immediately ran over to her friend to see if she was all right. The owner replied that she was fine, and only had a minor internal injury, but it would go away after a few days of rest. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to wonder where the two criminals came from. It was hard for the woman to talk about it, but it turned out to be her husband Lian Chen's younger brothers. They harbored a grudge ever since their brother was the only one to receive true teachings from their teacher, so they attacked while he was cultivating, causing his chi to be in disarray, causing him to almost die. The girl was very pleased that people could be so mean, so now she thought they definitely deserved to die. Shu Yu continued with the story that her husband had decided to forgive his companions since they were from the same sect, but they had refused to let them go until now. The protagonist was sure that these villains had attacked the woman stealthily when they learned that she was now weakened. The woman complained that Lian Chen's chi was becoming more restless with each new day, so she was unable to suppress it. Zixi then decided to inquire if her friend had received any news about Dr. Mu Renking, but she still hadn't learned anything new. Lin Mu was finally able to say that they no longer needed to look for the old man because he had passed away over a decade ago. The girl asked our hero not to say such nonsense, because she was sure that the doctor was just a hermit. In fact, Shu Yu had long guessed this for a long time because the master hadn't had any news for a long time. Zixi tried to support her friend because there was no way she should stay and find a way to cure her husband. Sister Yu thanked the girl for her kind words, but based on her personal knowledge, only Dr. Mu's slight radiance could cure Lian Chen. The protagonist firmly pronounced that the doctor's death did not erase his legacy, so his cures were still intact. He said that events had coincided in such a way that he was fortunate enough to learn the old man's secret techniques. The guy didn't mind offering his help and taking a look at the husband of the owner of the abode, because he might be able to save the patient after all. Zixi didn't fully trust her mate, and emphasized that this was a matter of life and death, so jokes were unnecessary here. In the end, Shu Yu, not listening to her friend, still decided to trust our hero and asked him to save Lian Chen. The woman agreed that Lin Mu was very young, but at the same time, he was a skilled master, so she believed his words. She then grabbed one of the vases on her desk and twisted it a few times. The next moment, there was a loud cracking sound, and steps appeared in the floor that led somewhere downward. Our heroes watched this mechanism in amazement, and Shu Yu asked them to follow her. In fact, Zixi didn't even realize that there was an underground passage here, Shuyu explained that she had arranged for Lian Chen to stay in a hidden room down here for convenience. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, the woman came to the large doors behind which her husband was. The man lay in the middle of an empty room, with only a stone slab that served as a bed for him. Nurse Yu said that he hadn't woken up since the last time she used qi to heal him. The protagonist wasted no time and immediately began to examine the patient, first checking his pulse. The guy used the radiance to go over Lian Chen's entire body to find the cause of his ailment. After a few seconds, he let go of the man's hand, so the girls asked with hope in their voices what the patient's condition was. Lin Mu sighed heavily and reported that the patient's condition was worse than he thought. Now he was unsure if he would be able to save the man. But Zhuyu asked him to at least try, because it was her last hope. Eventually, the young man agreed and asked that a set of silver needles be prepared for him. The woman asked why the protagonist needed such a tool because she didn't fully understand his technique. Lin Mu explained that he would try to use the divine doctor's techniques to help her husband. Even though this was their first encounter with Lian Chen, the guy was going to do his best to save him. Also, our hero turned to Zixi did not suggest that she go upstairs for the time being. The girl couldn't understand why she would do that, because she wasn't interfering with the process in any way. Lin Mu informed her that he would have to undress the patient to find his acupuncture points, and once again asked if she really wanted to stay here. Now everything was falling into place, so an embarrassed Zixi quickly agreed to go upstairs. Meanwhile, Shuyu had already prepared everything she needed and wondered if such a set of needles would suit our hero. Lin Mu quickly inspected his tool and rejoiced because it was exactly what he needed. He then asked Sister Yu to move to a safe distance and not to come any closer so that she would not be seen. The guy was actually a little worried because it was the first time he'd ever used low glow. Lin Mu found the maximum amount of energy within himself and released it outwards to begin executing the technique. After that, all the needles lit up and flew into the air, while the protagonist continued to breathe heavily, trying to maintain an even flow of qi. Shuyu couldn't believe her eyes when she personally saw the performance of this rare technique. The glowing needles were literally hovering in the air. So now she made sure that the young man was using the minor radiance. After successfully executing the technique, the protagonist and Zixi, despite having spent too much qi, went home. The girl was very worried about Lin Mu because he had used up too much qi by curing Sister Yu's husband. The young man did look unwell, but he still said he was fine because, to him, this help was a good deed, for which it was not a pity to try for. Then Zixi thanked our hero again for this invaluable help, which had cost him his health. Lin Mu wanted to say something else, but he didn't have time because something terrible happened. Nothing foreshadowed trouble when a bullet hit our hero in the chest, and the guy and the girl did not even see where the threat came from. There was no way the protagonist could react to such a sudden attack, so he fell to his knees and began to bleed. The young man guessed that his enemies realized that this was the perfect time to attack him. Zixi didn't expect them to meet such sneaky bastards, and started looking around to see where they were hiding. She analyzed the situation and immediately realized that there was a sniper sitting somewhere that was able to hit Lin Mu from such a distance. The girl was well aware that she needed to check on her mate's condition sooner rather than later, and get him out of here as quickly as possible. She finally began to panic because she saw that the bullet had gone through near her shoulder blade and exited through her chest, a millimeter from her heart. Zixi concentrated all her energy, her palms emitting a warm golden glow, and lay on the guy's wound. She's managed to stop the bleeding through acupuncture points. So our hero only needs to hold out a little while they make it to the nearest hospitals. Quite soon, they had already reached the first city hospital of East Sea City. Lin Mu was immediately sent to intensive care and hooked up to life support machines. Doctors were trying to start surgery as soon as possible because the patient was losing too much blood. The girl tearfully watched all of this and begged the doctors to save the injured Lin Mu. Jo Xun, who had already prepared for the operation, promised that she would do her best that you once again save the protagonist. The guy had been operated on for 5 hours, but it still didn't work, so the doctors kept trying. Finally, Dr. Zhou saw that the patient's blood pressure heartbeat had returned to normal. Other doctors also reported that the surgery was successful and they did a great job. Everyone started praising Jo Xun, but the girl herself thought that all of this only happened because of teamwork. She informed her coworkers that she wanted to follow up on the patient's condition some more, and the rest of us could rest for now. The girl saw that our hero was already awake and immediately asked why he was so careless. The young man said that it was an accident because he had spent a lot of qi when he was practicing acupuncture to save someone, and that was when he lost his guard and was attacked. The doctor was surprised to hear that Lin Mu had time to learn acupuncture techniques. The protagonist explained that Zixi's friend was such a he during cultivation, causing his qi to become unstable. Joxian then inquired about the technique he had used, and the guy admitted that he had applied the celestial star cloud from the minor radiance. The girl recognized it as high-level acupuncture, and it looked like our hero's mastery of the small glow would surprise even her. Lin Mu noted that it was all thanks to his acquaintance's instructions, which was why he was able to master the technique so quickly. Dr. Zhou asked him not to be modest, because the guy could use this technique and help many more people, continuing her teacher's work. Meanwhile, the Yan family had already learned the shocking news that the protagonist had managed to survive again. Yan Lanxi had just now returned home and would not stay why his father was so evil. The old man said that they had just received the news that Lin Mu had managed to be saved in the hospital after all. The guy couldn't believe that even the Black Throne assassins had failed their mission. The aide also revealed that the organization had indicated a desire to return 90% of the commission to abandon the mission. Mr. Yan couldn't understand what the reason for their refusal was because the target was still alive. The subordinate explained that the Black Throne has rules, and whether successful or not, they only attack their targets once. The old man could no longer hold his anger in, because it all looked ridiculous since the powerful Yan family still couldn't handle some petty brat. Yan Lanxi then announced that he had another idea on how they could take care of this boy. Events once again returned to the first city hospital of the East Sea City, where the protagonist was stationed. The guy had already been visited by guests who wanted to know which ward Lin Mu was in. It turned out to be Xing Weilong, who was surprised that his comrade was guarded by so many people. The bodyguards blamed themselves for young Master Lin being injured because they were too careless and didn't realize that the enemies would hire a sniper for him. The guy guessed that it was Yinghuang Chaoge who had sent guards to protect Lin Mu. There were even paramilitary guards present, who did not understand what kind of person this patient was, that the compressor himself had sent them to guard him. The captain couldn't understand why his subordinates cared about this issue, because they were supposed to be following orders, not quietly discussing them. The soldiers agreed with him and now proceeded to guard the protagonist without further ado. Xing Weilong was even more surprised when he saw the special forces here, which made him worried. Now the fat man made sure that his buddy's circle of acquaintances had grown too large of late. It turns out that Lin Mu's roommates were already here, waiting for Xing Weilong. Zhuanrong suggested that he hurry up and finally stop by to see their injured comrade. Fatty decided to ask her why a whole SWAT team was preserving Brother Lin. The girl explained that her godfather had sent this guard, employing the best soldiers on the East Sea. The young man certainly didn't expect her to have the troops for such things, and wondered who her relative was. Obviously, Zhuanrong was in no hurry to tell this information because it was classified. Zixi had already hinted to the protagonist about who had decided to come to visit him, and Lin Mu immediately guessed that it was the fat man. Xing Weilong was overjoyed that his friend was fine, and revealed that he had rushed here as soon as he received the call. The girl noted that they had told him the news 3 hours ago, but for some reason it still took him a long time to get here, even though his home was not far away. It seemed something had happened after all, because the guy was in no hurry to say the reason for his lateness. Zhou Xian that everything was fine, and asked her friends to let Lin Mu rest because it was already too late. Xing Weilong was unhappy about being chased away so early, and Xuanrong noted that it was a punishment for being late. Our hero thanked his friend for his concern, but he was really quite tired, so he wanted some alone time. Zixi began to nudge Xing Weilong towards the exit to hurry up and stay out of the way. In the end, he asked Brother Lin to get a good rest so he could visit him tomorrow. The guy agreed to everything and asked the guys to finally leave him alone and remember to turn out the lights before leaving. The girls had no problem complying with his request and left, turning off the lights in the room. Finally, the main character was able to breathe easy and rest after all those guests. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment so that he could engage in treating his wounds with chi energy. At the same moment, the hospital building was being closely watched by one of the main character's enemies, who had already come up with a new plan to eliminate him. This mysterious hooded guy was sure he finally had a chance at success. He was certain that this time, Lin Mu would definitely not be able to escape his fate. Meanwhile, the protagonist began to meditate and pondered the fact that he needed to hurry up and advance to the level of absolute defense to protect himself from stealthy attacks. Suddenly, he felt that right now someone was going to attack him. At the last moment, he managed to duck in time for the throwing knife to crash into the headboard of his bed. In just a second, other knives whistled in the air and were also aimed at Lin Mu. The guy reacted lightning fast to this attack, so he deftly caught all the sharp blades. Now our hero realized that the enemies were not going to give him a second for any rest and recuperation. He ordered his opponent to step out of the shadows with confidence in his voice, for he was well aware of another's presence in his chamber. The stranger at the window finally spoke and noted that Lin Mu, despite his serious wounds, still hadn't lost his agility. The guy already recognized the man, so he noticed that so little time had passed since their recent encounter, and his opponent's skills had grown considerably. It turned out to be the same strange young man they had met outside the school. Lin Mu emphasized that if it wasn't for his injuries, the guy wouldn't have even come close to him. But the assassin simply couldn't let the moment pass while his target was injured. The killer was very serious, so he promised that this night the protagonist would definitely die. In turn, the guy calmly and firmly replied that it was definitely not yet a fact. He was still just as quick and agile, so he quickly jumped off his bed. The protagonist realized that he needed to act, so he had already come up with another plan to defend himself against his rival. Linmu used the sheet from his bed to stop the assassin's next attack and take cover from the sharp knives. The guy got cocky and asked if his opponent had any other tricks, trying to get him emotional. At that moment, he saw the scarlet stain on his shirt and realized that because of all the sudden movements, his wound was starting to bleed. The assassin only rejoiced at this because his target was growing weaker and weaker and promised to ease that pain. Linmu realized that he wouldn't be able to continue this fight, so he would still have to call for help. He started yelling loudly so that the guards would definitely hear it, trying to report that an intruder had broken into the hospital. The three special forces immediately rushed into the room and pointed their sights at the assassin they had taken by surprise. The boy sighed heavily because he guessed from the beginning that this was going to be very difficult. Meanwhile, the soldiers did not wait and opened fire with their automatic rifles, but the intruder cleverly dodged all the bullets. The SWAT team had good reactions, so they reacted quickly and moved their sights to the side. The captain ordered his subordinates not to stop firing for a second to accurately neutralize their target. The assassin still managed to dodge the fast bullets, and little by little he was getting closer to the window to make a successful escape from here. In the end, he still had to hide behind the couch because the enemy's firepower was too strong and wouldn't let him retreat. Meanwhile, the captain approached our hero to ask about his condition, but he replied that he was fine, but that they needed to be careful of that nimble guy. At that moment, some strange shadow jumped out from behind the couch, which immediately made the SWAT team distracted from their main goal. The soldiers already thought they had hit their target, but in the end, it turned out to be only a cape. It fell to the floor, but the killer himself wasn't in it, so the guards only fell for the cheap trick. The fighters were confused because they didn't expect to be caught at such a cheap trick. At that moment, the guy himself jumped out from his hiding place and quickly threw knives at all the soldiers. The SWAT team did not expect such a turn of events, so they did not have time to react to the danger, which caused them to receive a knife in the hand. They seemed to be only small blades, but one such made them feel weak. All the soldiers fell unconscious and only now realized there was an anesthetic on the knives. The protagonist noticed that his opponent didn't kill all of the SWAT team, which showed that he didn't seem to be that evil. The killer replied that he was a man of principles, so he tracked down his target and did not harm innocent people. In the end, he suggested that Lin Mu stop resisting because it was simply useless. In fact, the strength was increasingly leaving our hero because of the open wound, so he began to breathe harder and harder. Then the guy realized that this was the right moment to attack his target and finally straighten out the annoying Lin Mu. The protagonist was well aware that he was in no position to dodge, so in that case, he needs to move on to another plan of action. In any case, he was going to fight to the end, so he used chi energy to heal his wound at least a little. Sharp knives flew at the guy again, and using his hands, he was able to stop two of them, but one still hit the target. One of the blades stabbed right into our hero's stomach, which completely changed the course of the battle. Lin Mu helplessly plopped down on the floor because this had become the end point for him to lose what little remaining strength he had. The assassin started talking again about how it was useless to resist and offered to let the guy get rid of this pain. Despite all this, the protagonist was not going to give up and hinted that his opponent was rejoicing in his victory too soon. The guy even tensed up a bit because he couldn't understand what Lin Mu could do in such a desperate situation. Suddenly, he felt some strange sensations and his whole body became stony and unruly. Didn't even see our hero's attack, but somehow he still managed to seal his acupuncture points. Meanwhile, Lin Mu found the strength to stand up because his trick had worked after all, and that was encouraging. With a smirk on his face, the protagonist admitted that he had used the small radiance technique before and channeled the last drops of chi into a single needle, which hit his opponent. By hitting the main acupuncture point in the killer's chest with it, the guy managed to seal all of his meridians. Meanwhile, a SWAT team had already arrived in the ward, and the fighters were about to finish off the intruder. Lin Mu stopped the soldier because he wanted to ask a few more questions of the assassin. Meanwhile, the guy was trying to break free from those shackles, and he seemed to be succeeding little by little. Eventually, he successfully pulled out, and now confidently said it wasn't enough to stop him. The SWAT officer realized that the situation was too dangerous, so he stood in front of Lin Mu to protect him from the enemy. The killer realized that he had no chance of taking our hero's life this time, but he promised to do so during the next encounter. He made a promise to take the young men's lives and just jumped out the window, wasting no time. The protagonist decided to let this guy go and ordered the SWAT team not to pursue him. Then the soldier decided to check on his comrades and realized that they were all breathing, which couldn't be helped. Lin Mu explained that they were only knocked out from the anesthesia, so they should hurry up and get a nurse. The guy lamented that his chi was too weak, causing him to only be able to seal the outer meridians, and the opponent was able to open them with his power. With the aftermath of the night's battle cleaned up in our hero's chamber, he was finally able to get at least some rest. A few hours later, a nurse came to see him because it was time to change the dressing on his wound. This was not a pleasant procedure, because Lin Mu could still feel the pain. The girl was worried about it, so she apologized for the inconvenience. The soldiers, who were now on duty even in Lin Mu's room, thanked the nurse for her help. Our hero noted with a smile that the guys didn't have to stand around because he could call them if something serious happened. The guards still didn't want to leave this place because they had to protect the young master at all times. So they asked him to just pretend they weren't here. 3 days later, some new guests have already arrived at the hospital to the protagonist. The SWAT team immediately informed them that this was a secure area, so they couldn't let the strangers through. The man did not say anything and only held out his document to them to confirm his identity. Seeing who was standing in front of them, the guards even panicked a bit because they expected to see this person here. This important person said that they wanted to talk to Lin Mu alone, so the soldiers could be free for now. The Special Forces fighters did not object, so they saluted and carried out the order. It turned out to be Mr. Lu who wanted to check on Lin Mu, who was finally on the mend. The lad was glad when he saw the familiar old man and immediately inquired what had brought him here. Mr. Lu jokingly called him a rascal because Bei Bei had only just graduated, and the young man unsupervised had already caused a lot of trouble. Our hero promised that he was a law-abiding citizen of the city, and the murderer was the first to start this fight. After that, Lin Mu decided to inquire about who had come along with his mentor. The man said that it was old Zhang who had come here to specifically visit the guy, because the people higher up had already found out about him. The protagonist was surprised to see Lu Shoyan serving this man like this, which meant that he was indeed some kind of authority. Mr. Zhang started talking about how their organization had big plans for Lin Mu, and he had come here to ask if he was willing to accept one special mission. In turn, Mr. Lu promised to solve all the young man's problems if he still wanted to help. The old man added that they would not only help with the Yang family, but even if all the families in Huaxia joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to harm Lin Mu. Our hero began to suspect that this man, old Zhang, must have a lot of power in his hands to be handing out such promises. The guy decided not to think long and apologized for being rude, and directly asked who this distinguished gentleman was. Lu Shoyan explained that they couldn't reveal old Zhang's identity yet, but hinted that the decision to have them meet was made by the highest authority in Huaxia. In turn, the old man himself explained that they were simply a small group of people who stand at the top of the organization. The young man couldn't understand why such strong people needed his help, because he thought he was just an ordinary person who knew a little bit of kung fu. Lu Shoyan started to get angry that he was asking unnecessary questions, because the guy should only answer questions from old Zhang. The old man himself saw nothing wrong in it because he thought that doubts were quite normal, because in his place, everyone would not be in a hurry to agree. He explained that all powers were complexly interconnected, and there was a great effect from that. But some matters were out of control, and even the power in his hands didn't help with that. It was still hard for the protagonist to understand why this person should be him, because there are many high-level masters, even in Baolong's group itself. The man explained that everyone in the group is not clean hands, so they can't fully trust them. In the end, the old man said that Lin Mu could contact Shuyan at any time after thinking over his decision. Mr. Lu was about to leave, so he asked our hero to seriously consider their offer. Also, before he left, he said that he had one kung fu teaching that the guy could learn. The protagonist thanked them for this opportunity and said goodbye to old Zhang and Mr. Lu. Zhou Xian also met these men on the way and immediately realized that they were here to visit Lin Mu. Upon entering the room, the girl immediately wondered who the two who had just left here were. The protagonist replied briefly that it was some of his friends who heard about the trouble and decided to visit him. The doctor then said that she had brought the patient's labs, and from the labs, it appeared that his body was different from the others. Lin Mu tensed up when he heard such conclusions from his acquaintance and wanted to take a look at it himself. Zhou Xian thought that such rapid healing of bullet wounds was simply an amazing phenomenon. Our hero saw that a medical account had been opened in his name without his knowledge and noted that it was somehow inappropriate. The girl apologized and explained that she was just being a nosy doctor, promising that she would take the remark into consideration. At this moment, an excited Zixi ran into the room, wanting to report some very bad news. It turns out that some trouble was going on in the fragrant abode, because Sister Yu and her husband had disappeared somewhere. The protagonist asked his girlfriend to calm down and tell her again what happened. The girl explained that just this morning, she had decided to go to the establishment to see her acquaintance. Then she saw some kind of crush at the entrance, which didn't bode well. Zixi tried to walk through all these people, because she began to feel that something terrible had happened. Eventually, she saw a frightened Xiao Fan who was being tried to calm down by some guy. The girl calmed down a bit and came to her senses when she saw the acquaintance as her superior. She was finally able to reveal that someone had broken into the fragrant abode and kidnapped Sister Yu and her husband. The protagonist, who has yet to be discharged from the hospital, certainly didn't expect trouble to return so soon. At that moment, a call came in on the ward phone that interrupted the conversation about the fragrant abode. The guy didn't know what to expect anymore, so he quickly picked up the phone and answered it. A second later, he cried out in shock, because it seemed he had been given some not particularly good news again. Cho Shion guessed that these were the same kidnappers, and Lin Mu briefly confirmed her guess. The guy reported that the voice was altered so he couldn't recognize who it was. Meanwhile, the kidnappers themselves have already arrived at some abandoned building to pull off all their dastardly plans. Turns out, it was all pulled off by the very same killer who recently came for the protagonist's life. He even called his boss here to demonstrate the results of his work. Hidden behind the massive doors were the bound Xu Yu and Lian Chen, who could not defend themselves in any way. The mercenary asked his superior not to worry because they had just knocked out their hostages. The mysterious man asked the assassin not to hurt these people because he only needed Lin Mu's own life. The young man promised that this time there would be no failure, and he would finally deal with the main character. The boss had a pretty tough attitude, so he emphasized that this was the last chance for the killer. The guy was also serious about this task, so he promised to cut his life short by his own hand if he failed to kill Lin Mu. The boss was pleased with this attitude, so now he waited for good news from his subordinate. The mercenary had been an assassin for over 20 years and had never failed, but now he had failed twice in killing our hero, so he was going to wash away that shame with his own blood. The assassin was sure that after today's encounter, only one of them would survive. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was telling his friends that the kidnapper had asked him to come to the appointed place alone. Cho Xian was certain that it was a trap, so the guy should definitely not take such a risk. Zixi believed that the young man had not yet recovered from his wounds, so she asked for permission to go to this particular place. The protagonist asked her not to worry because he was already perfectly fine and could handle the task himself. Plus, he was sure that these kidnappers were probably a bunch of good-for-nothings, so they weren't an equal to him. The doctor was still worried because it would all be happening deep in the night, and the young man wouldn't even see if he was ambushed. The young man was well aware of all these facts, but all he could do was follow instructions because the priority was to save their friends. Zixi still wanted to go along with them to help because it all looked too dangerous. The protagonist didn't want to take that risk, because if the kidnappers noticed someone else's presence, they would just kill Yu's sister and her husband. At that time, Zhou Xiun offered to make some sort of plan to back up Lin Mu. The young man replied firmly that now was not the time for plans, because he must hurry and rescue the hostages. The girls realized that they simply would not change the mind of the protagonist, who had already decided to take this risk himself. He apologized to his girlfriends for his temper anyway, and reached out to grab the very technique from Mr. Liu. Lin Mu, with a reassuring smile on his face, asked him not to worry about him, because he would definitely return safe and sound. Meanwhile, Yao Xianxian also did not sleep this night, as if she sensed some kind of trouble. Her butler saw that the young lady was awake, so he went out to the balcony to carefully offer her a rest, because it was quite late. The girl replied that she didn't feel sleepy, so she asked Uncle Shu to go first. He noted that the night was quite chilly, so he suggested that he at least bring a cape for Yao Xianxian. The girl did not listen to her assistant, because she saw Lin Mu, who had come to meet the kidnappers. She had no idea why the guy was in this place in the studio later in the day. The protagonist continued to stand quietly in place and thought about what he would spring into action as soon as the kidnappers showed up here. At this moment, an assassin surrounded by his men appeared and immediately turned to Lin Mu. The villain noted that he seemed to be a good friend, since he had come alone for the safety of Xu Yu and Lian Chen. The guy was unhappy to see the man again, but he didn't give any sign and asked to let his friends go because he had kept his end of the bargain. The assassin asked him not to worry because he didn't intend to harm these people, and reminded him that his main target was Lin Mu specifically. The next second, he kept his word and ordered his men to release the hostages. The subordinates approached the pair of abductees and gave them the antidote that was supposed to bring them back to consciousness. Xu Yu coughed violently after hearing such a pungent odor, but she finally woke up from her long sleep. Lian Chen immediately asked if his wife was all right, and meanwhile, the assassin reported that the two of them were now free because their target was already in place. Only now did the woman see that Lin Mu was here, who definitely shouldn't have taken such a risk, so she excitedly asked him to get out of here as quickly as possible. Her husband also emphasized that the bandits came prepared, so our hero will not be able to win against them, and the guy has already done a lot for them. The man couldn't understand what their savior was waiting for, who still wasn't going to leave. Lin Mu asked the couple to return home because it was only his personal feud that other people shouldn't suffer because of. Xu Yu couldn't hear all those words because there was no way they could leave the young man in such danger. The protagonist continued to remain calm and explained that they would only be a distraction for him. In the end, Lian Chen agreed with the guy's words because they were rather weak and would only be a nuisance if they stayed here. Before leaving, the man said with a smile and hope in his voice that they would definitely wait for the triumphant return of their savior in the fragrant abode. The guy asked me not to worry about him and to be sure to make a good cup of tea for him. The assassin chuckled at the fact that he was so naive, because it would still have to be seen if Lin Mu would be able to leave here tonight. The protagonist didn't lose confidence and offered to finally resolve their conflict that night. Lin Mu stood in a fighting stance and motioned for his opponent to attack first. In turn, the mercenary himself ordered his men to stand back, for he wished to deal with his target on his own. The guy emphasized that all the bystanders were gone, so now they could undeterred and have a duel to the death. The protagonist was in no hurry because he wanted to finally know his opponent's name before the fight. Meanwhile, the mercenary had already prepared his knives and explained that the assassin could not tell his victims. In the end, he didn't wait and threw out all of his sharp blades in one go before Lin Mu had time to react. The young man barely had time to register the flickering shadow, his brain only having time to process the thought of his opponent's unexpected speed. In the last battle, he couldn't use chi because of his wounds, but he's definitely not going to get punched in the face this time. The protagonist was able to easily repel the attack with his sturdy shield, which knocked all the knives aside. The assassin hadn't expected to see such strong chi, and was now excited to battle such a trained fighter. He was confident that he would definitely kill Lin Mu this time, which would help him reach new heights. The boy was not at all afraid of this attitude of his opponent, because he thought that he was a foolish dreamer since he was so confident in his abilities. Our hero immediately thought of something. Something the teachings Mr. Liu had given him contained techniques that he just might be able to apply in this battle. He immediately concentrated the energy in his hands and used the dragon defeat technique. A true dragon formed from his chi and flew towards the mercenary at full speed. The assassin hadn't seen such a technique before, so he was surprised to see such a technique from Lin Mu. In the end, he couldn't resist such a powerful attack and now tried to dodge the dragon. Only now did the guy realize that it was a strike called 18 Dragon Palms. At the same time, the protagonist realized that he could not underestimate his opponent, so he chased him out to the end. The assassin definitely didn't expect Lin Mu to know the 18 Dragon Palms, but fortunately for him, he had come here prepared. The guy saw the syringe in his opponent's hands and realized he was going to use steroids. The mercenary wasted no time and quickly injected himself with a booster injection to definitely defeat our hero. He confirmed Lin Mu's speculation and explained that he would be able to increase his strength for a short time, so the young man should already be preparing for his death. The assassin, tossing the syringe aside, suggested that the protagonist should now attack first. Now he slowly straightened up to his full height and declared that the time for games was over, and now everyone would see the true power he had been hiding until now. The protagonist couldn't believe that his opponent was willing to harm his body just to achieve his goal. The mercenary emphasized that he didn't want to do it, but after all the defeats, he simply had no choice. Today, his future depended on him killing Lin Mu, so he had to take such drastic steps. The assassin's eyes lit up with rage, and he quickly shortened the distance to accurately hit the protagonist. Lin Mu realized that the opponent had started to actively attack. Therefore, one must come up with some plan of action to stop. Meanwhile, the mercenary was already using the flower rain technique, and the guy could see that he was getting faster and faster. Our hero advised the caller to stop wasting his energy on flying daggers, because it wouldn't help him anyway. Lin Mu also stopped restraining herself and used her dragon shield to accurately defend against this powerful attack. Thus, the sharp blades simply shattered against this energy barrier and no longer carried any danger. The assassin realized that this technique didn't work, because eventually the protagonist managed to block all of his attacks. Only now did he realize that he could no longer rely on his daggers in this fight. Suddenly, a dragon's head, with its mouth open, appeared near his face, appearing literally out of nowhere. In the end, Lin Mu decided to use the spiritual dragon to knock the confused opponent off his feet. The blow hit the mercenary with monstrous force, and his body was thrown a few meters away like a rag doll. Now the protagonist was sure that his opponent had finally lost this fierce battle. The killer, even though his mouth was filled with blood, tried to say that he still wasn't giving up. In the end, the guy couldn't even say a few words because of the pain, and Lin Mu suggested that he should finally give up because all his internal organs were damaged, and it was impossible to continue fighting in such a condition. The opponent accepted his defeat after all, so he asked our hero to finish him off to end this torment. The young man promised to save his life if the killer would tell him who was behind it all. The mercenary didn't see the point of this, because the boss wouldn't just let him go because of this failure, and thought that Lin Mu himself should have guessed who was hunting him. The protagonist was beginning to guess who they were talking about, but he still couldn't understand why these people would go so far to kill him. The killer suggested that the young man must have been upset because he was a constant victim and could not live peacefully. Lin Mu thanked his opponent for telling the whole truth and asked if he had any last words. The guy reached into his jacket pocket and asked that upon his death, the flying dagger teachings be passed on to his younger sister. He explained that the girl on the phone was his sister who attends a university in the eastern seaboard. The protagonist tensed up a lot when he heard the name of his university and began to suspect how things might have turned out. It was hard for him to say a word when he was handed a picture of his sister. Turns out it was Tan Bei Bei, our hero's classmate who brought him to the Dragon Protectors. The assassin also didn't expect Lin Mu to be familiar with his younger sister. The protagonist now realized that he was from the Tang sect, so he inquired as to why he had decided to become a mercenary. The boy was afraid he had no time at all to tell his story. Lin Mu asked him not to worry about it and promised to pass this teaching on to Bei Bei. The killer thanked our hero for his help and asked him to be careful in the future because many people will continue to hunt. Finally, the strength left his body and he spoke his last words. After that, the protagonist decided to call the right people to straighten things out. He asked for help getting rid of the corpse and was going to send me the coordinates to do it. An hour later, only a red stain remained at the assassin's spot, and Lin Mu thought about the fact that from now on, every day would be more and more dangerous for him. Afterward, the guy was finally able to return to his home to rest from the tumultuous events of the past few days. He stepped over the threshold and loudly announced his return to all his friends. All of his roommates and Sister Yu and her husband had gathered in the living room and were incredibly worried about Lin Mu's fate. Our hero was immediately approached by Zixi, who asked if he had managed to settle everything. Xu Yu and Liang Chen were very worried about the guy because they were the main reason why something could happen to him. Lin Mu asked them not to take all the blame because he was the reason for the kidnapping, so it was up to the young man to apologize. Meanwhile, the man decided to wonder if this was the same way their savior had managed to defeat that killer. The protagonist briefly explained that they had a duo, one-on-one, and he had no problem winning that fight. Liang Chen's eyes glistened with genuine admiration for the guy who had already definitely earned his respect. Xu Yu realized that it was already over, and noted that they now owed a dinner at the Fragrant Abode to thank everyone for their help. Afterward, all the girlfriends escorted their guests out and asked them to be careful on their way home. Song Liang Rao immediately noticed that the guy was very depressed for some reason, and suggested that he tell him everything. Our hero told us that he was worried that life was too unpredictable, and that killer turned out to be his girlfriend's brother. Zixi, hearing such terrible news, asked how things could have turned out this way. In fact, the young man began to guess that it was his family that was behind all these events. The girl couldn't believe it when she heard such shocking assumptions of the main character. The protagonist explained that he had already moved on from his family's internal conflicts, but they still wouldn't let him go, so now he had to forget about any mercy. He also believed that his relatives were to blame for his parents' deaths, so he needed to investigate the whole situation. At this moment, someone decided to call Lin Mu, which seemed rather strange because it was already deep in the night. The protagonist frowned, slowly bringing the phone to his ear, his voice sounding wary, for a call at this late hour clearly didn't bode well. It turned out to be Lo Bi-yun, who was in tears asking the young man to come to her. Lin Mu quickly arrived at the Luo family's house where his acquaintance was now. The guy rang the doorbell, but no one opened it for him, which made him tense up even more. A few minutes later, the girl appeared in the doorway, her eyes red with tears and her voice trembling with a rush of emotion. She immediately threw herself into the main character's arms and was glad that he had come to her after all. The guy tried to calm Lo Bi-yun down and offered to come inside to talk about what happened. It turns out that for the past few days, when she closes her eyes, she immediately remembers being trapped in that car. The protagonist hugged her gently, his voice sounding calm and confident as he reassured her that what had happened was just an unfortunate set of circumstances and not something sinister or deliberate. The girl still thought someone had purposely messed up her car to take her life. Lin Mu began to suspect that these were the people who had harassed the girl last time as well. Luo Bi-yun shook her head because she wasn't sure how it all happened. The young man promised that he would protect her because he now realized that the girl was in the same situation as himself. She asked the main character to stay the night because she was too scared to stay by herself. The guy didn't mind because he didn't want to go anywhere anyway and agreed to keep him company. After that, they laid down on the bed together and Lo Bi-yun started talking about how she felt safe around her boyfriend. The protagonist decided to find out some more information and asked the girl if it was true that Haoyun Corporation started its rise during World War II. Lo Bi-yun said that when the war spread to Asia and China, her family produced and sold weapons to supply the military to expand their business. Their corporation bought up many large military companies to start developing weapons, which became the foundation for the Lo family. After years of research and development, their weapons have become recognizable around the world, and some are even labeled as must-have weapons for Americans. It can be said that the Lo family has penetrated the heart of America and supports their country's technological defense. Now the protagonists realized that not only were they rich, but they had strong military support. Now it was no surprise that the Luo family had so many enemies if they had such a big business. The girl also revealed that her father had hired a bunch of elite bodyguards to protect her, but it still wasn't enough. Lin Mu looked her straight in the eyes, his voice sounding firm and without a shadow of doubt as he made a promise that no danger would touch her as long as he was around. Luo Biyun knew very well what a noble hero he was, so she believed every word he said. Then the protagonist turned strangely to the girl, who was a little embarrassed by such intimacy with him. Suddenly, the young man drew her so close that there was not even a centimeter between them, and then his lips passionately merged with hers in a kiss full of surprise. The girl's mind immediately became chaotic, so she only had time to think about Lin Mu's soft lips. She immediately remembered the main character transferring energy to her in a similar way when he rescued her from the water. So they spent the whole night together until the next morning came, and the sunlight flooded the whole room with its light. Lin Mu woke up first and saw that the girl was still sleeping, so he had time to rest. Even in her sleep, Luo Biyun thought about the guy because her body refused to forget that ardent kiss. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself decided to try and make a great breakfast for her. Eventually, the girl also woke up and was startled when she didn't find Lin Mu beside her. She immediately smelled the pleasant aromas from the kitchen, which whetted her appetite. Lin Mu froze with the tray in his hands when he saw Luo Biyun because he expected her to wake up later. Luo Biyun thanked our hero, who made such an appetizing scrambled egg and vegetables for her. She quickly sat down at the table to eat, but the guy asked her to take her time because tomorrow still had time to get cold. In between, Lin Mu decided to inquire if the girl was going to go to the office today. She, after a quick glass of cool water, confirmed her plans to visit work. The girl explained that she works as a CEO, so she had a large number of important cases. Then the guy promised to walk Luo Biyun to the office because he was just free all day. She was very excited about this opportunity because due to recent events, it was good to have support in the form of Lin Mu. Our hero added that he could do it as long as the girl herself was willing. After breakfast, he sent the girl to wash up and get ready for work, asking her to let him know when she was ready. Quite soon, they arrived at Haoyu Company's tower, which looked quite grandiose. Luo Biyun offered our hero to stay in the office for a while, to which he agreed without any problems. Employees bowed their heads respectfully as the CEO walked through the hallways, and their gazes expressed genuine respect. Meanwhile, the girl herself introduced Lin Mu in front of her administrator and informed him that he could now visit Haoyu Tower at any time. Of course, the subordinate didn't object, so she had no problem considering Luo Biyun's clarification. After that, the girl and Lin Mu went to the glass elevator because she couldn't wait to show off her office. In just a few seconds, they were on the top floor of the tower, and the director announced that they had arrived at the site. The system immediately informed me that I needed to scan my retina to gain access to the office. The device immediately recognized Mrs. Luo Biyun's eye, so it immediately granted access to her office. In the end, the protagonist agreed that the office looked just fine. The girl also added that the view of the city from here was just perfect, so she occasionally looks out the window to take a break from work. It turned out that all this time, there was a sniper sitting somewhere nearby who instantly aimed at the target, which was the CEO. Now all the mercenary has to do is wait for the order to be confirmed in order to complete the mission. The very next moment, he was ordered to eliminate the target immediately. So he reached out his finger little by little to pull the trigger. A gunshot sounded and a bullet flew out from the muzzle of the rifle, which was to take the life of Luo Biyun, who was unaware of another attempt to kill her. The protagonist still managed to sense the danger, so he instantly rushed to save the girl. He shouting tried to warn her about the sniper. Luo Biyun still continued to stand still as well, not realizing what was going on. Lin Mu had to pile his whole body on top of the girl to pull her to the ground and prevent the sniper from hitting the target. The guy then grabbed her arm and quickly led her away from the window, preventing the mercenary from taking aim a second time. Hiding behind the desk, the girl had already realized that an assassin was working against them, and our hero explained that the enemy was sitting on the building opposite the tower. Lin Mu saw that the mercenary was using 50th caliber bullets that could pierce through even bulletproof glass. He emphasized that it was too dangerous in the office right now, so he asked the girl to hurry up and call security to take care of it. The young man also asked that people be sent to a neighboring building to check for suspicious individuals there. After listening to all of the main character's instructions, Luo Biyun quickly took out her phone to relay those orders. The guy guessed that the assassin most likely left immediately after the failed mission, so he could only hope that Biyun's guards were able to catch him. Eventually, he decided to deal with it on his own, so he asked the girl to hide here and not go anywhere. The young man was sure that nothing would happen to him because he wasn't the mercenary's primary target. He decided to go down to the bottom floor by himself because the elevator was too slow. The protagonist flew downward with all his might to be sure to catch the killer in time. Still, he had to speed up even more because there was no way a sniper could escape. It wasn't long before Lin Mu found the building from which Luo Biyun had been shot from. The young man was able to calculate the trajectory, so he was almost certain that the killer was right there. Lin Mu stopped abruptly because he realized that it would be easier to use the fire escape to climb up. It would also help him not get caught by the others. So the mercenary would definitely not have time to escape from here. Eventually, he met some man in glasses and a suit who looked rather suspicious. Turns out, it was indeed a killer who didn't expect to be found so quickly. The mercenary didn't wait and quickly pulled out a gun, pointing it at Lin Mu and firing a shot. After a second, the protagonist seemed to vaporize, so the killer was a bit confused. The next moment, something unknown shot through the leg of a man who had not expected such a sudden attack. The assassin shuddered and a heartbreaking scream escaped his throat, as pain as sharp as a red-hot blade pierced his leg. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was behind the mercenary's back and turned him off with one precise strike. The guy immediately saw that the sniper hadn't brought his sniper weapon with him. He quickly went to the roof of the building because it was obvious the gear was left here. Our hero confirmed his hunch, because there was a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle standing there. Lin Mu immediately called his friend to inform her of the killer's capture and ask her to send her men. It wasn't long before the guy was already back in the office, which was already filled with security after such a serious incident. Luo Biyun had already released her subordinates and informed them that Lin Mu would now be here for her safety. The bodyguards still felt it wasn't a good idea to trust strangers so easily after everything that had been going on lately. The girl was very angry because they were treating Lin Mu like this, which was not the first time he had saved her life. The guards eventually admitted that they had seriously let their boss down this time. Lin Mu did not stand aside and suddenly appeared in front of the girl as if he had teleported from one place to another. The bodyguards didn't even have time to blink when they already saw the figure of the young man in front of them. It turns out that the main character wanted to protect the bodyguards because he believed that all people can make mistakes. Everyone was shocked that Lin Mu was so fast and appeared in front of Miss before they noticed. The girl irritably asked what her delinquent subordinates were waiting for and ordered them to go check on the assassin immediately. The bodyguards immediately came to their senses and quickly accepted their superior's orders. They bowed their heads synchronously to Mr. Lin, their voices merging in a respectful statement, placing the young mistress under his responsibility as a jewel requiring special treatment. The protagonist understood everything perfectly and also allowed the guards to go back to their regular jobs. When Lin Mu and Luo Biyun were alone, the girl thanked him again for saving her life. The guy asked her not to worry about all that because the assassin was no match for him in close combat. He examined the bullet point and noted that a sniper would have no trouble aiming through the 3 panoramic full-length windows. The CEO explained that this design takes aesthetics, light, and more into account, though they took measures against such occurrences during development by putting in bulletproof glass windows. In fact, the protagonist was puzzled by what happened because even bullets of 50 caliber cannot penetrate 2 layers of bulletproof glass. After taking a closer look at the hit spot, Lin Mu finally saw that there was something strange about it. The girl came closer because she was also curious about the details, and Lin Mu explained that the edges of the hole were too smooth, which was different from the normal action of a bullet. Luo Biyun also noticed that the edges looked like they had been burned through using high temperatures. The main character couldn't understand how this could happen, because it takes really intense heat to break through bulletproof glass. At that time, the girl said that there were such superpowers, and wanted to know Lin Mu's thoughts on the situation. The young man pretended not to know what she was talking about, and asked if she meant the very superhero movies. In reality, Luo Biyun believed that there were people in the world who could utilize such superpowers. She knew that most people are born with these skills, and when their powers are awakened, they gain incredible power. The protagonist noticed that the girl was talking about all this too confidently, as if she had met people like this. Turns out she'd seen something similar in Europe, where such craftsmen call themselves mutants. Lin Mu remarked that it all sounded quite interesting and asked if such people existed in Huaxia. The girl wasn't sure about it, but legends say that there are cultivators here who use qi to gain strength. In the end, Lin Mu made sure that this bullet hole was made by an assassin with superpowers. After learning such a serious fact, Luo Biyun decided that she should tell her father about this interesting street. The events are transferred to the police department of the East Sea City, where no one has yet suspected a serious incident. The chief of police was sitting in his office, humming something cheerful, until the sharp ringing of the office phone interrupted this carefree moment. The man was very unhappy that someone dared to call him at such a time. Commissioner Shen immediately calmed down when he heard the familiar voice of the esteemed Mr. Luo. He was surprised when he heard that something had happened in the village to the west, and immediately agreed to investigate the incident. The policeman thought these guys were fearless if they dared to attack the Luo family in broad daylight. The man began to get angry because the miscreants had definitely decided to throw a challenge to the police with their daring attack. He called his subordinates and informed them that right now they would all meet in the assembly hall. Events once again returned to Haoyu Tower, where so far all was calm. The girl told Lin Mu that she had already informed the police about everything, so they would help the Luo family with the investigation. The protagonist was still worried that the police wouldn't be able to handle the mutants. so he offered to personally handle it. Luo Bi-yun wasn't against it, but asked the guy to be careful and come back immediately if anything went wrong. Lin Mu didn't want the girl to worry unnecessarily, so he promised to do as she said. Bai-yun herself was in no hurry to let our hero go, so she asked him to stay a little longer. She quickly ran up to her lover and lightly smacked his lips before leaving, and Lin Mu didn't expect the girl to be so passionate. Luo Bi-yun was embarrassed after such a gesture, and said that she would now look forward to Lin Mu's return. The protagonist traveled to the western zone of East Sea City, where the very same Yemu village was located. He saw that it was just an ordinary village, so he didn't fully believe that mutants could be hiding here. The guy saw only children and old people in front of him, which didn't look suspicious at all. Nothing at all caught Lin Mu's eyes, so he continued to look around carefully. Eventually, his gaze settled on one building that stood out among the others. The guy realized that there weren't many people in the village, but for some reason, the diner was still open. The protagonist felt that there was something strange about this noodle shop, so he decided to look inside. He asked the owners if there was any food left, and they kindly invited him to sit down at a vacant table. Lin Mu didn't hesitate long and immediately ordered a bowl of yangchong fried egg. After just a couple of minutes, he had already been brought some cooked noodles that looked very appetizing. Taking a closer look, the young man immediately noticed that the noodles were actually poorly cooked. Looks like his hunch was right, and this noodle shop is not open for legitimate business. So we need to find out more about this place. After finishing his portion, the protagonist informed the owner that he had left the money for it on the table. Then the man asked our hero to wait a bit, because he hadn't given him his change yet. The change was a sharp blade that almost flew into Lin Mu a second later. The knife ended up crashing into the table behind the guy's back, who was able to dodge this attack. The man was greatly surprised to see that the youngster had managed to escape after all. The protagonist realized that his hunch was confirmed, so he asked the two who they even were. The woman also didn't stand still and tried to attack Lin Mu from the other side. She tried to slash the young man, but his reaction was perfect, so the knife flew a centimeter away from his body. The owner froze and was confused when she saw that she had missed after all. Lin Mu moved lightning fast behind her back, and his hands sharply pushed her forward. The woman's body was thrown back with such force that she flew several meters before collapsing heavily to the floor. The blow was so hard that she was bleeding profusely, and before she lost consciousness, she only had time to tell her comrade to run away from here. The man began to realize that the main character was too strong, so they simply couldn't stand up to such an opponent. Lin Mu was in no hurry to attack and emphasized that he had just come here for a portion of noodles. But for some reason, the owners decided to attack him. It turns out that the man and woman weren't the only ones hiding in the place, so the owner asked all of his other associates to flee the place. That's when loud footsteps were heard on the second floor of the diner by people who heard that something untoward was going on. The protagonist didn't even realize that there were some other people hiding upstairs. The guy was only distracted for a second, but the owner had already seized the opportunity and tried to escape. All the man could think about was that he needed to hurry up and meet his boss to report the incident at their diner. Of course, Lin Mu was much faster, so he deftly blocked all avenues of retreat. The owner was shocked at this speed and couldn't even guess how the young man had caught up with him so quickly. Meanwhile, the protagonist wasted no time and rushed forward, his fist whistling through the air and smashing into his opponent's jaw with such force that he didn't even have time to raise his hands to defend himself. The man was unable to stay on his feet and simply fell to the floor, so now also posed no danger. Lin Mu realized that by doing so, he had managed to uncover the mutant disguise in this village. Taking a closer look at the body of the defeated owner, our hero noticed that he was wearing an elastic mask. Meanwhile, all the runaways couldn't figure out what to do now because the noodle shop was left unprotected. The boss thought that the SWAT team had already found their trail, so they should get out of this village as soon as possible, so they definitely wouldn't be found. A subordinate reported that he had hidden some cars in a warehouse, so they could use them to escape. They all quickly ran to the hangar from where some overly suspicious sounds were already coming from. A deafening explosion broke the silence, the shockwave picking up the mutant and hurling him away from the door. None of them could figure out what was going on, and feared the SWAT team was already in place. The boss wasn't completely sure yet, so he asked his subordinates to calm down and wait a bit. Turns out it was just the main character who didn't look like a SWAT officer at all. The leader of the mutants thought they were just some brat and ordered his companions to kill him, not realizing what they were getting into. The subordinates instantly began to follow their boss's order and instantly swarmed towards Lin Mu, who was not at all afraid of such competition. A slight smirk appeared on Lin Mu's face because he was amused at the fact that some lowlifes were trying to kill him. He was easily able to dodge the first attack, so the first opponent just flew down. The other warrior immediately reacted to the mishap and rushed to his comrade's aid. The protagonist still remained calm and continued to stand still, waiting for his opponent's next attacks. The guy ended up bouncing high at the last moment, and his opponent was unable to do any damage. Muten definitely didn't expect this turn of events, so he didn't even know what to do in such a situation. In fact, Lin Mu couldn't understand why these people didn't use their abilities against him. Meanwhile, the fighter realized that he needed to attack the protagonist somehow differently, to find any option to strike. He hit the guy on the other side, but apparently the guy was too fast to be hit by such an obvious attack. Lin Mu then decided to address the other mutants who were still standing by. The guy decided to show off his skills and tried to get the others emotional to show their real strengths. The two fighters who had challenged our hero a second ago were now writhing in pain. In just a second, they were already lying helplessly on the floor, begging their boss to save them. Even the leader was beginning to fear Lin Mu because the latter was able to knock out his men today with a move. He began to suspect that the guy might have turned out to be a high-level cultivator. And meanwhile, our hero decided to wonder if the others wanted to attack all together. The young man began to suspect that everyone around him was scared, so he decided to take the initiative and attack first. Little by little, Lin Mu began to concentrate the chi in his hands to further utilize his strongest techniques. The leader trembled with fear because he saw the strong energy of their rival and realized that they couldn't stay here any longer, or else the entire gang would be destroyed. Realizing the risks involved, the man ordered his subordinates to get out of here quickly while he tried to apprehend the enemy. The rest of the gang realized that the situation was too serious, so they did not oppose the decision from their leader. The protagonist only had to laugh off the fact that his opponents had run away from him so quickly. The leader himself also started running away to pull Lin Mu in the other direction away from his comrades. The next moment, a spirit dragon came out of nowhere and pierced through the man. Our hero noted with a smile that he had already managed to catch his opponent, though he hadn't even taken a step out of his seat. After that, the gang boss slowly fell to the ground without strength and let out his last exhale. Meanwhile, the other mutants wouldn't stop running, and one of them knew a loophole through which to escape their enemy. All the bandits didn't realize yet that the protagonist's dragon had already caught up with them and didn't give them any chance to escape. Sensing something amiss, they finally looked up and saw a serious threat above them. Now, the mutants realized that their opponent had already caught them, and there was no more chance of escape. The fierce dragons of the protagonist also appeared in front of them, which were not going to spare any opponent. Before the bandits could say anything, Lin Mu's aides attacked them and took away all of their life force. The guy was finally able to exhale in peace because he was finally able to deal with all of his opponents. Suddenly, the protagonist saw that one of the mutants had managed to survive the attack after all, and was still standing on his feet, which was pretty amazing. The remaining gang member, holding on to his heart, asked Lin Mu who he even was. Lin Mu didn't bother to answer the question and thought about the fact that he had seen similar abilities before, so he guessed who this kid was. Meanwhile, the bandit stated that he no longer cared, that the organization had restricted the use of abilities and prepared to continue the fight. The protagonist was still unafraid and suggested his opponent attack first because he wanted to see the mutant's superpowers. His opponent would not miss such an opportunity, so he exhaled and gripped his blade tighter. Lin Mu continued to analyze his strength and noticed that it might be weak, but at the same time, it was very different from using chi. At this moment, the bandit dared after all and was the first to rush to attack, flashing his knife in the air. In fact, Lin Mu hadn't even expected his opponent to be so fast. But at the same time, this guy's movements were too simple, so the protagonist could calculate everything. After his first attack, the gang member began to realize that he still couldn't get his hands on the cultivator. At the same time, Lin Mu continued to calmly dodge all the attacks, because he wanted to better study the ability and realize that the mutant could even use its power through weapons. The guy tried one more time to strike at our hero, but it was literally impossible. At this moment, the young man noticed that his opponent's speed had increased again and wanted to see what the situation was with his strength. He made the decision to block the next attack with his hand to get a feel for how strong the bandit was. At that time, the protagonist only confirmed his speculation that his opponent's strength had also increased. At the same time, the remaining gang member was already rejoicing at the fact that his opponent didn't want to dodge in time. The boy froze for a moment, his eyes lighting up with determination because now was the right chance to finally achieve his goal. The protagonist began to notice that his opponent's speed was no longer increasing, which meant that he had reached his limit. Bandit continued his futile attempts to hit his opponent, but the latter dodged each blow without any problem. Eventually, Lin Mu had had enough of all this, because it was obvious that this kid couldn't get him. So he used his dragon to take his life force as well. The last mutant couldn't understand how this happened because he was sure of his success. Looking at his opponent's body, the young man immediately thought that it was all disappointing. But he finally had some understanding about these people with superpowers. Suddenly, he heard nearby commands for the soldiers who had already arrived for the sweep. Lin Mu realized that the special forces had already arrived on the scene and decided to leave the rest to them. Sirens sounded everywhere, and fighters detained everyone in their path, because now everyone in this village was a suspect. A little later, they saw that the whole gang was out, and now they couldn't figure out what had happened here. Commissioner Shen himself also arrived on the scene and immediately thought that someone had leaked their plans. Upon examining the bodies of the perpetrators, the man realized that they were still alive but were lying unconscious for the time being. Then he ordered the SWAT team to tie up all these people and take them to the station for interrogation. Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to Bi Yun after his little mission. The girl was very happy when she saw that Lin Mu had returned safe and sound. She wondered if the young man was okay after the fight with the mutants after all. The guy didn't bother to answer his lover's question and quickly picked her up in his arms, playfully suggesting that she check his condition herself. While the protagonist and Lo Bi Yun were having fun, the SWAT team brought all the detained mutants to the police station. They started questioning the staunchest bandit first and tried to find out who sent him here. Obviously, the guy couldn't reveal all the information about his organization that easily. One of the police officers decided they couldn't waste time on this, so he asked his colleague to bring a negotiator. The bandit immediately thought about the fact that this could be a chance for escape if only one staff member remained here. Meanwhile, the police officer turned to him and advised him to start talking because no one knows if the negotiator will be so kind. The mutant already had plans of his own, so he abruptly broke free of the handcuffs and lunged at the police officer. The officer definitely didn't expect this turn of events, so he couldn't do anything against this guy. The bandit had enough strength to squeeze the policeman's neck with a dead grip and stop his desperate attempts to call for help. Eventually, the life force left the man's eyes and his body collapsed in the mutant's arms. The apprehended intruder only laughed off the fact that the police tried to resist his force. He was confident in his skills, so he thought that Huaxia's police were simply useless against such skills. The guy believed that if the mutants didn't have the strength to protect themselves, they simply wouldn't be able to work for anyone else. He then began reading the cop's parameters, so he could make himself an elastic mask with his face on it and get out of the station with no problem. 2 minutes later, the bandit had completely changed his clothes and completely finished his disguise. Now the path for his escape was completely free, because no one would definitely suspect some sort of switch. At the same time, the protagonist was walking the streets of the city when he received a call from Bi Yun, who wanted to know if he would be having dinner with her tonight. The guy replied that he was a little busy right now, but promised to meet up after he was done with his business. Luo Bi Yun was still looking forward to his return because she wanted him to cook some delicious dish again. It turns out that Lin Mu couldn't come to his beloved for now because he had an important appointment with Mr. Liu. Our hero asked the man why they were looking for him again, and he already thought something serious had happened. Lu Shuyan had already heard that the young man was on close terms with Mrs. Luo, so he had one small request for the guy. In fact, Lin Mu had no idea what kind of favor the old man might have asked for. The mentor explained that he wanted the guy to protect Lo's family, and assumed that the guy just couldn't say no. The protagonist didn't expect Mr. Liu to ask him for something like this at all. Then the man started to tell him that their company was helping the Americans, but Lin Mu himself had already heard about it. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point, saying that Baolan's group had been given a mission to help the Luo family move their assets. Bringing their company back would be good for Huaxia's development, but obviously the Americans won't let that happen so easily. For this reason, Lu Shuyan wanted to immediately send Lin Mu to the Luo family's headquarters in America to make sure Director Luo Huachuan safely returned to Huaxia. Our hero at once began to guess that the matter was so serious that he had to leave at a minute's notice. The mentor confirmed his hunch and informed him that all the documents were already prepared, and the car that would take the young man to the airport would arrive in 5 minutes. The young man hadn't expected things to be so urgent that he wouldn't even have time to warn his friends of his departure. Mr. Liu asked him not to worry about all these details, promising to warn Mrs. Lo and his 3 girlfriends about it. A few hours later, the protagonist has already arrived at New York International Airport. The guy still couldn't believe he'd dragged himself to the United States of America. He was also worried about all his girlfriends yelling at him because he left without any warning. Among the crowd at the airport was the man Mr. Lo had sent to meet our hero. This relieved the tension at least a little, so Lin Mu happily extended his assistant's hand as a sign of familiarity. It turned out that it was Mr. Luo's personal assistant named Wang Qing. He asked the young man to hurry up and get into the car where they could talk quietly. The man thanked the protagonist for agreeing to protect Mr. Lo for his return to the country, but he promised to explain the rest of the details of the case a little later. For his part, Lin Mu immediately promised that he would do his best to successfully protect Mr. Luo. So far, the assistant had only revealed that they were heading to Lo's estate, which was in Midtown Manhattan, so it would take about 30 minutes to get there. Upon arrival at the site, one could immediately appreciate the condition of the family that had such a gorgeous home. The assistant also introduced our hero to the butler who was to escort him to his private room. The old man was respectful of Lin Mu, and after bowing, he invited him to come inside. Meanwhile, the assistant went to the boss, to inform him of the new bodyguard's arrival. But the old man still didn't trust an ordinary student who was called in for such a demanding job. Wang Qing admitted that he hadn't checked our hero's background, but based on his first impression, it felt like he wasn't an easy guy. Jiang Chu from Baolin's group understood that this was a personal recommendation from Lu Shuyang, but he still wanted to see how strong this guy was. He offered to give the protagonist a little test as early as tomorrow morning. Wang Qing didn't really appreciate Captain Jiak's idea because he himself didn't even know how to fight, so it questioned the appropriateness of this operation. Jiang Chu asked him not to be such a whiner, because the man had been protecting Mr. Luo for years and was the perfect person to check. The assistant wasn't particularly happy about this news, but he had no other choice. The next morning, they met at the gym when Lin Mu came in for a little morning exercise. Our hero didn't suspect anything yet, so he calmly said hello to Wang Qing. The man didn't give any sign at all and told me that he comes here every morning for a workout. The young man noted the serious scars on his assistant's body and immediately guessed that he was an experienced fighter. Wang Qing didn't see it as anything special, so he thought it was just ordinary scratches. The protagonist decided to talk about how the house was pretty well equipped, so he asked an assistant to give him a little tour. The man didn't mind honoring the boy's request, but he offered to spar first. Lin Mu was surprised at such a suggestion and immediately guessed that Brother Wang wanted to test his abilities. The protagonist did not trifle and immediately showed all his strength with just one precise blow. Wang Qing was a rather weak fighter, so he couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the floor with a clatter. The young man immediately reached out to his opponent and asked if he was okay. Lin Mu apologized to his opponent because he had overreacted a bit. The assistant agreed that Lin Mu was indeed gifted, which was quite impressive. He replied that he was fine and would fully recover after a good rest. Eventually, the protagonist decided to leave the man alone and decided to walk through the mansion himself. Wang Qing slowly rubbed his reddened cheek and thought about the fact that before, he couldn't even believe that the young man would make him with just one punch. At this moment, Jiang Chu walked into the hall and immediately noticed that his subordinate seemed to have already sparred. The assistant said that this young man was very strong, so he couldn't even counterattack. Even the captain hadn't expected the visiting student to be such an experienced fighter, which now inspired confidence. This was also the first time Wang Qing had met such a trained fighter, whose kung fu had transcended the limits of a normal person and reached an indefinable level. Jiang Chu took note of these facts and handed his comrade the ointment for his bruise, apologizing for the inconvenience. Half an hour later, Lin Mu finished checking the entire area of the mansion, which turned out to be quite large. Now the guy realized that it would be hard to defend such a big place if someone attacked him. It turns out that all this time, he had been wanted by the butler, who had already circled the entire area. Looking for Lin Mu, he informed us that our hero had to go to escort Mr. Lo, who would soon be leaving his office. The old man also said that the special costume for the young man was already in his room, so he had already rushed there to change. A few minutes later, Mr. Lo was informed that his entire team and vehicles were prepared for the trip. Captain Jiang Chu also confirmed that they could move out, so Mr. Luo had already gone to his car. The man looked around and noticed that his assistant wasn't around, so he asked where Wang Qing had gone. Lin Mu, watching all of this from the side, remembered that this was actually his lover's father. Meanwhile, the subordinates tried to hide the aftermath of the morning sparring and said that Wang Qing just wasn't feeling well. So Tianfeng took over his duties. Luo Huachan didn't pay much attention to this, so he informed the others that he was ready to depart. Jiang Chu immediately said that the young man would also ride in the same car as Mr. Luo. After getting into the car, some kind of anxiety immediately came over Lin Mu, as if something bad was about to happen. In the meantime, the driver said that they had received the news of their Hua Xia, and all the necessary documents were already on confirmation, so we would have to wait a few months. The man sternly emphasized that the next 2 months would be critical, causing all agencies to be on high alert. At that moment, all the passengers of the car did not realize that right now a truck was coming at them at full speed. It was simply impossible to dodge this collision, so the truck literally demolished the car in its path. The guards immediately jumped outside and prepared to fight, because it was obvious that the enemies were somewhere nearby. The bandits, armed with assault rifles, also smartly jumped out of the truck and were about to grab their main target. The next moment, the bodyguards collapsed to the ground one by one because they couldn't withstand the barrage of bullets. Luo Huachan's driver was immediately given the information that one of the vehicles had encountered the enemy, so the others should protect the Lord and move away. He at once informed Mr. Lo that danger was coming upon them and began to turn around to drive to the estate. The deputy asked everyone to hold on tight because a garbage truck was already trying to run over them. The protagonist didn't expect at all that they would be ambushed on their first outing, and now realizes that the situation is worse than he thought. Only now the driver saw that the situation was irreversible, and they were about to collide with the truck, which was very dangerous. The driver immediately hit the brake pedal with all his might, and still managed to avoid the accident. A gasoline truck was already waiting for them on the other side, so there were no more ways to retreat. Lin Mu realized that a fight was unavoidable, as the bandits surrounded them from all sides. He asked Mr. Lo to get out of the car as quickly as possible because it was too dangerous to stay here. The man obeyed his bodyguard, but the problem was that the belt was intentionally jammed. Luo Huachan started to panic a lot because he was now literally chained to the seat. Our hero remained calm even in such a situation, and immediately thought of using his chi to cut the belt. In one crisp motion, he cut the seatbelt, freeing the man. Lin Mu asked him to listen to him carefully because he would be trying to get the Lord out of this otation. He quickly grabbed Mr. Luo and asked Tianfeng to also follow him to have some support. The guy noticed some strange movements overhead, so he immediately ordered everyone to stop and stay away from the car. The bandits had thought out every detail of their plan, so they threw heavy beams on the car to cut off any escape routes. For a while, our heroes were able to stop and regain their breath after all. Luo Huachan was a little disappointed because they had prepared for so long for this trip but were still attacked, and thanked Lin Mu for saving them. The protagonist felt threatened again and quickly managed to react in time, pushing Luo Huachan aside to avoid getting hit by bullets. He grabbed the gentleman's arm and ran forward as fast as he could, dodging every bullet. The man was very confused and still couldn't realize what kind of chaos was going on around him. At the same time, as many as 3 bandits were sitting on the roof of one of the buildings and wouldn't stop firing at their target. At that moment, they noticed that one person from the group had suddenly disappeared. It was Tianfeng, who decided to leave Mr. Luo to the protagonist, while he himself went to deal with those guys on the roof. The guy asked his partner not to worry, and promised to do his best to protect the bodyguard did manage to sneak upstairs unnoticed, so he was able to take his enemies by surprise. Meanwhile, the bandits decided to proceed with Plan B because their target had managed to escape after all. Tianfeng mockingly wondered if it was him they were looking for, and the opponents definitely didn't expect him to appear here. This guy was also a good fighter, so with his bare hands, he was able to disarm the first opponent at this point. The rest of the gang only now saw what the opponent had done to their comrade. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang Chu had already rushed to the spot to help Lin Mu, who was left alone to guard Luo Huachan. He reported that the other faction had already dealt with the enemies at their place, so it was safe to take Mr. Luo and leave this place. Mr. Luo was still worried about the captain, but he asked him to hurry up to get to the manor quickly. No sooner had they emerged from their little hiding place than the young man saw that the bandits had already discovered them. The opponents brought a whole machine gun to shoot the silver sedan, behind which our heroes were hiding all this time. Even the calm Lin Mu calmed down when he saw the heavy artillery that could cause them a lot of problems. After analyzing the situation, Zhang Chu ordered our hero and Mr. Luo to quickly leave this place, while he diverted the enemies to himself. Meanwhile, the bandits had already given the command to open fire on their target. After that, machine gun bursts were heard that did not stop for a second, echoing between the walls of the houses. Zhang Chu understood that the firepower could be deadly, but at the same time, the speed of the bullets wasn't that fast. He realized that he needed to run even faster to win for himself the opportunity to knock out all the enemies. Meanwhile, the protagonist began to carry out his part of the plan and tried again to get Mr. Lo to safety. Lin Mu had managed to notice that the captain had some incredible speed, so he now understood that this person was also not to be underestimated. Zhang Chu was indeed easily able to dodge all the bullets in his direction, even though there were simply an incurable amount of them flying. Finally, he ran behind one of the cars where the bandits were now aiming. They quickly pointed their machine guns in the right direction and started piercing the car with bullets. The criminals also managed to get into the fuel tank, which was quite dangerous. Eventually, there was a massive explosion that scattered the rest of the cars as well. The bandits began to rejoice because they were confident that they were able to eliminate Zhang Chu, who was hiding behind those cars. Their leader noted that it was too early to rejoice because their main target needed to be captured. Turns out it wasn't that simple, because the captain was still alive and was even able to run to the enemy's truck to disarm them. No one had time to react to Zhang Chu's sudden appearance, so the first bandit quickly flew away from his precise strike. The enemy slumped to the floor without strength, and his comrades still couldn't understand how this could have happened. They thought it was simply impossible because they were certain that they had just recently slaughtered their opponent. Zhang Chu only laughed at the fact that some simple guys had tried to kill him with such a simple method. The captain didn't mince words and decided to demonstrate everything he was capable of. He moved so fast that his enemies didn't even have time to react. So now, one by one, they were flying away from his blows. The gang leader watched the scuffle from the sidelines and was not at all pleased with this development. It had only been a couple minutes, and his men had already lost this battle to Luo's subordinates. The man then decided to go to Plan B, which required him to call one person. He realized that the Luo family's guards were too strong, so only a group of mutants could help them in such a situation. The next day, Lin Mu was resting quietly after this whole special operation while someone was watching him from far away. This strange guy was gathering his strength to approach the protagonist with some kind of proposal. The guy himself was nonchalantly lying on the lawn and enjoying a sunny New York afternoon. The stranger finally approached Linmu and introduced himself as Liu Yuan, explaining that he was just looking for him. The protagonist paid no attention to him and only wondered what had happened. The young man had already heard that the gentleman was a kung fu master, so he wanted to ask if he could teach him a couple of defense techniques. Linmu couldn't understand how the boy could know about it, and he admitted that he was told about it by his uncle, who was able to return home unharmed thanks to his guard. Liu Yuan bowed low to the protagonist and asked to be taken as his disciple. The guy was confused, his face expressing obvious bewilderment, as he had not expected to hear such a proposal in his address. The young man kept begging our hero to help him, but suddenly someone else interrupted their conversation. Zhang Chu and the already rested assistant came over and reminded them that only a couple days ago, the little rascal had asked Wang Qing to be his teacher. The kid asked not to be mad at him because he just wanted someone else to teach him kung fu. The man himself was not offended that Liu Yuan was looking for a new mentor, because he himself had already taken lessons from the protagonist. After that, Zhang Chu decided to talk about yesterday's attack, during which Lin Mu had shown a high level of responsiveness and thanked the guy for his work. Our hero also showed his gratitude for the compliments in his direction, but also mentioned that it was only because of brother Tian and Wang that they were able to leave that place with Mr. Luo. The captain asked him not to be modest, because although he hadn't seen Lin Mu in action, he knew for sure that he was an extraordinary guy. Some other man joined their conversation, who was surprised that Zhang Chu was giving out compliments to the little brat. The assistant and captain had not at all expected that the department would send Brother Dean as reinforcements, but they were glad to have such a meeting. The guard from Bao Lun's group realized that the Luo family was in serious danger, so they made the decision to send him here. Wang Qing was now certain that Mr. Luo should definitely return to the country safely, because Jiang Chu and Ding Han were the strongest two people in the organization. In turn, the captain was calm, because with his old buddy now no more worries. Ding Han noted that his buddy was rejoicing too soon, because new information had been relayed from above that the Americans had decided to use a group of mutants. After this information, everyone gathered for an emergency meeting in the main building of Luo Manor. Everyone was well aware that yesterday's attack was a warning from the Americans, so for the time being it was better to abandon plans to return to the country. The woman was of the same opinion, because the corporation had only achieved such success because 3 generations had worked hard, so they could hurry up and move the business to Huaxia. Luo Huachan emphasized that he was only doing this for the future of Haoyu Corporation, and if they stayed here, the business that the family had built over so many years would be swallowed up behind the local corporations. In any case, the owner felt they should return to their native country to escape control from the Americans over the development of their business. His assistants still thought that the Americans' offer was very attractive, and they could get money anywhere. But just because they were moving the business back to Huaxia, the whole family was in danger from it. Plus, they were walking on the thin ice now, so the Americans had already engaged the shadow corporations. The rest of us thought they were doing everything right, because they were coming back for business reasons, since the government doesn't want to get involved. In the end, Luo Huachan ordered everyone to calm down, because the plans to return had already been made, and no one would change them. The man also said that all those who return to Huaxia are guaranteed to retain their status in the Luo family, while those who stay behind will either sell their shareholding at double the market price or separate their business from the corporation. A lot of people weren't happy with this decision, because now he was making the decision for the entire Luo family, which seemed pretty unfair. At this moment, Luo Huachan, Luo's son, walked in, who had just brought some needed information for his father. The man thanked Chi Feng for his work and now came to the main topic of conversation. Turns out he's collected all the information about the grifts his employees have committed over the years, so they can just take the money and walk away to stay out of jail. Everyone got a folder with information on all their crimes, so it made them confused and finally calmed down. None of the co-owners could understand how this was even possible, and now realized that they were definitely in no position to object. Now they were disappointed even in each other, because the other brother had dared to leak all the investment plans to the government. The man found no normal explanation and simply said he had no choice at that moment. It also turned out that they lost the bid for the high-speed rail project last year precisely because of the second brother. Everyone present froze in mute shock, unable to believe that he could so despicably betray their company, which had always trusted him. The other brother jumped up from his seat and started yelling about how they had no right to accuse him because they each had some shady dealings behind their backs. The woman, after seeing all this information, decided that she would sell her shares, so her lawyers will send the contract tomorrow. Her coworkers didn't understand why she would do this, because you could continue to expand the business in New York. The sister explained that as a woman, she couldn't handle that much responsibility, so she would just use the money and move to Australia. Another brother stated that he did not want to return to Huaxia because he believed that his homes were here. Only one Luo Huachan's assistant agreed to return with him because he always stood by the boss's side. Lord Luo had had enough of this, so he thanked the fourth brother for his loyalty. When everyone had dispersed, the father turned to his son and explained that right now, the Luo family split was happening right before their eyes. The man didn't know if he was doing the right thing or not. But either way, he couldn't stand by and watch the hard work of generations of family being flushed down the toilet. Qifeng asked his father not to be upset about it, because returning to Huaxia was the best choice possible. By the time the family had finished discussing everything, deep night had already fallen outside the window. Lin Mu had already reported the information that the security personnel were able to find out after checking out the attackers, who turned out to be from the New York Mafia. Wang Qing also gave the guy his car keys and bank card, which he could use for personal use. The assistant explained that their target was now the mob leader. But since our hero was new in town, they could only let him gather some information. The guy asked not to worry about him, because he was going to act on the situation. After getting into his new car, Lin Mu quickly drove out of the parking lot and went on his first mission. Next to it on the seat was all the information on New York mob leader Higgins. The guy noticed that his target was just celebrating his 45th birthday today, which sounded pretty interesting. To start, he decided to pull into a nearly empty parking lot near an establishment. The protagonist has already now decided to use the card and withdraw some cash from there. He withdrew a couple $1,000s for himself, assuming that should be enough for all expenses. After that, Lin Mu went to the Red Lantern District, where the not-so-great members of society were gathered. Here were girls who immediately started pestering our hero and offering to spend this night together. The young man long considered all the beauties around, but decided to choose for himself the most attractive and charismatic. She spoke first, so the protagonist agreed without too much thought. Lin Mu handed her a thick wad of $100 bills, which was quite a generous payment. He immediately asked if his new companion knew where the coolest nightclub was. The girl had no problem agreeing to take the guy to this bar, and promised that it would be the best night of his life. She called our hero cute and was happy that he had brought her to such a lovely place, offering to order some drinks to lift her spirits. The guy didn't react to all her flirtations, because his main mission was to track down the head of the mafia. He kept looking around and couldn't figure out where the leader of the gang could be. Then, behind the glass of the bar, Lin Mu saw some sort of establishment that was guarded by a large number of people, and asked the girl what was there. Relenting to his curiosity, the beauty revealed the secret and explained that it was a Manhattan Mafia club. She also added that the entire entertainment business in this county belongs to this particular group. Lin Mu pretended that he had only seen the mafia in movies and showed interest in this establishment. The girl called the young man very amusing for saying so, and unfortunately replied that she could not escort him into the establishment. The protagonist immediately handed her another wad of money and emphasized that she could have it all if she showed him how to get there. Meanwhile, inside the establishment, they were celebrating the mafia leader's birthday and were unaware of the surveillance. The guy immediately noticed that the place was very cool, and his companion told him that the place was only open to the mafia, so most people couldn't get in here. The girl did not stop only on this hall, so she offered our hero to see an even more amazing place. She took him outside to show off the posh mansion that belonged to mob leader Higgins. Beauty had heard that this luxurious house was made to keep all the bandits' mistresses there, so it was a desirable place for many girls. The young man continued to pretend that he was merely interested in the life of the mobster, and asked what the mob leader could be doing now, to which his friend for the evening replied that he must be spending time with his mistresses. A smile immediately appeared on the face of the protagonist, because he began to realize that his efforts were definitely not wasted, and he was able to extract a considerable amount of information. In the end, the beauty suggested that Lin Mu find a place to rest, so they quickly went to a hotel called the Royal Crown of Manhattan. Impatient, he literally flew into the hotel room with the girl in his arms. In the end, Lin Mu didn't want to take advantage of the girl after all, so he gently knocked her out. He carefully tucked the lady into bed, and before leaving, he thanked her for such a rewarding night for him. Events returned to the luxurious mansion of Higgins, who did not realize that our hero got pretty close to him. The man was indeed sitting with one of his mistresses, who was upset that he hadn't visited her in a long time. The bandit then lost his temper and began to complain that he had wasted so much time planning the ambush. But Luo Huachan was still able to get away. The girl asked him not to get angry, and reminded him that destroying the Luo family was quite a difficult task that definitely shouldn't be rushed. Higgins said that he had already begun to think out the next plan, which made his mistress nervous because this family was not to be trifled with, and a run-in with them was a very risky move. The mobster believed that luck comes with adversity, and the government agreed to give him the Luo family's Manhattan real estate once the mission was successful. The beauty next door didn't think it was as easy as it looked, because the Americans made too favorable an offer. The mob leader wasn't worried anyway, because the government had summoned a group of mutants, so they should just team up and get their act together. The girl didn't see the point in taking such a risk anyway, because they were already doing well with the territories after all. The man then explained that being a mafia was not a very forward-thinking decision, and if they got these companies,